have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Hunter Grand, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire and tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is the Xrossroadz, where there's only one rule: be free to be you. So, I'm starting this week talking shit.
Every week.
And I took a few weeks off of talking shit. Y'all, Dre done forgot where she came from, y'all.
That's because I don't know where I am most of the time.
Okay, fair, but still. So we getting ready for the show, and she's sitting there eating some poly seeds. She's like, hold on before we record. She's like,
everybody doesn't even know what that is. Go ahead.
The people that need to know, those who know, if you know, you know. And so there's a reason why she's sitting here fixing her lipstick right now. That's because for the uninitiated, she was like, let me finish eating my sunflower seeds. It's like, the fuck is sunflower seeds? Like, nigga. And you more LA than me.
New sponsor.
Right. David, and you eating the OG brand.
Of course. What else would I be eating?
But you call them sunflower seeds. Who says that from LA? Don't nobody in LA ever say sunflower seeds. That's just too many goddamn syllables.
Sunflower seeds.
Yeah, ain't nobody. Look, we don't give a shit what's on
sunflower.
Okay,
so, one extra syllable. Sorry.
But nah. So when you go to the store and do you say, "Ooh, hand me that petroleum jelly"?
No, I don't ask anybody to hand me anything. I go.
No, I'm just saying. Do you grab the petroleum jelly or do you grab Vaseline?
Vaseline.
Right, but Vaseline is a brand, and everybody don't buy the Vaseline brand. You might have it, but on average, people. But no matter what the brand, we call it what? Vaseline. So you were like, that's not even what they're called, sunflower seeds. Look what's on the bag. So what's on the bag? It's called Vaseline.
But no matter what the brand is, they're all gonna say sunflower seeds on the bag.
I don't give a shit what they say.
I'm just saying,
what they are.
Buy what's on the bag.
They poly seeds, y'all. There's first of all, is what you call them, and it's a special way you're supposed to eat them. You put a few in your hand. You got to shake them up. It's a constant shake. You shake them up, and then you dump a few in your mouth, or some. If you're really a pro, you eat them from the bottom like this, like. And then you don't spit them out until all the ones in your mouth, you got to see all that. And then you keep the shells to the side of your mouth. And you spit them out.
I'm here with trying to preserve my lip look for the recording. So yes, I was with the
one at a time.
I was it.
She was eating them like she puts ketchup on one fry at a time. That shit annoys the hell out of me.
Yeah, that was pretty much what happened.
Look.
Trying to keep it fresh.
People? Right, y'all can see people that take one French fry and put ketchup on just that.
They might be a serial killer. No, I have not seen that actually.
I have.
I'm a dipper though. I like to.
That's cool. If you want to dip, you want to swirl, you want to slide. You know what I'm saying? But you got the ketchup pack and you just put.
Yeah, no.
That shit. Like, just put the fucking ketchup on the plate and dip it, or get the little cup like an In-N-Out. Anyway,
you be yelling at people for how they eat their food.
Look, I'll be screaming at their ass in my head, like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Now you can't be with me and do that shit, because I swear to God, I'll take that ketchup and just.
Oh Lord, my goodness!
All over your fries. Here, just put it on the fucking fry. But yeah, so.
Sheesh. That's how we start an episode. Coming in hot.
I'm passionate about my snacks, man.
Yeah.
So, all right, y'all. It's time for this week's The Fuck.
It's his favorite time, as you can see.
Yeah, the fuck. So we found a meme. Let's read the meme for us, Dre. Read the meme.
Well, I got to read this crass meme.
Cause you the meme reader.
Why I gotta do it?
You got the voice. It's better when you say it.
Well, based on how this is scratched out, it says, if I pay for our date, Nia, you eating puss in the car on the way home.
Like they didn't scratch out the whole word. So if you pay for the date, nigga, you eating pussy in the car on the way home.
In the car on the way
on
home.
the way home. Like, damn.
On the way home? Jeez.
Right. So I'm like this. How come he gotta owe you something just because you paid for dinner? The fuck?
Well,
What
and I'm like, it's literally just the reverse of what we've heard forever.
What happened to
pay
Courtney?
for a date, then they are expecting something after the date. So sis was just getting ahead of the game.
So okay, so it begs the question. It's clearly satirical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or not, depending on who the hell wrote it.
Right.
But the whole expectation thing, right? And when we say expectation, when we're talking about dudes expect something just because we're typically talking about sex. Okay, bet. Like, you don't want to give it up. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But what can, from a woman's POV, what can or should, let's say you're talking to your son. What should he expect from a woman?
Respect.
I mean,
respect. If he does pay, I think like, thank you, acknowledgement, but I'm not going to tell either of my kids, that the expectation is that, you about to get some after the date. Like,
no, I mean anything. Because, and okay, the date aside, because not like isolated incident. I'm talking about, let's talk about like just the dating, the beginning stages of dating in general. Like the consensus is usually he shouldn't expect anything from her, but he's got all these requirements on him. So it's like, what is the equitable reciprocity from women? So if we're naming men are expected to take the first move and approach, right? Generally.
Mm-hmm.
He's usually the one to make first contact. He's usually the one to ask her out on a date. He's usually the one that's expected to plan the date, pay for the date, pick her up, open doors, pull out chairs, be interesting, be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Dress nice. Like all of these things, right? And this is out the gate. This is hello, all that shit, right? You feel me? And that's even if that's after you've done your due diligence after the hello, because even as hello, my name is like, okay, do I buy a drink? Do I not buy a drink? Am I supposed to stand here and engage in a prolonged conversation or small talk and get out, so she can enjoy her time with her friends or whomever she's with, if she's with somebody, and then we'll have the conversations later. And is she the ones that expect me to buy her friends a drink? First of all, hell no. But is she that type?
Shout out to all my friends who who have dated men or been married to those who have bought drinks for everybody. That was never an expectation. Never. There's one person that comes to mind that, I think the first time because he does it not necessarily all the time, but it's like if I'm with them, I don't have to worry about anything.
We're talking
that was a thing.
No, we're talking.
So when you say expectation,
no, because you have women that literally. No, yeah. So there's women that literally expect that. Now I've actually done it, but if I do that shit, that's on my own volition. Like I have my boys sometimes, like we kicking and we rocking. You know what I'm saying? We might buy a round. That's normal for us. But
you don't have to give in to somebody's expectation.
No, you don't. But I'm saying to even have that expectation, like if you out with your girls and I come and offer to buy you a drink, you have an expectation that I buy all your girls a drink. Fuck that and fuck you.
Well, and there you go. But I can't say that somebody's expectation is, or they shouldn't have it.
Is that even logical to you? Okay, so what do you think of a person that has that expectation?
You might be a little delusional. You might feel
like there have been women that's literally like turned.
But we don't know. We don't know what their experience has been. You often talk about experience narratives. What if they're used to that?
And like I'm not dating all your homegirls.
I am not saying you're not. I'm not saying that I don't agree. You're asking me to present the other side, and that's what I'm okay. Not my experience. I don't expect anybody to buy me anything. But if, maybe that's something that she has been accustomed to. And so if she is, in a situation where this doesn't happen, she's like, ew.
Yeah, but I still I'm like, bet. Okay, so my expectation is the reciprocity also needs to come from you and your homegirls. Cool. Bet. Like the first time we finna get it in, I'm stopped. Like, wait, let's stop. She's like, what's wrong? Where your homegirls? Like, if I get I'm gonna get all your homegirls number 2.
You try to be the most ridiculous that you can.
Right.
Every episode,
no, because and I'm using that. I'm being extreme because to me that's an extreme expectation. But yet you don't want to keep the same energy when it comes to. It's like you want the most, but you don't expect to give with the same energy that you require. And that's the point I'm making with that example. It's like, oh, if you want me, then it's got to be about me and my girls in this moment. Okay, bet. So when I need something from you, I need it to also be from you and all your girls, right?
Sound like hashtag boo on Valentine's Day. He put up a post like, if your girl try to offer you sex as a gift, then tell her that, you should be able to have sex with whoever gives it to you, because who are you to turn down a gift? I said that again, ridiculous.
Or hold up, let's raise the stakes, right? If I have to cater to you and your girls, are you willing to cater to me and my boys?
Starting to sound like no. It ain't no fun if the homies can't have it.
Exactly. And I'm not even talking about, let's take sex aside. Let's say this. Okay, you comfortable enough, you about to cook a meal. Okay, bet. I need you to fix all my boys' plate.
Mm-hmm.
Bet everybody plate.
Yeah.
Right? And it's cheaper too. You didn't have to buy it. So it's like same energy. So if you're doing something for me, you need to be doing it for all of my boys as well.
Ooh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay.
I mean, but so like fixing my boy's plate isn't as reasonable as buying all your girls a drink?
No, it's all unreasonable. I was just saying, wow, that's all I got. I think where I am with it, which is where I am about most things, if it's something that you want to do, pay for dinner for one person or pay for drinks for one person or the friends. If that's what you want to do, great. Expectation is on the other person, so you can't control that. Just do what it is that you want to do or not. But on the flip side, I do understand like just saying like, hey, is that expectation reasonable? And if you do flip it on the other side, like, hey, if I do this for you and your friends, are you going to do this for me and my friends? That might help folks to see how unreasonable they might.
Yeah, y'all gonna get the next round and get everybody. And but in general, I think there's a lot of things that are just not equitable in the dating process, especially considering that they don't all work out. And so it's like this expectation that men always pay and men this, and this, right? And then you have this expectation that we're only trying to date you, right? That shit's expensive. Like you don't pay for shit and are probably not going out with just one dude. You know what I'm saying? These dates ain't cheap. So let's just say if on average, if I went on 2 dates in a week, right? An average day, let's say I spent $150 to $200. I've spent $400, right? For something that one, I'm not guaranteed to have a second date, depending on how that first one went, right? And then if I do, so it's like maybe you go on a few dates. Let's say we've gone out on 5 dates. Right over the course of, let's say, a month and a half. That's pretty conservative. A month and a half, we've went out about 5 times.
Okay.
Whatever, could be drinks, could be. But on average, let's say expect to spend about $100 each time you go out. You know what I mean? And then it doesn't work. Right? Or let's just say if in a month's time you went out 5 times. It could have been we went to happy hour or we went to dinner or whatever. So let's just say it's 500. Now, let's say it doesn't work out. Maybe I've been dating for a year. Over the course of the year, that adds up. So not even a whole year, but that's $5,000 after 10 months or $6,000 for the year. You see what I'm saying? That pushes a person and could push a person into a different tax bracket depending on where you currently are. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm like, I'm gonna have to date as a business and write the shit off. You know what I mean? Call it, but when you put it into numbers and math, and so now let's consider how much time we've spent on said dates, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say average date is 2 to 3 hours. You know what I mean? So we've done this 5 times. That's 15 hours in a month. Multiply that by 10.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I spend 150 hours, right? There's only 160 hours in a work month. So I've literally spent a month of my time, a literal month, and $6,000 dating with no guarantee that any of it was successful. You see what I'm saying? So what's the ROI? All the while, all these women is just waiting for the next guy to take them out. So what? Granted, yeah, you've spent the same amount of time, so I won't put a value on your time, but partially I will if you weren't the one paying. So it's like I'm spending time and money.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then it's like, hey, I may like you, or or whatever, and all of that is without in a position by societal standards to say I'm still not allowed to expect anything in return from you. Anything actionable. Like if I say, well, our next day, why don't you cook something? Like, can I say that? I can't even say that. I have to allow her to offer.
You can.
No, I'm saying like there's so many because a lot of responses are, what, you're not my man. Like I'm not cooking for you if you're not my man.
Well, then you can counter with what you just said. You're not my woman, so I'm not gonna blow my whole paycheck on you.
Right. So now where does that leave us in dating? Because as men, it's like we're wrong to expect anything. It's like, damn, okay.
No, I don't agree. I think yes, generally I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like that's a way to weed out people that aren't compatible. So, to set the expectation of, I don't mind doing this for you, but I would also, and it might not even be a money thing, because I have not recently, well, I haven't recently dated anybody, but the more recent, right? Dated anybody with money issues. So it's not necessarily a financial thing that I'm aware of, but maybe they just want to know if you can cook. Or maybe you talked about it being more of a nurturing thing. Maybe they are trying to date other aspects, of you. And so if the woman can't see how, that is her contribution, if you will, to the dating process, then maybe you ain't a match. So instead of feeling like, oh, I got to continue to do something that either I don't want to do or I can't afford to do. Yeah, put it out there. Like, I would love, we having a great whatever, because Mexican is one of my favorites, right? Like, oh, great. Like, what kind of Mexican food you like? You like tacos, enchiladas? Like, what do you cook? I would love to see how yours match up against El Torito or La Barca or wherever you go.
I mean, because the thing is,
El Cholo.
Once I cook, I end up being the one cooking.
Well, then there's that, right? Because you could do it guilty too. Like, you do it all the time, and it's
exactly
Taco Tuesday.
Like you are right. And we ain't even dating, but how many times have you come over for tacos and you've been the one cooking tacos?
Yeah, it's like, oh no, I don't.
Exactly.
At your house. Not at your house. At this point, I could though. I wouldn't even mind. I could do that in my sleep almost. I got a couple of more additions to show you to kind of. Well, then you got it. I'll just come by.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Well, you could do that on the Zoom. Put your little camera over there.
But what I mean is, I feel like what you're alluding to is on a case by case basis. Though.
It's adult. Like, if you're an adult, you say what you. I feel you want everybody to think like this, and I'm saying find the people. No. One, I don't disagree. Right, you're not going to get an entire gender to change their entire, because I said that when we was talking about the come through. So same energy. I get it. Get it. I'm passionate when my head gets to bobbling. Right, I just noticed I was doing it. So same energy. But what I'm talking about is the existence of the narrative, right? Like the fact that the fact that I have to voice, hey, I would like you to do this, because the general consensus is
not to expect anything. It's like you do, I receive until I've received enough to now feel comfortable to do. Right.
And for every woman, that time frame is different. Some women come out the gate matching, and some do take a little more time.
But the fact is, the fact that there's not a willingness to out the gate reciprocate that what you expect is troubling. And I get that's how things are. That's the thing men have to accept, but it doesn't make it not fucked up.
Okay. Accept.
That's all I'm saying.
Accept. Accept.
So that leads us to today's topic, which is actually a good segue as far as receiving love. Right. Today we're talking about love languages, right? And typically when we're talking about love languages, we're talking about how someone loves, but I think it's also important to know how you receive love, right? Like what's your love language? How do you receive love, and what are you good at? Because also what I find is even though we're talking about love languages, I've experienced love in the sense where she was only comfortable loving me in ways that she was good at loving me, right? Via her love language. Well, this is what I'm good at, so this is what I do. Right.
And I think most people are that way.
Right. But there were things that I needed, and for her to speak a different language as well, because while I accept that, that's great. What I actually need is a different language. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And I think that when we don't, and I wonder if, that's a question that we can ask ourselves, is like, is it truly about only requiring that which someone is comfortable or good at doing, or do we expect them to grow, and are they not being their authentic selves? Or is it, if you love somebody, then you will learn to love them in the language that they receive? I'm saying, like, there's that duality of it. So for those who don't know what the love languages are, they are physical touch, words of affirmation, acts of service, quality time, and gift giving. Those are the 5 love languages. I feel like there's more,
Tacos.
Listen, tacos is a love language all its own. And if you come through and I make you tacos,
you are loved.
You
or at least really liked. Okay.
Strong respect. Like, first of all, if I let you in my space, let's just start there.
That's true. You already halfway there.
Everybody don't make it to the back cave. And then if you make it a second time, and this is not even in a romantic setting. This is shit, friend, foe, lover, whatever. If I let you in here, if you know where I live.
Hell, I don't even know. I mean, I have the address, but I could.
Right.
Don't mean nothing from here.
Yeah. So I don't know.
You know it better than me if you know where he lives right now. Okay.
That's funny. I've given you the virtual tour.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
It's different
around there.
It's different being here.
I'm excited to see it. I really had a plan, and COVID came through and kicked the door in on us. But
since we talked about it, I've automated, like, the entire place is automated now. So y'all, I'm a bit of a gadget guy. I'm a techie gadget guy. I love shit like that. So I've automated my my entire house. Like, everything that's can plug in or is on a switch is now voice activated. So I don't have to get up and turn off shit. And they're on timer, so at a certain time.
Do you watch 911?
I don't.
Oh, okay. It's not gonna be fun. Well, it was a guy who had his whole house automated like that, but his ex, I guess, had access to it, so she was controlling stuff from her iPad or tablet somewhere else. So he's telling, equal to Alexa, I don't know what her name was, telling her, like, turn on the shower water or whatever. He turn it on, set it to this degree, and so she's over where she can see him. Turn in the water, the temperature up, end up burning the F.
So funny story. It's also I also have Alexa in my office at work, and it's connected to my home network, so I can control my house from work and vice versa. Right? Turn my light. Like, if I forget to turn my lights off in my office or whatever, I can do that from home. So some kids got in trouble and they were in my office. And, I'm giving them the riot act or whatever. And so I had walked out the office and they saw Alexa on my desk. So kids are kids. And so they started playing with it. They start saying shit, doing it. Because I think they saw him turn. No, when we walked in, they heard me turn my lights on.
Mm-hmm.
And so they started telling her to do stuff like turn lights on. And I think she said office. They said office, but it's not my work office. It's my home office. That's the command. So at work, I say work. And at home, I say office. So they're trying to turn the stuff on at work. And they in here turning shit on and on. So I get home that day and it doesn't dawn on. I get home and all my shit is just on. Like certain things is on. It's just, my house is just doing shit. And I'm like, the fuck? I thought somebody had broke in or whatever. Come to find out, they little asses was because I came back to work and telling my boss what happened, and he was like, "You know what? There was kids in your office saying stuff to you. They wasn't like because he had to go in there and tell them to stop playing with it in there, and come to find out they were and they were controlling the shit at my house.
That's so funny, but probably scary to walk in and everything is
right because me, I'm like the fuck. Like, so yeah. But yeah, so those are the love languages, y'all. And I just it's dating is hard, y'all.
We got rules, we got languages. And if it's a language you don't speak, it's like literally learning a new verbal language. Like, I wonder, what do you feel like the most difficult language would be if it's not your natural language? What would be the most difficult language to learn and walk in to love your partner? I guess anyone that is not yours, right? Because I could say one, but somebody else might say another. But two that I think I have, because physical touch and quality time to me, generally are kind of close. Mm-hmm. So there are people who they really rely on that. And if the partner to that person is real kind of easy breezy, they have a hard time with that. Like, oh my God, I gotta see this person, X amount of times a week, and it's gotta be uninterrupted and we gotta be looking at each other. And that's not their natural get down. Mm-hmm. Or you can have someone that's dating someone who has words of affirmation as their love language.
I think that's the hardest.
And they are not necessarily verbal like that. So I've experienced it being the person whose love language is words of affirmation, and watching or experiencing that person in the struggle. So I know, and it's not clearly that they don't love or care, but it's like, I never thought of that, or I didn't.
It's also knowing what to say.
Yeah, that's like they are.
Yeah, you look
minty.
Pretty. Yeah. You look minty. Oh Lord Jesus. Whew.
Yeah, so it could be any of them, but yeah, I think if you're not really verbal, or like you said, just kind of not really sure of what to say, and the person that you're with receives love primarily in that way, it could be really, really tricky.
Right.
Or can feel that way. Mm-hmm. What I will say about that in general that I learned as a lesson is really patience, right? Mm-hmm. And all of it, all the advice and stuff that we give, I think it really is on a person-to-person basis. It's not going to work for everybody. But if you are with somebody that you deem to be worth getting to know and work with as they do the same for you, then patience is my number one kind of piece of advice with that. Being clear about what your own love language is. Because sometimes I think people are just like, they're mad that their needs aren't getting met, but they haven't even identified it.
Right.
I became familiar with the 5 Love Languages book. Gary Chapman wrote it, just for those who may not have heard of it. At this point in time, I feel like everybody, even if you don't know all of them, you kind of,
a lot of people don't know that it's a book.
Okay, that might be what it is. So yes, it's a book. I became aware of it more in the context of business, in terms of the people that I would come in contact with and how they respond to certain things or not. So when I read it, it wasn't even in, it's written in a romantic context, but that's not how I applied it initially. But once I, kind of got it, I was like, oh man, next relationship I'm in, I would love to read this with my partner, blah, blah, blah. So I'm seeing this guy and, I thought, okay, he's fairly intellectual, or he's intellectual. He's intellectual. So I don't think he would run from the idea of, reading a book together, right? Both college educated, yada, yada, yada. So I sent the book via Amazon, because I already had it. I sent the book to him. So I wasn't like, go get the book, buy the book, don't spend your own money to get the book. My idea, my moolah, sent it. Right.
You were intentional.
I was intentional. And so, we're chatting, whatever. So Amazon Prime lets you know, or Amazon period lets you know when your stuff gets delivered, right? So we're talking. I'm like, dang, dude, maybe they put it in the bushes. I don't know. Hey, did you get a package today? He's like, yeah, I got it. And I'm like, oh. I was like, so I was like, well, I thought this would be a great book for us to, I've already read it, but I would love to read it with you and kind of see what you think and blah, blah, blah. He was like, oh, okay. Crickets. That was the long and the short. And if that didn't let me know, I mean, maybe that wasn't necessarily supposed to be the sign, but I think I knew at that point in time, especially because I'd already verbalized, like, this is what I want. And I think this would be great for the next relationship, not just for them, but really for me too. And that he didn't show any kind of interest, not necessarily in reading the book, but I was like, even in having the discussion, I didn't know what his love language was, which made me feel like maybe he doesn't know or care about mine. So then you're less likely to apply it. Gotcha. So shut that down. Fast forward into time. I am, talking to hashtag boo. We're, literally like talking at this point, just talking. And, he was talking about reading different things and whatnot and how he, dedicates a certain amount of time to reading regularly, which really got me to get my act together at that point in time. I was like, dang, I should be reading more. And so he's like, oh, have you heard of this book called The 5 Love Languages? And some years of,
your little heart just said,
I was just like, oh my God, we're back.
Oh,
we're back,
Lord.
So yeah.
And I think it's important that it's really a win when someone's natural love language, how they show love, it matches the way that you receive love. Oh. Right. That's a win. But sometimes it's effort. So I remember Maisha was telling me about a book she was reading. She and her then husband, The DNA of Relationships, right? Which speaks to and she sent me the book. Okay. And which it speaks to what we said before, as far as like the willingness to do what the other person needs, right? And so an example from the book that she gave is like, love is like a restaurant, right? Where one person is the customer and the other is the waiter, right? And so sometimes disconnects is literally like a waiter serving the customer what the waiter wants them to have versus what they're ordering, right? And so it's like, if I'm ordering pasta, I love, I like spaghetti. I like, pasta with marinara sauce, but what I really love is Alfredo, right?
Alfredo, yeah.
So I order some Alfredo, like, fettuccine Alfredo with some chicken and shrimp, basic enough. But the waiter was like, and the waiter was like, oh, we have that, but you know what? We make such a great marinara sauce. I'm gonna bring you the spaghetti. I'm like,
dude.
I like spaghetti. I like spaghetti. I like spaghetti. Spaghetti's pretty good.
Yeah.
But in this moment, what I need Alfredo. Yeah. That's what I
want.
Right. Yeah. That's what I would really love right now. And sometimes it's what I need, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, I know. I know that, and Alfredo is great, but it's just not as good as our marinara. And that's what we specialize in. So I'm gonna bring you that. As a matter of fact, in that same sauce, and I can bring you a sample of like our lasagna too, because that's got the sauce in it. Our stuffed shit is like all this, like that's what we're famous for. That's what we're famous for. But you know what? Like, I know the name of the restaurant is Pierre's Famous Marinara. I know you're famous for that, but I know you also make Alfredo, and I get that it's not as good as your marinara. But but it's still better than the Alfredo I've had before. And I would really love some Alfredo. Can you bring me the Alfredo, please? But but have you tried our marinara before? Like I feel like you haven't tried our marinara. If you tried the marinara,
it's good.
It would really
good example.
And I'm like, okay. Without putting my business out there and talking about my past, I actually have GERD, and the doctor wants me to stay away from tomato-based products.
Oh,
right? So when you bring me marinara, it stirs up this condition that I have, and it's not really good. And I react aversely to that. So if you don't mind, I would really just please, can you bring me some Alfredo? And they go, sure thing, coming right up. And they bring you fucking marinara anyway. And they said, I know you said Alfredo, and I know I said that I was gonna bring it, but I just really love how I do marinara, and I really want you to try my marinara. And
you're gonna fall in love with this.
Because I want you to fall in love with my marinara. Like this marinara is not even gonna give you GERD. I'm sure of it. I took the acid out.
So then is it really marinara?
Right. And so now, but then you eat the marinara anyway, because by this time you're just
hungry. Yeah.
And I'm not gonna
tired of going.
I'm tired of the back and forth. I'm hungry, and it does to me the exact thing that I said it was going to do. And now you're mad at me because I'm upset, or because I'm having this reaction. And now I'm crazy. I'm this, I'm that. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, like, can you just learn to make a great Alfredo? And I'll be patient. As long as you keep giving me Alfredo, and the more you make the Alfredo, I'm pretty sure you're going to get better at it.
Yes.
And you'll learn how to make it exactly how I like it. But you gotta want to try to make the Alfredo. You know what I'm saying?
I should applaud you right now. That is good. That was really, really good. Somebody got to look past the offering plate. That was probably the clearest explanation of what we do or have been done to us with partners who completely disregard. And it's not malicious because like you said, right? Like marinara, I like it. Most folks, like it or whatever. And it might really, really be good. But I'm literally asking you for the thing that I really want and or need, and you double down on the thing that I'm not asking for versus. And so what is that, right? Like what I'm giving you the roadmap, right? Like this is exactly what it takes to make me happy, to satisfy me, to keep me in a good place or whatever. But you go in the opposite direction. What is that?
I think a lot of times it could be a lot of things. It could be fear. It could be pride. It could be selfishness. You know what I mean? It could be ego, because it's like for somebody to not love your marinara when you have perfected it. Like I think it's more about you than it is the person that you're serving it to. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to serve you this marinara, and after I want to hear how great it is. Kind of like with me and tacos, right? Like for me, my tacos is regular. Like, but everyone loves my tacos. And then one day I might date somebody who doesn't like tacos, and I'm kind of like, the fuck? Nah, I need to make you ain't have my tacos, though. You ain't have my tacos. When you have these tacos, you're gonna love tacos after this. But generally, they just in general don't like tacos, and it's like it's hard to fathom someone. Like my god sister doesn't like tacos. She likes burritos, she likes nachos, she does not like tacos. It's the weirdest thing,
right?
But at the same time, it's like I specialize. If someone says, "What's my favorite food to make?" Somebody, it's undoubtedly tacos, right? And so to be with someone who, let's not even say it's not even that they eat tacos. Let's say I serve them tacos and they don't like them. They're like, "Oh, that was cool." Wait, cool. Nah, everybody loves my tacos. What you talking about? That's about me. That's ego.
Mm-hmm. Right,
It will be hard for me to accept and digest that you just think my tacos are just okay. I need you to rave about them. You know what I'm saying? Instead of growing in whatever they like to eat, you know, but their palate could be something different. They're used to something else, you know? And so to that, like, I actually went out a few times with someone who has a homeboy who's a chef, and he likes to cook for, you know, her and her friends and stuff like that. Or they're all friends. And so like his thing is he cooks for them. And I follow dude on Instagram, and the stuff that he's making, I'm looking at, I'm like, yeah, dude, cold. And so here I come with someone, hey, you want some tacos? You know, but now that I think of it, consider this though. Consider this. What is this? Where the example where she has this friend, right? And let's say the friend is an ex, and he's a chef, gourmet chef, and he's making all this fancy name shit, lobster this and cream of that,
right?
And sauteed whatever, right? And you know you got to add some glaze
with the reduction and
such all the shit, right? And it looks, and you find, and I'm looking, I see it, I'm like, damn, nigga, that shit looks phenomenal, right? And you come through, and she's like, yeah, you said you made some tacos. Why don't you go make some tacos? And now I'm insecure about, because they just tacos. I don't make crab this and you're like, I've seen what you eat. I've seen what he makes you. I can't make that. You see what I'm saying? So now I won't make tacos at all. I won't make anything.
Oh. Because
I know I can't do that. And I'm assuming in my head that when I make this, you're not going to receive it the way, because you might have been talking about, he makes this great this. And I'm like, well, I can't do that. So I'm not doing anything. You see what I'm saying? Because I have an insecurity that it's not going to measure up. When the reality is, yes, he was great in this area, but I like this. I just want some simple shit. Like he makes all this gourmet shit. I really just, you know, can you
do a grilled cheese?
Can you make a bomb grilled cheese? Can you make a good burger and fries? Can you like nigga? I get tired of all this fancy shit all the time. I just want something.
She gonna wind up with gout with all the rich,
right? With all the, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it takes too long to prepare that goddamn food, and he always got to make sure the table is like. Sometimes I'm just hungry and I want to eat something right now.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And so what you bring could still be exactly what they need, but if you compare it to something that they had before. Because in your head, they are better. In her head, it may be like, yeah, the nigga can cook his ass off, but he beat the shit out of me after dinner.
That part.
You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, yeah, the food was great, but there was no intimacy. Or the food, he created great food, but the nigga smacks when he eats and runs the fork across his teeth and has his elbows on the table and it has no decor, whatever, and fucks up the whole experience. So you have this, and so it's like, oh, he's got a lot of money, but he treats me poorly, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And so I just think that there's a lot of different dynamics to it. And there has to be a willingness to grow, or sometimes somebody might say, hey, I'm used to this gourmet shit. And I'm like, I don't, I can improve my cooking, but that's not, being able to cook on that level takes a skill, or, you know what I mean? So it's like, hey, I can do this. I can try to get in here and do this, but understand it may never be that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if it's words of affirmation and you dated a fucking poet, you know, my shit might be roses are red. Your ass is fat. When you get home from work, I'ma need that. You know, what I meant to say is I want to make love to you today.
Right.
Whatever, but that's, you know,
that's gonna be how it come out.
Right. But then you might get a woman say, oh, my ass fat. Right. My ass, you think my ass fat? Hey, that the little noise y'all do with the and the tongue out thing. I don't know where. Yeah, that's where does that even come? Oh, Cardi B watching that.
Oh, please. That was happening before Cardi.
I'm sure. I just got to throw it on somebody. Where's she been at? Meg just took over, huh?
Right. She's too busy running after Offset. Set off, whatever.
Yeah, she ain't had a challenge in a few months.
Thank goodness.
Meg got 3 challenges out there. Where you at, Corey?
Dang.
You ain't did none since why?
And that was with Meg.
And that was with Meg. You know. Yeah. But I digress. So
yeah. Well, all of that, very, very good, to even talk about, the insecurities that you may face or have, trying to compare yourself to what the last person did, or shutting down completely, all of that. I think those are very, very good points. I'd also, be willing to venture, like, yes, we want to be loved the way that we want to be loved, but also there's an opportunity to learn that you enjoy another language, right? Like you were born speaking, or you were taught English as your first language, and then someone introduces you to Espanol, and you're like, wow, I'm really good at this, or this really feels good, or whatever. I like this. And so there's opportunity there. I think the main thing that you pointed out so eloquently with that first example is that you can't force something down someone's throat, right? Like, especially if they're doing like this, it's like, and you're trying to spoon feed them or shovel it down their throat. I think being willing to share the way that you show love, and then on the other side, being willing to receive it so that you can say like, wow, this is actually good. Like, I know my primary love language is words of affirmation. I show love greatly with words of affirmation. Conversely, I know how to show you I don't love you with words, right? So there, I will flip it around.
With words of condemnation.
Right. Same weapon, okay? But one is used to aid you and one is used to injure. So I know that about myself, and it is easier for me to go or to get a card or write you a letter or anything like that, just telling you how wonderful you are. And then, of course, receiving that if and when that's done for me. When faced with, a situation or relationship where that was not my partner's lead out, if you will, it took me for a loop. Like, I had to really like you said, like, oh, I like this spaghetti, right? Like the way I was being showed love was not bad, but I felt by and large like something's missing, right? Like and then that did a number on my head, because then I was like, well, should I feel this way? Because I absolutely know that this person cares. Look at all the stuff, that they're doing and how they're showing. And maybe, yes, I've just encountered somebody that shows it differently. Am I being ungrateful, right? To ask for what I want? Does this mean the spaghetti goes away because I asked for Alfredo, right? So there's like kind of all that in your head. And so ultimately, I did decide to have the conversation. I'm glad that I did, because that's when we got into, oh shoot, yeah, it's kind of foreign to me. Not that I wouldn't, A, I didn't know, but B, let me figure out how to, right? And then you start seeing the seeds planted. Because also, to your point, right, they're not going to come out with the gourmet meal. They might come out with hot dogs and grilled cheese and a hamburger, because they're figuring it out. So it's patience and it's grace and appreciation, period. And then also, I think, as you show them, right, like you show them what it looks like, because it's your native language. So sometimes you have to speak to them, just like you teach children, right? Like, how do we teach them how to speak whatever language they ultimately speak? You have to speak to them in that language, so that they can also recognize it, like, oh, okay, and potentially model it. Like when Deshaun and Amber was on, and she said, hey, I need you to be more romantic. Now, I know, he probably had been doing all kind of stuff that she found to be wonderful, but this was the area that she's like, and I have to say something. And I applaud my brother. Get down. He's like, well, I don't know what the hell she means, but I'm going to ask YouTube, right? YouTube got the answer. And what did that do for her, right?
But the crazy part is the most romantic thing that he did was try.
That was it, right? Just the fact that
it was not the fact that
was trying.
Yeah, when he was in there, and anything that he could have done that came from watching that video would never match up to the fact that he was in the bathroom,
right,
watching the video. Like I want to learn how.
Tell me how to be romantic.
Yeah. And so for y'all that don't know, first of all, y'all need to go watch that episode.
Yes.
Right. With Riley and Deshaun. On the show. What did we name that episode? I forgot.
Big Girl Energy. BGE part 1 and 2. Yeah,
BG is 2 parts. Awesome. It's probably about 3 hours of content because there were longer episodes. BGE. So go watch those. But what we're talking about is there was a moment when they were learning each other, and she decided to have the conversation with him and said that she needs more romance from him, right? And that's not his thing,
athlete.
Like he's an athlete, he's a protector, provider type, And so he was going to take a shower, and she was, sitting on the couch, and she can hear like some noise or some video, but she heard another voice other than his.
Yeah.
And so she went and like listened to the bathroom, and she can hear him Googling or a YouTube video how to be more romantic. So she heard a video playing explaining ways to be more romantic.
So dope.
And I was like, you cried, didn't you? And she was in tears.
Yeah, because that matters. Like, again, understanding that there is a language barrier is one thing, and then expressing to your partner what you want and or need, and then them, if it's not natural for them to be able to go, okay, let me go research this, let me find out. That is a wonderful thing. Now, there are some of us who have, maybe a primary, secondary. So I got lucky that my secondary is my partner's soul anyway. So it was not hard for me to receive and or give. Now we had some work, of course, because my primary was something else, but for some people they can flip flop, or they can give you both and you feel like, oh God, I got everything. But many times when you have that divide, it's because your languages literally are East and West. Like my first example around, the quality time and physical touch folks. And then you might have people that are, words or gifts or what, something other than those. And you're like, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to do, in some cases, some things that I don't even like. It's one thing to not know how, or not be skilled at something, and it's another if your partner wants the stuff that you like. That I can't imagine that now. Somebody gonna have to tell me about how you get through that, or is that a deal breaker, right? Like, okay, your word, not your words of affirmation, your love language is gift giving, or in this case, receiving, and I'm like, I gotta buy you a gift every time,
right?
The fuck?
Yeah. The fuck? Yeah. And it's crazy because I wonder, as you grow and mature, do your love languages change, like your primaries? And I'm pretty sure they do. I think I need to go back because I haven't dated in so long, or been in a relationship in so long, that I probably have to go take inventory on what are my primary and secondary languages, because I think that I toggle between 3, which is acts of service, physical touch, and words of affirmation. No, acts of service, physical touch, words of affirmation. So it's like I thrive on all 3, right? If I'm, and that's why
long distance doesn't work for you.
Exactly, I'm a proxy. You can't get physical touch, that, or acts of service for that matter.
Makes sense. Okay.
And there's simple acts of service, like and I had to explain that it's not about being subservient, but it's a love language. Like, I love for a woman to fix my plate. Like I love that. You know what I mean? And it's not about like a dominance thing or whatever. It's just, for me, it's such an act of love, right? Like servitude is love, and I don't mind doing it. I don't mind fixing the plate, like I'm cooking, fixing plates, whatever. So it's not something that I don't also reciprocate. I enjoy serving, like, and when it's my time to cook, I prefer you sit down and do nothing, like just move and let me handle it. Because I take enjoyment from allowing you to relax, and just it takes a skill to be served. You know what I'm saying? I struggle with it sometimes, even though I love it. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, oh, what can I do? You need some help with, because you feel like you don't want to feel like a burden. You know what I mean? And so when someone can put you at ease and make you not feel like a burden, and it's just like, hey, like here, and it's not. I love that.
Yeah.
But I think at this age, it's like taking inventory on what's my primary. What do I value more? I'm not big. Like, I love quality time, but I wouldn't say that that's like, because I'm always doing something. You know what I mean?
Same.
I would much rather maximize the time that we do spend rather than, oh, we got to have all the time. I don't need that. I need spaces to be creative and to create things and to think and stuff like that. But the time that we do allocate for each other, I want to maximize that, so I'm not all on the phone. I try my best. And I think that's why physical touch kind of comes in, because when you touch me the right way, I'm not thinking about anything else but this moment, this touch that I'm receiving. That level of intimate. If she's like rubbing my back or rubbing my head, or I'm the guy that likes to lay in your lap. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, for me, it's I escape into you. You know what I mean? Because I'm able to. Nothing that, like, I'm getting beat up. I got all this other stuff. Even when I'm being creative, when I could be thinking about the podcast, I could be thinking about the books and all this other stuff that we do and work on. And sometimes I need to escape from that. And so when someone is touching you in such a way that, oh shit, like nothing else exists other than that. It's almost like a little puppy when you stop petting them and they like, wait, what the fuck? Fuck you doing? And then they try to paw your hand back over, like, nah, nigga, that was too good. Like, come on, and I will fall asleep. I will just zen, you know what I'm saying? When done properly, or that connection, that level of intimacy is there. And so it's important, because my mind does not stop. It does not rest. And so for someone to be able to pull me out of that mania of my own brain, even if for a moment, it's like thank you, like, you know what I'm saying? So now I can recharge and kind of get some clarity, or not take something as seriously as I did, or not be like, I'm not, when you receive that, I'm not upset, I'm not angry, because I'm not thinking about it. And I think we stay angry because we're still living in the moment of what happened to us, or sad, or whatever emotion, right? To where it's just this place of, it's not even happiness, it's emptiness. It's like, it's nothingness. Nothing exists but that feeling, that touch. And it's a skill. And for someone to have that naturally, to naturally be able to do it, it's like, you know what I'm saying? You get lost in it.
I love it. I love it. Well, while we're talking about physical touch, let's discuss some things that you can try if your partner's love language is physical touch, and also some things that you may want to avoid, because you might think, hey, I'm doing something.
Teeth. Avoid teeth. I don't care what you're doing. Rule of thumb: avoid using your teeth. That's for men and women alike. If you really want to, the not to do's, if you ever have to think too hard about it, just say, hey, don't use your teeth.
So now you got one.
Unless specifically requested.
My Lord. And then that's a whole different episode.
Yeah. Generally, teeth are not desirable. Have nice teeth. But don't always,
But don't.
We are a dental friendly podcast. We believe in teeth.
All right. Here we go. Things to try. offering massages, initiating intimacy, making hugs a habit. Do you like hugs? Are you a hugger?
I love a good hug, especially when she's soft and she smells good. I'll be like,
oh shoot.
I love to inhale it. I'm telling too much. Let me shut up.
Okay. Yeah, somebody making their little playlist.
Make his play, rub his head.
They know what to do. Draw up the plays. Non-sexual touch that reminds them of your presence. So it could just be like maybe putting your hand on their leg or something, right? Or holding hands while you're driving or something like that. Putting your arm around them or embracing them. So that's your physical touch. Things to avoid. So we already have one. What was yours?
Teeth.
There you go.
Avoid using teeth.
All right. Number 2, avoid long periods without intimacy. So clearly they're to do, and then your not to do is to not do it, right? Or not do it. Right. Coldly giving affection. So just like, maybe just
come here.
Just okay. For those of you not watching YouTube, you're bad for not watching YouTube. You should be on YouTube.
You come yet? You close?
Oh God. Yeah. Let's just say, don't do things just to check off the boxes. Okay.
Fellas, do not ever accept head from an angry woman. Let me tell you, it involves teeth.
That sounds rough. And then waiting for your partner to express their desire for physical affection. So if they have to ask you for it or remind you about it, that's probably.
How do you ask for head? Like, have you?
What? I guess that's how you do it. Like, or pat your leg. Like,
lay your head right here.
Oh,
because you feel like it's always that offensive if you say it. You damn sure can't push your head down like, so you you about to, what you like? You just try to put it like closer to her.
See, if you're not on YouTube, you should be.
And you can imagine how that's just sound like this. Just plop on your forehead like.
That can't be done with just anybody. That has to be, y'all got to be in that zone. And if you're in that zone, then she likely already knows. And it
sound like Akeem on Coming to America when she was mad. Yeah, so you think we can?
Indeed.
Yeah.
So that's physical touch. That's physical touch. Quality time. I think you were talking about even before that. So here are some do's and don'ts. Try being mentally present when you are with them. This is something that I definitely need.
Put your phone down.
Yeah, that's number 2. Well, not necessarily number 2, but it's on there. Uninterrupted time. For example, putting your phone down. I definitely being mentally present, I think, is my number 1, because even if my phone is down, I'm probably wondering, what am I missing? How many emails am I going to come back to? So and so and blah. So being mentally present is definitely a place that I can work on. Making plans to explore new places, right? Your partner might want to get out, COVID friendly, and explore some things that are outside of your norm. Creating small moments to connect, because everything doesn't have to be grand, right? Like it can be, hey, let's bike over to the park, or let's walk and get some ice cream, or let's just walk, quality and deep conversation, which is something that you can do as you're walking or biking or whatever it is that well, maybe not biking unless you guys are keeping the same pace.
Right.
You'd be like, hey. Over here. So those are some good tips for quality time. I know some other things that friends of mine try, like they have a standard date night, right? So that is your time together. And if that works for both parties, that might be a good tip as well. Avoid being distracted when you are with them. viewing your partner as needy. Now, I definitely have heard people characterize their partner that hilarious. That is how they are characterized. And if that is your love language, your partner has probably to the homies. Okay. In a whisper where you can't hear.
Listen.
Oh.
Hold up.
Right. From the bathroom, that bathroom story.
Yeah.
Coming from out the frame into the frame.
All right.
Scaring the mess out of you. But yeah. Look.
For those y'all.
If you're not on YouTube, this is the third time I said it.
And if you have, that actually literally happened to me. That
coming out like, what in the world? But yes, so viewing your partner as needy, but more importantly, expressing that. Like if that's how you view it, hopefully you are shifting in your view. But until then, please don't verbalize that. Complaining about time spent together, which I think is the same thing. Even if you don't say that they're needy, if you're complaining about that time together, that doesn't make them feel good either, because that's their language. That's just like somebody literally making fun of the language that you speak. Preparing for other engagements when you're together. So we're together, but shit, I got to plan out next week's brunch and this and the meeting so it's almost like you're not there. So those are some things to look out for and to put into play if you're not already doing it.
Yeah, a couple of things my dad used to always say is wherever you are, be there. And he said, people laugh when I repeat this one. He was like, son, the main thing is to keep the main thing. The main thing.
My grandmother says that. Yes.
So
that's it. And it can be hard. It definitely can be hard sometimes. And so that's why when we use the different analogies and examples about food, right? Like it may not be gourmet. You may start off with some appetizers, or you may start off with some cold dishes until you can do it. So we don't expect, if that's not your love language, or if you're just brand new to it, that you go from 0 to 100. But being mindful of these things can also help you to correct. So if you're in a moment where you go to grab your phone, then you might at least like, oh shoot, this is probably not the way.
I think it's also you have to prime your partner for receiving new love languages as well, because if it's a love language that they're not comfortable with or they don't enjoy, giving or receiving, so it's kind of like if you're someone who is not quality time and you're pushing for quality time, and it's like, I got to do this, you know what I'm saying? Then you need to make that quality time quality.
Yeah.
Like if that's what it's like, hey, I'm saying I need quality time from you. So the reasonable service is to fill that time with things that are quality, even if it's, hey, we're going to do nothing, but we're going to do it great. Whatever that nothing is, it's like, we're just going to be, because it's like, hey, maybe they like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not someone who needs all my time filled with things.
Yeah.
And activities, like every moment needs to be accounted for. I don't need that. Like, hey,
I got enough.
Let's just chill. Like I like to just exist. Let's just be, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I can communicate with you without ever saying a word. Like sometimes I just want you in the same room with me. Or sometimes just in the same house. We don't even have to be in the same room. I just know that you're there, and I can take a break from what I'm doing and come steal a kiss. And then go back.
And sometimes because that's not my native language, if you will, I'll be like, what's wrong?
What you do?
Now, or not even that he did something. I'm like, are you leaving? Like, it doesn't compute that that's a just because type situation. Now I'm aware, but I'd be like, what's going on? It catch you off guard.
You ain't gonna sit here and tell me #boo is romantic, are you?
No, I didn't say that out loud because I don't want to get in trouble. I'm just
because
he loves me. I'll just say that. Okay. He loves me, and I appreciate that. I love him too. So let's get into some of these other words of affirmation. So this is for me and you, or one of our languages. Try leaving encouraging notes. I tell you, okay, like I'm not looking to leave Earth soon, but on the day I pass, okay, folks is about to find cards, notes, from. If you want to know what happened in my life, it's like, there go that little box at the top of the closet. I keep almost everything. And particularly if you write in it. Like if you just give me a random Hallmark card, I probably have, I've read it, but I'm really gonna keep it if you put, your own sentiments in there, or if you wrote something yourself. And I remember my dad, one day he was actually telling #, but we were there for a holiday. Probably was Christmas, or maybe it was his birthday or something. And he was like, Andrea gives the best cards, and she never just signs the card. She always has a message. And I thought of it and I was like, wow, like I do. But the fact that, he attributes that to me like all these years, and I've done that, since I was, I guess, able to get my own cards or whatever. So that part is important. And it doesn't have to be a whole bunch of anything. You could leave just thinking of you on the whiteboard before you go to work, or something on a Post-it, and leave it on the TV. There's little simple things that you can do.
But also y'all got to remember there's a flip side to that, because while she write you a nice note, nigga, I have gotten scathing emails when I have messed up in this friendship.
Check. Bullet point.
She's like, I need you to check your email. My email, like, listen.
You haven't gotten one of those in a long time.
I have not gotten written up in a long time.
No write-ups. Oh, here's a good one. Create a playlist of songs that remind you of them. I create my own playlists, but if somebody created one for me, boo. On and popping. It'll be on and popping. Love that. Because music is also, it should be a love language as far as I'm concerned. Sharing sentiments for your partner's successes and struggles. So noticing the things that they've overcome or the things that they've achieved in, and making remarks or comments about that. No,
listen, don't mess that one up.
Oh.
I got a story. I'm gonna let you finish, but I got a story for your ass on that. Go ahead.
Okay. Complimenting them, and then giving them words of appreciation. So, you do this well, so on and so forth. Avoid assuming that they know how loved they are. And they might really know how loved they are, but there's something about hearing it, right? Like hearing somebody say, I love you. Now, clearly, well, maybe we shouldn't say clearly because that's an assumption too. It's really not enough just to do that either. And I think for people whose love language is words of affirmation, maybe folks on the other side think like, all I have to do is gas her or gas him. And that's not really it. It really is kind of like the cherry on top. So it's the things that come with it that affirm that that language that you use. Assuming that they know you are proud of them. And, we see that in children. The parents are like, I gave you everything you wanted. I put you through school. I came to everything. Like, but you never said you were proud of me. It means something. Avoid emotionally harsh words, because the same way that you can build someone up that has words of affirmation as their love language, you can also do a number on them or cause them to kind of have an issue there. And then not recognizing or appreciating their efforts overall. That's a thing. So go ahead with your story, and then I have the last two love languages.
Yeah. It was a Malcolm and Marie moment. Actually, it was like it was a big night for me, and she fucked it up. Like, so we had the grand opening of one of our businesses, and it was that is nice little Beverly Hills restaurant. Was it Felipe Chow? I don't know. It was years ago.
Yeah.
So you were there that night.
Oh, I should have been.
Yeah. And so we just had this whole event cracking, and everyone's there, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, good job, good job." She shows up late. Like, you don't even show up on my arm. You show up late. Right? That's number one. Everybody notices it because they're like, "Hey, where's, you know what I'm saying, such and such and such." So there was already a problem before that. It's like, because I was doing this business with mostly women, you know, that was on the team. It's like, oh, all these women you working with all the time. I'm like, well, why don't you come around so they'll know you?
And vice versa. Yeah.
So now they're coming in and everybody's celebrating me and you know, all this other stuff. I'm getting all this love. And so I'm like, oh, well, there's such and such and such, you know, why don't you go, let's go mingle and talk to them or whatever. I don't want to talk to these bitches. Like, really? And so how, like, these are the ones, the women I work with and everything. And so it's like, then it was, oh, they over there acting like, looking at me crazy. Like, I think it was like the Zetas or something like that, looking at me crazy. So I'm like, it's
because you acting.
It's like, is everything going to be about you tonight? Like, and so now I'm like, let's get up. Why don't you come with me? Come on my arm. Let's mingle. Let me introduce you around the room so people know who you are. And so I can mingle around the room, you know, and it's not like, if I'm moving by myself and you over here sitting down, it looks hella bad. Like, what's wrong with y'all? Or what's wrong with her?
Right.
But you don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so that part where everyone migrated from the bar area to the lounge area. And so I'm like, hey, let's go do a lap, so I can introduce you. Everybody know you my woman. Like, let me walk around the room, my woman on my arm. Said hi to like two people, and then okay, I'm gonna go sit back down. I'm like, we ain't done
the other half.
So now everybody's in this room, and I'm like, do I stay in this room and mingle because this is my event, or do I got to come and sit out here with you by herself because no one else is literally in this room?
Yeah, that's what she wanted.
Cause you mad. And I was like, well, why y'all not? And now everyone, why y'all not in here? And I got to be, oh, so what do you say to, like, you sitting over here in this room while everyone else is in there? Someone's like, why y'all not in there? What am I supposed to say? Because if I say, oh, she don't want to be in there, now I got you looking crazy, and now you're gonna be even more mad,
more upset.
So it's like that celebrating successes and stuff like that. Like,
that's important.
Why it was, and I felt like it was intentional. You know what I mean?
I feel like that too, listening to the story. I probably felt like it if I was aware in the moment.
Yeah, it was crazy. So let's move on, because I could, like, it makes me revisit feelings.
I can see you're back there.
Yeah.
And see, and this is why it's important. You never know, the things that you can do can, you know, cause a stir in the moment, but it can also take somebody back to an unpleasant experience in the past. Okay. If your partner's love language is acts of service, this is us again. Okay? We love acts of service. Try showing rather than telling. Now, since I'm a words and an action girl, I always say it and do it. You know, that works for me. We have a perfect combination there. But it's very important that you do things, that there are actions and not just words for this particular love language. Following through with what you say you will do. This, oh my gosh. I didn't realize it until with someone whose love language is acts of service. Like, even the stuff that you like, I have the intention, right? You can't, no. Be very clear that you are going to deliver what it is that you said, because they remember it. Well, you said you were gonna X, Y, and Z, or you said we was gonna have tacos. It's Tuesday. What's happening, right? So, you know, please have the intention and the follow through of doing what it is that you say you're going to do. Assisting with stressful or time consuming tasks. Partnership is really important, right? Like, if you can, I know this for myself too, if you can alleviate some stuff for me, we are best buds, right? Or if you can prevent things from falling on me and me having to do it, I'm like, oh shoot, we good. Okay, the more you add to my plate, probably the less I like you. Looking for small ways to help them. For example, cooking for them, running a bath, paying for gas, I don't know how Barzini gonna say, yeah, that's the expectation, men and women. Pump the gas, okay? I don't know. Give him a break. Give him a break from doing the stuff that he always
pump your own damn gas for once.
Like, I got it.
Take the trash out. Shit.
And then being spontaneous. So maybe surprising them. Now, this particular thing says surprising them at work with flowers. Maybe guys like flowers too, but if not, surprise him at work with something he likes. Like for me, I'd show up to his job with Chick-fil-A, and that would work just fine. Or some Popeyes.
I've gotten flowers at work before.
Okay. How did it make you feel?
I laughed because she fucked up. It was her apology. She was
okay.
It was an apology. It was cute. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. She was like, I'm sorry. I was like, oh, you bringing me flowers out? Because I would do that for her. So she returned it, but it was an apology. So I laughed.
And speaking of flowers, I really don't know how I feel about them. I've only gotten them a couple of times in my life. And I realized why I was so and when I have, I felt like really special. But if I didn't, I think I probably looked around like, oh, am I supposed to want these? Because, everybody, like if it's like a Valentine's Day or whatever, and you kind of see people posting pictures of bouquets and stuff. And I was having a talk with my mom, and I realized, oh, like my mom never got flowers. And it was because she hates them. Like she would tell my dad, if you're going to spend $75 or $100 on
don't do it on something that's gonna die.
He was like, you could come put that money in my hand. And I was like, is that where I got that from? Because I'm like, I mean, you can, you don't have to. That's part's up to you. But anyways, I digress. So here are the things to avoid if you are with someone with acts of service as a love language. Ignoring requests for help. And that's really good if they actually request it, because if you're with someone who doesn't necessarily ask for help and they just expect you to know, that could be a lose-lose.
You should just know.
But if they actually ask you, then that means like they really, or it could be an opportunity for you to share time together. Avoid not following through. Avoid being closed-minded. Like feeding into gender-based stereotypes when it comes
pumping gas.
To tasks. This was literally I'm like, Or look, maybe I should point this way. This is where you are on my screen. Yes. So those are things to avoid for acts of service. And last but not least, receiving gifts. Okay. Try thoughtfulness in gift giving. So not just giving gifts, but what are the things that they would enjoy, that they would like? Souvenirs when you travel without them. Bring them a Golden Gate Bridge shot glass or a magnet to put on their refrigerator.
Shot glasses always work.
That's right. Gifts that symbolize moments, experiences, or feelings. So there's something attached to the gift, right? Remember when we went to Vegas for the boom, boom, boom? Small reminders or tokens when they don't feel their best. So you come in with the save. Or the other last week, there was a family situation that caused me and #Boo to have to go to different states. And that weekend happened to be the anniversary of our engagement. And I was just like, we're finally back together and not together. Right. And rat, tat, 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 tat on the door. No, it wasn't even rat, tat, tat. It was ding, 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 ding. Because it's scared. And I'm like, what is happening? And I go answer the door, and here's the edible arrangements guide. Now, gifts is not even my love language, but I was just like, oh, that he found a way to be there or acknowledge where I was, not just a message, which we did that too, but I wanted you to have something that I know you're not, really feeling this, but hey, acknowledgement. So yeah, when people are down or maybe disappointed or things are not going the way, he's gonna get so mad at me for telling all of whatever. I was like, then I think about, I'm like, oh God, I've been telling, and he does this, and he does that. Don't be mad at me. I'm so sorry. My life has been forever changed. So I'm just excited about it.
I got to tell somebody.
Right. Just like, please don't be mad at me.
Just can't keep it to myself.
But in other words, if gift giving is their language, finding the moments that would make that gift even more special. And then being intentional on holidays, especially, birthdays. There are some people I know who act a plum nut around their birthdays. And I think everybody should be celebrated on their birthday. But if somebody tells me happy birthday the day before, or maybe even the day after, I'm not mad, because January is January as far as I'm concerned. But there are some folks that are just ridiculous. Anywho, avoid 3 things to avoid. Forgetting special occasions. So you better set that Google Calendar or Apple whatever it's called over there in Apple land. Make sure you plot everybody's the birthdays, your anniversaries. I think they got the holidays covered, and abide by that. Materialism. So if you think like, oh my gosh, they're just into material things, understand, at least from the examples that we gave above, gifts are not necessarily about the cost. It's more so for these folks about the meaning. And then avoid giving gifts without love or out of a sense of duty, which I think that applies to all the languages. If you give of yourself, or you are acting in or speaking this love language, and you let them know in some form or fashion that you just like, I feel like I have to do it. Nobody wants that. You keep that. So, we wanted to leave you with some actionable steps and some things to avoid as you're on your journey to learning maybe a new language, or maybe refreshing the language that you know.
Yeah. I don't even think that we need to put a bow on it with final thoughts. I think the tips were a good place to kind of punctuate. Because I want to be intentional about people that kind of like really paid attention to those
Ruminating.
things. Yes. Yeah. Let it sizzle in your system, in your spirit.
Like a good marinara. Or Alfredo.
Like a good Alfredo. Let that bake your noodle a little bit. Right. So
absolutely.
With that, y'all, this has been a very
also in the comments, drop down what your love languages are.
Yeah. Y'all gotta listen, y'all gotta leave some motherfucking comments. Y'all need that's a love like comments are a love language to podcasters and content creators. All right, let us know. Let us know if we suck. Let us know if you loving it. Let us know what we can do better. We know you love Dre's voice, so y'all can say that too. Like, oh my god,
I love you guys. Thank you.
You're right, Dre, also known as the voice.
Oh, now that's high up there because that's Whitney. But
I mean, we're not in the world of singing. But
my speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, the speaking voice.
The voice.
Oh shit.
See, words of affirmation. You see what happened. You see what happened.
Yeah, like she started. Yeah.
Got a little juice. All
right, y'all. With that, we're gonna wrap it up for this week. Make sure you tune in next week. Make sure if this is your first time listening to us, you go back and listen to all the other episodes. Y'all,
The Girl Energy Part 1 and Part 2.
Yeah. Check out BG. You gotta watch the other episodes so you can get these references because you're missing the references. And we're a dope podcast. I say that with confidence. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. So until next time, y'all, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And in closing, as always, remember, be free to be
you. You guys take care.
We love y'all.
Bye.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you. You have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
What up? What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Hunter Grant, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire and tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is the Crossroads, where there's only one rule: be free
to be you.
Whew, another week in the books.
In the books.
This has been a weekend. For y'all who don't know, we're getting pretty good at this podcasting thing.
Yeah,
but our production schedule, I'll give y'all a little secret. Sometime this weekend we're doing batch recording, which means that we've slated some hours and we are recording a whole bunch of episodes like all at once. So I know sometimes we drop little nuggets, and we're going to do an episode on people who want to start podcasting, but only a little bit because we're probably going to be starting teaching classes on it. Coming to a platform LMS near you.
That's right.
But yeah, I think it's one, we talked about just being committed to it, but it takes some hours to do, and you got to be willing to adjust and commit to the process. So yeah, it takes some hours where, you know, we can be at brunch somewhere and doing some other stuff, but we committed to the schedule. So that's what we're doing.
Absolutely. And shout out to, you know, being flexible and having a partner that understands. You know, some days this was a rough week for me and it was a rough week for him. And I really also appreciate the opportunity to come here and kind of get away from that too. So, you know, it's a commitment, but also, you know, it can be fun and it can be a momentary escape from, you know, some of the other stuff.
Real life. Because listen, sometimes we log on and we getting ready to record and oftentimes one of us is not feeling it. But you do what you do. It's like being a professional. Like if you were an actor, you know, you put real life to the side to do the job. And look, some days we're like, hey, if you can't do it, some days you just really can't do it. You call off work, but that's not often. So most times we really push through what we're feeling and dealing with to do this, you know, and it's not cumbersome or a burden, but it is a lot of hard work. So shout out to having the greatest podcast partner a guy could have,
and vice versa, that a girl could have. You know, we make this thing happen. You know, I'm really appreciative. And shout out to those of you who are watching and listening on a regular basis and let us know it and sharing. We appreciate you too.
Yeah, shout out to those who, you know, haven't said something, because like I said, we found out that we are top 100 in the South African market in the category of relationships. 100. Now
they love us. They really love us.
Yeah, we need y'all to make us top 100 in the US and stateside. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And that means y'all follow the YouTube, comment, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Facebook, do all the follows, comment, let us know your thoughts. Let us know if you have questions, because we have other segments like, ladies, if you want to ask some why do men questions. Don't
do it to yourselves, ladies.
I'll answer. I answer them on social media. Why not answer them on the show? So, which leads us to one of our favorite segments of the show this week on the fuck. Like I just said, that what is she doing right now? Which direction? The fuck? What do we have on the fuck that's going on? What we pulled from the interwebs this week?
From a lady, I assume. I'm like, oh gosh, or you know, never mind. Here we go.
You ain't gotta redact it. Just read it as is, because it's some bullshit.
So the meme states, no nigga got the balls to tell a girl how he feels. Sad face, crying face. Y'all straight bitches. Y'all ain't got the balls.
We ain't got the balls to tell
a girl how you feel. Y'all straight bitches.
You know what? What do you think about that as a woman? Just give me your thoughts first.
Okay. So I will say I'm conflicted, right? Because I do not believe in calling men bitches for expressing themselves or even restraining themselves. I think probably the restraint takes more than anything. But I am often vexed by the inability to express feelings. Like I don't understand that. Even if it's just I don't like it, I don't understand sometimes, doing other things that are extreme, like cheating. We've talked about that, right? Like if you're unhappy in the relationship, you're unhappy with me, why is the answer to go off and do something with somebody else versus handling it or continuing to handle it? Because I remember you saying like, oh, it's because I said something before. Well, keep saying something or get your ass on versus I'm going to be in two different places. So I don't like how she addressed it or kind of threw it down like that. I do understand the frustration of like, just open your damn mouth. I understand that, but I don't all the rest of it. That's not me.
It's not that simple. So
of course not. Of course not.
It's very labeled. So I remember you stating one time, and I'm paraphrasing, not quoting.
Okay.
That
because I'll come back with I ain't say that.
Yeah. Yeah. In so many words, basically, you should express it regardless of our reaction. Because I said that we don't do it based on your reaction, and you were like, you should do it regardless of the reaction.
Okay.
And that's where we part ways, in the sense that you want us to do the very thing that we're keeping you from doing because of the thing that you're probably going to do, which is your reaction, right? You was like, even if it's going to be a fight, you should say it. But that's why we're not saying it. That's the very thing we don't want.
And that's why she called.
But no, because we want peace. Like the thing is, if we start a fight, if we bring it up and we express how we feel, oh, you a bitch, you fighting with a woman, like that's what's bothering you, you a bitch. Now you a bitch because you're not saying it because you don't want to fight. We want peace. And like this kind of thing is like, we can't win for losing. And it's super.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm just saying, like, the irony of calling us bitches for not expressing ourselves when we don't express ourselves because y'all call us bitches for what we feel.
No, I agree. That's why I said I am not in agreement with calling you bitches for having restraint.
And even if we take out the calling you a bitch, just the very sentiment of you're sensitive or you're acting like a girl or any narrative thereof, like it's weak, like you shouldn't be doing it, like you shouldn't be expressing, like express what you feel, but don't express that feeling, like, or express how you feel, but don't express it like that, or be mad, tell me that you're mad, but don't be mad at me, like, say it, be mad nicely so you don't hurt my feelings. We in so many spaces we are not allowed to truly feel and live in the feeling that we're experiencing. And so a lot of times we just rather not, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't be too happy, you know what I mean? In the sense of like being out. We can't be happy away from you, right? That whole, if she hear fun, she gonna cause a problem.
Right.
And I've seen that in action. I've told that story before, right? It's like if she hear fun, she gonna cause a problem so that she fuck up the fun somehow.
Dang.
Or or you can't be mad, or you can't, like, what you sad for? Like, man up. It's like, well, shit, what the fuck can we feel? You know what I mean? And I know it's not, I think we just have to understand that there is not a switch that flips at a certain point in our life, right? When you take a young boy and you tell him what to feel or how he's supposed to feel or express his emotion, then that carries over to manhood, right? So don't, when you're like, oh, well, stop whining, or that's, what I'm saying, like, females do that, females express that, oh, you like, or a lot of times we're not heard. So even if we express what we feel and we're not heard, and there's a rebuttal or an excuse or a justification for the thing that's making us feel a certain way, it's like, like for me in my last relationship, I stopped talking. I stopped expressing what I felt because I was expected to hear how much of a bastard I was, right? And everything I was doing wrong. Okay. But then when I expressed my frustrations It's interruption, it's excuse, it's justification. Well, because this and I'm like, damn, see, and so it's like, why talk? And so I got to the point to where I told her one day we was having an argument or whatever, and we had this thing where we argue and then we start arguing over who's interrupting who. So I purposed like, let me not do that because I can do it. I was guilty of it too. So I was like, you know what? Let me listen. Let me let her finish, right? But I was also doing it. I was being petty when I was doing it as well because I was purposely like, I'm going to on purpose not interrupt her because I know she's going to interrupt me, and I get to say you're interrupting me, and I didn't do it to you, and I get to win that part, right? So I admit that I would do that sometimes.
Okay.
But the point remains, I still didn't interrupt you. And you just cannot not interrupt me. Like you didn't know my motive for listening to you, but you still didn't purpose to hear me when it was my turn to speak. So I got to the point I was like, you know what? I'm going to let you say what you got to say. I'm going to let you get it all out. And when you're done, I'm going to hang up. And that will be the end of the conversation because you are only interested in your purview, your lens, and talking and not listening. So I'm going to accommodate that. And she thought I was just talking. So she talked and I was driving to work at the time. And it was like 20 minutes. She was just going on and on and on.
Oh, man.
I listened. I didn't interrupt her. I listened. And I remember pulling up to work. And I was like, you done? She was like, yeah. I was like, all right, talk to you later. Gotta go.
Bet.
Holla. And then she's like, oh, so you ain't got nothing to say? You're not going to... I told you I wasn't going to respond to it. I got to go. And I hung up. And that's the way the remainder of the relationship went. I stopped. And when we finally did break up, I remember she said, I feel like we didn't exhaust all the possibilities. And I was like, that's because you weren't paying attention to me being exhausted from the possibilities. I was like, I exhausted everything that I had. You didn't listen. So I stopped talking. I was like, it's hard to exhaust possibilities when you're not listening and I'm not heard. So I let you talk and I only listened and that still didn't work for you. And so I was like, I've been done for months. Like,
dang,
I've been done for months. You didn't get the memo. You weren't paying attention because you only pay attention to you. You know what I mean? Until you didn't recognize I was gone, been gone. And when she finally said the words, and part of me was I was being petty because I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of breaking up with her so she can say, oh, look what you did.
Right.
I just waited it out for her to say the words, but I was already gone. You know what I mean? So, I could have like said it and just been on my way, but there's just a part of me, I did not want to give her that, and I'm not proud of that, but it's my truth. But I know when she finally did say the words, I physically felt a weight lift off my body and mind. Like, it was just like, it was the most freeing thing. And not that, she's a bad person, but the relationship I was miserable. Two good people don't equal a good relationship.
Right.
So I won't speak ill of her as a person, but in a relationship,
it's like, hell no.
Whew, like, Lord. So yeah. I just think so. It's like, I don't know. I just know that there's men are seeking safe spaces, whether they know it or not, to be able to say what they feel. And so that's what we're talking about this week, even segueing. We're talking about safe spaces. Like, do men have a safe house, a refuge to be able to say what they feel and how they feel it? Can men truly speak their truth? Right?
Woo. Because I cannot cape for women on this one because I've just seen too much and I've experienced too much that I know has been at the hands of women, whether it's mothers, whether it's former, lovers or wives, homegirls, like everybody had their hand in the mix of breaking little boys and or, teenagers, young men, and then, crying when, you kind of get the sum total of all of that. Now, men are not off the hook though, because I believe that men perpetuate this or allow it, because in the context of the little boy structure, I think it definitely starts with men, dad and uncles, telling the little boy about, this is not what men do, or that's what little girls do, or you being a sissy and a this and a that. And I think moms are generally, unless, and there are definitely other sides to this. Like I remember watching Dennis Rodman's 30 for 30, and he was just talking about, how abusive his mom was, and not necessarily physically abusive, though that might have been a part of it, but the fact that she didn't really know how to show love. So there are moms that aren't necessarily nurturing either, but what we see most often is, coddling of the boy by the mom, and then the dad trying to break that, instead of, I feel like there could be a solid marriage, if you will, between the two, where he knows that he is safe to express himself, hurt, pain, anger, whatever, but also building, the strength or courage or whatever the dad is trying to instill in him. Through that,
and I think it's about teaching little boys sometimes how to self-soothe. You know what I mean? It's not about stop that crying. Like at certain points, it's like, you all right, you just look, you good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing, you good.
But
right. But so I remember an occasion, I was at my godmother's house, and my godbrother and I, we were in my godbrother's room, and like all his homies was there, and they was, playing PlayStation and kicking it. We was having a big ass function at the crib. And all the fellas was in the room, kicking it. And my little nephew was in there, my god sister's son. And he in there, and he wanted his mom like something. And we were like, nah, kick it with the men. Let her, she's in there chilling. You don't need to be up under your mama. You good. Stay in here. And he's, and here she come running, right? And I told her, go back in there. He's good. We got him. He's good. And we wasn't like, stop crying. We was like, let him sit there and cry.
Right.
He'll eventually stop. You know what I mean? But if you keep giving him what he wants, because then you'll start complaining that you can't get any peace or no time to yourself because he's always up under you.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? And those separate, like, we're trying to teach him how to be separate from you and be okay when he's away from you. Right. And like, hey, when you're with the men, if you gotta cry. Like, okay, we hear you cry, but we're not about to, because the world's not gonna do that to you.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's not about shaming you for crying. Cry. Hey, if that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. Cool. But you still not getting what you want right now in this fashion. There's ways to get what you want. And we're saying not right now. Like, you can talk, your mama not going nowhere. She here. She's still in the same house. And so my auntie came around and she's, come here. I'm like, he's good. Like, leave him alone. He's good. Because when you start going, now let me put on the show now, because now I'm getting attention.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I think that there are certain things that for little boys, it's like, okay, it's not about not getting the nurturing, but it's the way you go about doing it. You can't cry your way into things. It's like learning, hey, let me learn how to express what I want in healthier ways, right? Or like, hey, I hurt myself. Let me figure out how to deal with this. Like, hey, I'm gonna bandage you up, you know what I mean? But let me exercise this muscle of being strong, or learn how to be strong. If you got it, you cry, hey, you get up, dust yourself off. You good?
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I want you to be strong. It's not that I don't care. It's not that I don't love you. It's not that I don't, it's like I'm teaching you how to experience pain and get through it. So if you crying, okay, cool, right? But it's like a part of you is, we want you to suck it up, because there's areas like, hey, when you play sports or something like that, you ain't got time to cry, right? Okay. It's like, hey, get through this game. You might be playing football. You might get hit. You gonna cry, or you gonna feel that pain or get tough. You know what I mean? And so I don't think it's always about the spirit of, men don't cry. No, men absolutely cry. Right. It's like, hey, we got to pick our times to where we're gonna let it out this way. And in this situation, we have to deal with it this way until there's a better time to do it that way.
Okay.
You know. And so I think, like you said, there is a marriage between it, but it's also knowing the kid. The kid, it's different. You might have an emotional ass kid, and so you're gonna have to. I was an emotional ass kid, and that was it wasn't more about I hurt myself. I'm crying about everything, but I was angry. I didn't know how to express anger in healthy ways. I wanted to fight. I wanted to hit. I wanted to yell and scream, and so I was always, I was a little Tasmanian devil. At the slightest thing you did to me, I was losing my shit. Right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And my brother loved it. Nothing gave him more joy than to see me lose my shit.
Oh.
And my daddy just had to tell me, it was like, knock it off. Like he had to, and it wasn't, oh son, it's okay to cry because your brother's fucking with you. It was like, no, knock that shit off, because if you don't, he's gonna keep doing it, and he only does it because you respond in this way. It was like the minute you stop reacting to what he does, he'll stop doing it because he won't get any pleasure out of it.
Got it.
You see what I'm saying? So it's situational. It's about the person. There's so many different nuances as opposed to just this, and then we call it toxic. You know what I mean? And then if you think about it, it's like you have a lot of women, like this one is, you want to call men bitches for expressing emotion or not expressing emotion and everything else, but it's only kin to an emotion that you don't desire him to have in any moment. It's like basically he's expressing an emotion that you don't want him to have in this moment, and then you're going to shame him for it so that you can get the response that you want. So it's in this moment in the meme, oh, I want you to express how you feel, bitch. Oh, and in this one, you expressing too much of how you feel, bitch. You see what I'm saying? And you punctuating it with the very thing, with the most heinous thing that you can call it, right? Like women don't even want to be called bitches. So to call him the lowest of a low, a bitch. Yeah, and then when he haul off and about to show you how much of a bitch he's not by knocking your ass out, now he's the biggest bitch, and all your homegirls is calling him bitch, and your mom and everybody. You see what I'm saying?
Everybody, yeah.
So it's like you can't put men in these proverbial losing situations to meet a convenient narrative for you. Because so it's if a man is not communicating with you, it is because you have not created comfort and a safe space for him to communicate with you, regardless of his background. He may have come from situations to where, I don't communicate, I have trouble. So if you want him to communicate, you got to work for that. With this particular, that's what it is. And it's like, he should, and all this, he should just come, he should just know how to do it. Nope, that's not real life. Nobody just comes the way that you want them. You see what I'm saying? You want, just like you want somebody with money, they got to go out, or y'all want this, you want to build this, you got to earn that. You see what I'm saying? You want somebody to pay your bills, you got to earn that. You want somebody to do these things for you or treat you, you got to earn that. You see what I'm saying? You can't just come in the way. So you want his expression, you want his emotion, you got to work for that. The same way he wants some ass from you, guess what he got to do? He got to work for that. Right. So men, we protect our emotions, right? And our heart the same way. And I explained this on an earlier episode. Women protect their body. Men protect our heart and our emotions. You see what I'm saying? Or lest we get called a bitch, just like, in the meme. So women protect their body, because if you were out expressing yourself sexually the way a lot of women want to, but they can't because of the stigma and public opinion is going to call her what? A hoe. You would thought, you ratchet and everything else, right? Right. You're expected to be conservative and, prudish in front of everybody, and then be a whole hoe when you get in the bedroom, but only based on some videos you watch, because God forbid you actually had some sexual experiences. Now it's where you learn that from.
Right.
We need you to be the nastiest virgin we ever met.
Just feel your way through this experience.
Right. And be good at it. Be phenomenal, or I don't fuck with you. Right.
Crazy, but true.
And then, but on the flip side, you can't bash and demean and tear down men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell him everything he ain't and why he ain't worthy and blah 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 blah. And then how do you feel? And but how do you feel means only the good stuff. Don't tell me the bad stuff. I don't need that. Take
Oh,
that somewhere
hold that,
else.
hold that in your hand.
Exactly. So it's like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Because I feel this too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel this about you. Go, but also don't tell nobody else that, because you're supposed to keep that in house. Why talk to you about the things that I have a problem with you with, but don't talk to you about it, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm only supposed to build you up. you know and if I do, then that there's something wrong with me. It's because I have an insecurity, or this and this, because we progressive now. Or tradition, like a real man wouldn't say this, or real, like like, what is it?
You can't win.
We can't win,
You can't win.
you
Yeah.
know so it's just difficult.
Yeah, I would say so. Like I said, this happens over the course of your life, and I'm sure, yeah, there are some well-intentioned things going on with parents and godparents and uncles and aunts and grandparents, but there are some that are, I know it's just nobody's favorite word, but it's toxic, and it becomes a part of the makeup. And over time, you all seem to develop this ability, or it's I don't even know if ability is the best word for it, but you have learned how to, or in some cases have been forced to either not feel or not deal with the feelings that you're feeling. So they're just pushed down or pushed away, until in some cases something happens that could be life altering. There are domestic violence situations, there's suicide situations, there's just the inability to have peaceful interactions or relationships with others because you're so unhappy with yourself or the things that have been going on and unable to express it. Yes, we've talked about the fact that, mental health days now are a thing, and going to therapy, like people outwardly express. And I do want to do a quick shout out to a podcast I listen to called All Black Men Need Therapy. And I applaud those gentlemen for having a platform where, they use the podcast as therapy, number one, but at a certain point, say, you know what? I probably really, really need therapy. And now are walking through some of their issues and things that they are dealing with their therapists. And I think that's phenomenal. Man or woman, but definitely for men who have been made to feel like you can't talk about these things that may be bothering you, that you really have every right to feel. Like if you're abused as a kid, and again, that could be in any way. It can be physically, mentally, emotionally, verbally. You have a right to feel some type of way about the trauma that you have endured. A parent died, or very ill, all the things that you could go through, losing your family home or having to bounce around from home to home to home. As an adult, you're going to have some scars from that.
Right. But you know what?
And what other adult, I won't say what other adult doesn't understand that, but I believe other adults can understand that because they probably have some scars of their own. But it also goes back to we talked about on another episode, is finding the right partner. You cannot lay your truth in front of everybody. That just is what it is. You looking for a fat ass and you looking for all these other things that, are there, but there's no substance on the inside. So you go to tell your truth and share the things that have bothered you or that you need help with somebody that doesn't have the ability or the capability to care for you and walk you through.
Right.
So there's another.
Yeah. But the crazy part is this, to be honest, those are some of the easier things to share. Right. One of the things, Yeah, I mean, not easy in general, but easier. But the thing that we typically cannot share or don't have space to share is what we feel about women, right? Or our thoughts when it comes to women or relationships or love and things of that nature, because it gets called, oh, well, that's toxic. Oh, well, that's mansplaining. Oh, that's patriarchy. Oh, that like, or this is how I feel, right?
Mhm.
Or I feel like this, and then it's, oh, well, it's because that, or it's like, can I be heard about how I feel about you? You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Without the impediment. And so when we're talking about like, oh, we won't express how I feel, it's because you ain't gonna listen to it. And I was like, I always we talk about a lot about men and communication, and the common sentiment is men don't know how to communicate. And I keep saying that's the furthest thing from the truth. We just don't communicate in spaces where we're not going to be heard. We have to trust you. And so I was talking to a friend of mine, and I was saying, I was like, women don't listen. Like, but and I'm not saying every woman, but like the sentiment was men feel women don't listen. And right, because most things that I say, she's like, oh, that's bullshit. I was like, see, because every time I say something, you say, oh, that's bullshit, or you an asshole, or this. I was like, because and then I'll substantiate and I'll prove it. And so
so is having an opinion or a differing opinion mean that you're not listening, or does it just mean that you don't?
No, it's
agree?
Discounting. But the thing is, you can't disagree with what I feel. If I'm saying, hey, I feel like this, or this is my experience, who are you to say it's bullshit?
But if you're saying I did something, right, I don't have the right to counter with what I actually
I'm not talking
did.
about what you did. I'm talking about how I feel about what you did, or you, or whatever. When we're talking about how we're talking about how we feel. I'm not talking about anything accusatory. But even if I am, it's like, okay, even when you do something or I perceive, it's like, instead of, so I'll rewind. This is something, this was a growth area for me, because I'm a facts versus feelings guy, right? I would value facts over feelings. So when you telling me I did something, especially when I know I didn't do it, when did I do that? Tell me when I did that. Blah, 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 blah. Right. And that was one of the biggest mistakes I could make, because even though I know I didn't do that, it had nothing to do with what she's saying I did, and everything to do with how she's feeling. Right. And so I was like, let me not get into the semantics of I didn't do that. I'm like, listen, let's deal with what you're feeling about what you said I did. Let me explore that. So when you're sitting here, like when you take a defensive posture, you're not listening, you're defending. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, tune out what you think he's saying you did, and tune into how he's feeling, the same way that women expect men to do. Right.
Okay.
It's like, don't fix it. I'm expressing a feeling. So the same, it's really not much different than what women want. Like, just listen to me. Right. And don't invalidate it, because feelings are valid. So the minute you're saying, oh, that's bullshit, oh no, we don't do that, you're not listening right now. And so another dude had pulled up, it was one of the maintenance guys in the complex, and I was like, his name was DJ, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna ask you a simple question, answer yes or no. Do women listen? Hell nah. And I looked at her, I was like, the average man. And so, but we don't say this to you because it's a fight, it's an argument. But I always say, if you want the truth, go to the barbershop. We can survey 10 men. And if we ask him, I guarantee 9 out of 10, the common sentiment is that women don't listen. Right now, is that empirically true? Are there women that listen? Absolutely, sure. But what we're saying is, if the common sentiment is men don't know how to communicate, a common sentiment among men is women don't listen. So we have this paradox here, you know what I mean? And so I always give the example, like the same way, like if men are complaining sexually about what women aren't doing, like, man, she ain't doing this, she ain't doing that, she don't, you know what I mean? If a woman is not doing something sexually with you, like, or something you like, it's because you have not made her comfortable enough to do it. She does not trust you. Do we agree on that? Right. Okay, cool. So you got to get her to a space, whether it's emotionally, you got to prime her for that, because one, she has to feel like she can trust you, and these things that you want her to do, you're not going to use it against her. You're not running out there telling everybody. You're going to protect her integrity. You're going to protect her body. You're going to protect her emotions.
Right.
You're not, after it goes down, you ain't just running and she ain't never here. You ghosting her, like all of these things. You see what I'm saying? You got to. It's about comfort, right? If she's about to give these things to you, that's exactly the same for men when it comes to communication, because we protect our emotion. If I share this with you, you're not going to use it against me. You're not calling me a bitch. You're not running out there telling anybody, oh, well, blah, blah, in an argument. You're not using this against me. You know, like the same things, right?
Right.
Your reactions. I have to be able to trust your reactions with my truth. Because if I share my truth and it's a fight every time, I'm not doing it. If it's a rebuttal every time, I'm not doing it. If it's an excuse every time, I'm not doing it. If it's invalidation every time, I'm not doing it. Because that's just going to cause more angst and more anxiety and more anger, and I'm going to find a different outlet. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to go find a safe space to express myself. And for me, I go to therapy every week, and oftentimes that is the only space where I get to express myself 100% unadulterated truth. You see what I'm saying? Because I have very provocative thoughts and things of this nature, and it's not safe for me to express myself the way that I truly feel things in any other spaces, because it's a thing, it's an argument. We can be in a space of 10 people and everybody's da da da, and then as soon as I say it, oh well, blah blah blah, blah, because my lens and my experience is not common. You see what I'm saying? The average person is raised by mom. I was raised by dad. The average person was raised, you know what I'm saying, raised this way. I wasn't, you know what I mean? And so we often just jump on a person for their lens and never consider their experience. My experience was different. You see what I'm saying? And so it'll be like someone's like, oh, you just hate Black women, right? Someone told me that one time. Because I had an opinion about something that Black women was, I can't remember the conversation. I was like, but this is the reality you don't know. If I did hate Black women, which I don't,
right,
I have every right to, because every pain that I've experienced, every abuse that I've experienced in my life has come at the hands of a Black woman. Literally every trauma in my life that I have experienced has come at the hands of a Black woman. But because I'm a Black man, I'm supposed to negate and forget all that, right? And I'm supposed to compartmentalize and isolate that with only the women who did it. But if this is my only experience, and my experience with every Black woman is this, then what am I to assume, right?
Got it.
And so, granted, no, that's not my experience. That's not my thought for every Black woman. But we don't put things in context because we want it to fit our narrative, right? And men do it too. It's like, oh well, you know, and we do this thing where someone says something. What? Oh, man, that's just the ones you deal with, or this, and we're not considering that, and then we also shame people by calling them bitter. But when someone is bitter, that means they have experienced trauma, and so we say, ugh, shame on you for somebody fucking you up. You need to go heal. Instead, we don't want to help them. We want to shame them. Like, oh, something's wrong with you if you don't feel this way. We're only allowed to feel favorable. And we don't want to address the things that somebody might like, damn, that happened to you. Instead of saying, it's like, ugh, you hate Black women, you bitter. Instead of, damn, this is what you experience at the hand of Black women. Well, let's talk so I can give you a different experience and show you that we're not all the same.
I get that. I guess I wonder if it's presented in that way, right? Like, and maybe it doesn't have to be, but I'm just saying, like, if you say whatever you said, I guess, to make someone feel that you hated Black women.
I just disagreed with something they said.
Okay, well, I don't know how they, I don't know how they drew. I mean, depending on what the something was, I'm not sure how they would draw that parallel. But I just, and maybe I'm too analytical for my own good, because I'm just like, well, somebody sat down with me, like, I really don't date Black women often, or I'm not really into Black women because, most of the Black women in my life have done X, Y, and Z. Like, I could understand that. I may not want to take on the project, but I could understand that. I think the place that I'm coming from is that you have somebody that is, willing to at least have the conversation. Like, what I hear or what I gather from what I hear most times is like, okay, guys are looking to avoid confrontation or conversation and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, how do we get to any resolve if it's, you won't listen, or the last person didn't listen. Because I think this was the conversation that we had, or disagreement, maybe on one of those lives, right? Like, no, we've experienced this before. And my question was, how did you experience it before? And we just got together. And it made me feel like, okay, I would have to pay for what has happened and happened and happened. Like, you're not even willing to approach the situation with me because you feel like, oh, I'm going to respond the way the last person did. But also, okay, I do. Like, if we're in this together, if you want to be with me and I want to be with you, what part of the game is avoiding hard stuff, or what is perceived as hard stuff? How do we grow? How do we change? How do we elevate if we're always looking for like, I don't want to step on the landmine. I don't want to. It's like, I think, and that again, I believe is a place where old girl got to, calling men bitches and don't agree. But I think that's where it comes from. Like, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of sharing what it is that you have to say, or telling me whatever it is? You don't like this, you don't like that, you felt this way, you don't feel this way. Why can't you just say that? And because you are saying it's about, avoiding that confrontation or wanting peace. But I think on the other side, the only thing we can really tie to it is fear. And then it's like, well, I'm a girl, what are you afraid of sharing,
and that's in essence calling us a bitch.
Yeah.
Like, you're afraid of a girl. Yeah. But it's not about you being a woman. It's our emotional propensity and makeup is different than yours, right? Just like our physical makeup is different than yours, right? A woman's mouth is the equivalent of a man's fist, right? When y'all are upset, and we talked about this on an earlier episode just when we was recording, right? Like, a man's hands have the ability to protect you, to nurture you, to make you feel safe. And we have the ability to break you down and hurt you and even kill you, right? Your words have the same effect, right? Y'all are quick with that tongue. You see what I'm saying? Why would we want to subject ourselves to that? And it's historical. So we had the conversation after that episode, because I was like, you were saying, if we've never had that particular conversation before, then why are you scared to have it? Because I haven't yet reacted. Right. And I'm paraphrasing. Right. And so I was like, because we already had the conversation, what I meant was, and I didn't express it properly during the live, is we've had similar conversations about similar subject matter. Right. And so we're projecting based on previous conversations like this one, how it's historically gone. Right. And so going back to preparing men and priming men, we react based on your previous reactions. So it's like, well, I told her about this thing and she ain't like it. And it was this big drag out fight. So no, then I'm not going to tell her about this thing, even though it's a different thing. And we didn't have this specific conversation. This was similar over here. Right. And so I'm not willing to go through that again. We want peace. You see what I mean? Like we don't want to fight. We don't want to fight. You know what I'm saying? Now, you got some dudes that start shit. I get it. So to the women listening, like, but there's exceptions to every. We're not talking about exceptions. We're talking about the rule. By and large, men just want peace. We don't want to fight with you about every little thing. And so then we have this thing where they're like, just because a woman is expressing herself this way doesn't mean it's an argument. But yeah, it is to us. Like, it's you can't deny us the ability to express how we feel the way we want, and then want to excuse yourself, and the excuse is being a woman, and express yourself and when we ask you to express it differently for our peace, then we're wrong. We're trying to control you and things of this nature. When who's really controlling who? It's like, I want you to talk to me regardless of how I react, and if you don't, you a bitch. That's manipulation than a motherfucker.
Yeah. You
see what I'm saying? Talk to me when I want you to talk to me, but talk to me the way that I want you to talk to me. right? Don't be upset with me. And if you are upset with me, talk to me this way, or that's disrespectful. That's not love, right? And that's bullshit. No, yes, I love you. And I'm probably this mad with you because I love you, because somebody who I don't love doesn't have this effect on me. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about them. Like, someone who I don't care for does not have the ability to upset me at that level, unless you're affecting something that I do love. Right. And so those are the things, like, we come up with these cliches to fit convenient narratives so that we keep ourselves safe. Like, if you do this, then it's wrong. If you love me, even when you're mad at me, you won't say no. A motherfucker that's pissed is going to say things that a pissed motherfucker says. I'm just like, that's just keeping it 100.
Right.
That doesn't mean, like, how much generally parents love their kids and say some fucked up things to their kids because they're mad. Right. Doesn't mean you don't love your kids. It means I was upset and I said some things I probably shouldn't have said, but I absolutely meant it. Right. And so that's when we go to things like in the film Malcolm and Marie. And that's why I venture to say that their relationship was not toxic. Right. Not absolutely. Because we get in this argument and we're upset with one another, but they were still speaking their truth and they said it exactly how they felt it. And I've been waiting to say this, but I couldn't say it, and I haven't said it because I haven't been given the space to say it. You see what I'm saying? Because if I do say it, then I don't love you. And like, sometimes we forget that love also includes loving ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So at what point do I love myself enough to protect myself and say the things that need to be said, express the things that have hurt me, right? Because I'm abusing myself if I keep allowing myself to experience abuse at your hands, and I don't express it. You know what I mean? Or I don't stand up for myself or whatever. Right?
And I think I guess that's where I'm coming from. I mean, I understand as much as I can the analogy and the differences between men and women with physicality and our emotions. But I also feel like, the more, if you're quiet to avoid a situation that could potentially lead to change or freeing you from the situation altogether so you can go and live your best life. That's the part that I don't understand. And I guess I'm having a hard time with it because it's not physicality. Like, clearly I'm not going to step into a situation where I could get my face caved in. But if you're saying that it's the same thing on the other side, then I guess that's kind of where it gets left. But at the same time, you are, as you just mentioned, potentially doing more damage to yourself by not saying something about the situation, which I feel is what leads people to go off and be doing other things, because there has to be an outlet. Like, you got to let it out somewhere and somehow.
Well, think of it this way. Like, women scoff and men be like, yeah, at Baby Boy, right? When Jody was telling Yvette why he lies to her, he was like, I'm out here telling these hoes the truth because I don't give a fuck. I lie to you because I care about your feelings. Every dude can relate to that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because if I really told you the truth, it could probably fuck you up. You know what I mean? And so it's very, and I'm not, by no means am I saying women don't have a difficult time with the things that women deal with, but I'm just saying these are things that men deal with. It's like, how do I express what I'm truly feeling in my truth when at every turn I'm tasked with preserving your feelings? You see what I'm saying?
But is it more important to try to navigate that space or get the issue resolved?
Well, but okay. To continue what he quoted, he was like, that's the situation. As obviously you can't handle the truth, so don't fuck with it. So the question is, if you want the truth, right, be able to fuck with the truth. And that's, you see what I'm saying? That's really what the situation is right there. Don't ask for something that you cannot handle. So when you're given,
how do you know what you can handle until you're in it?
But that's what I'm saying. But like, it's not like we just come. Typically, men don't just come in not telling you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I told her this thing and it started a fight. So why am I telling you this bigger thing? It's just usually something that starts, it's a pattern, it's patterns of behavior, right? It's not that we're just not communicating at all. It's okay. I communicated about this thing. That didn't go so well. Okay, I tried to communicate about this thing. Oh yeah, that didn't go so well. So fuck it. I'm not telling her shit. And that's why we start lying about shit we shouldn't have to lie about. Now, that's not to say that niggas ain't lying about shit because they out here on some fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? That happens too. But I'm saying like shit that we shouldn't have to lie about, right? It's and part of it goes to what we talked about before is getting in relationships oftentimes is getting handed a laundry list of things things you can no longer do, or you're going to upset the person you're with on both sides. Oh, well, you can't go out with your boys anymore. You can't be hanging with your ex or your girls, like all of this shit. Instead of like, hey, this is the person I fell in love with and decided to be in a relationship with. And these were the things that you were doing when I fell in love with you. So for me, it's like, I want you to continue to do the things that make you happy, unless it's fucking other dudes or being in a relationship, whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? But the friends that you had, keep them. The things that you did that you enjoyed yourself, keep them. I don't want to come and take from you. I want to add on. So I want to join you in some of those things you do. I want to give you the freedom to do those things that you want to do by yourself. And then I want to create new things that only you and I do. You know what I mean? That's what it's like for me. Like, hey, keep doing that shit. And then let's add on. Now let's do some me and you shit. You know what I'm saying? And hey, I'm gonna join you on some of the you shit. And then the shit that I do, you know, I want you to come join me in some of that shit. And then I want to do some of that shit alone. And then let's create some more shit together. That's just me and you. You know, that's like, I feel like that's easy instead of trying to control you and stop you from doing things that make you happy. Like, enjoy yourself, enjoy your life. You had a life before me, continue it and add me into the mix. And I do the same, right? But we come in and we want to restrict people and say, you can't do this, you can't say this, you can't talk like this. It's so much more can't. And you lose yourself because I am no longer allowed to be who I am. And you're no longer allowed to be who you are, because if we do, we hurt each other's feelings. Instead of saying, hey, you know what? If we saying we want the truth, we're going to have to fuck with the truth. And sometimes the truth is going to hurt. The truth is not going to be easy to hear. You see what I'm saying? Hey, I am sexually not satisfied because you're not putting it down right. You're not getting it ready or whatever.
Okay. So I'm sure nobody wants to hear that, but how do we get to the place where you are satisfied or where she is satisfied if nobody's willing? Like, I remember when I first started dating #boo, his mom was like, are you sure? And I was like, first of all, what mother says that about her kids? So I was really concerned. I'm like, oh my God, nobody's ever said, like, did she? Well, clearly she knows more than I know, but it's like, what did I miss? And she says, that one is going to always tell you the truth. Sometimes the truth you don't even want. And she was correct about that. But I have never felt crushed or obliterated or, you know, anything. I can't remember. I have to ask him, like, you know, has your truth led to us, you know, being in any type of, you know, disagreement? Sometimes I have to sit with it. Sometimes I have to ask follow-up questions. But my experience by and large is always being lied to. Always. This is like too much truth almost, but it's like, it's almost like, well, I got to take it because the reverse or the other side was so ridiculous, like lying about stuff that didn't really matter. Like, if you knew me well enough, or I thought you knew me, you would know this don't even make me no difference. But you felt the need to lie about it. So to have somebody who, you know, will say, and I think we made the joke before, like, I won't even ask certain things because I'm like, shit, I ain't about to ask you how I look in this or whatever. If I already kind of feel like I'm pushing it, I'm not going to ask you to put no stamp on it.
But I would say this, you've never expected anything different from him either, right? So you went in that knowing he's a truth teller. I'm going to get the truth. Sometimes it's going to be uncomfortable.
Right.
Right. And so that understanding was always there. That's not the case for everybody. Right. And so ideally it would be like, hey, let's have the conversation and we're going to agree that we're going to always tell the truth. Right.
Right.
And create these safe spaces. And so like for me, growth area for me was I need to listen and not start and not be making bullet points to respond while she's talking, like receive it, listen to her
Mm-hmm.
and not be defensive. It's not always going to be comfortable because as much as I tell the truth, I got to be able to hear the truth, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So it's about being with somebody who, I don't think anyone's ever going to say, well, I can't handle the truth. I think everybody says that, but you got to be able to demonstrate that that's possible for you. You see what I'm saying?
I get
And
that. I guess I'm just like handle or not. I and I always ask like, well, what is handle, right? Like, is it that I'm just supposed to receive it and not have a reaction? Because I can have a reaction and still understand and make the adjustment. It doesn't mean that I'm just gonna sit there and be stoic about it. I might be like, and I've had to learn also not to say everything that I think. And I know you say like having to shift, I guess, your truth or how you relay it makes it no longer the truth or no longer your truth or what have you. But I'm okay with that, on my end. Like if I feel something, sometimes I just have to deal with it. I have to process through it. It has really nothing to do with you. You've expressed it. I might think it's flat out bullshit when I first hear it, but I have learned to not say that's bullshit, right? I'm just like, but on the inside, that's some bullshit. So let me take it back and work with it, because I guess my biggest fear is for the shutdown. I would rather hear it or hear your version of it. If you are trying to spare my feelings, I'd rather, at least know that there's something than for you to completely shut down on me. And I'm thinking, everything is grand and golden, and it's not. But that is me. And I believe I've demonstrated and said that throughout like friendships, family members, whatever, like just.
But I would say this, and this is condensing certain things. It's like, yeah, certain things are going to have reactions and everything else. But imagine you're fighting over me expressing how I feel. Like there should never, I'm using absolutes. I don't feel that a fight should be warranted over how I feel, because you're invalidating it. When you tell me when you say that's bullshit and I'm telling you how I feel, I'm not talking about something you did, or maybe it is. It's like, this is how I felt when this occurred. Right. And sometimes I think we get defensive and the reaction comes when I'm talking about something and your intent wasn't what resulted in the feeling. And so we get defensive. Right. Or, well, I was trying to do this, or I don't feel like this is how it actually occurred, And so we start jumping into the details and the logistics and the semantics of it and ignore the feeling, right? And so it's like, why express that thing? Because it's very fragile, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, again, and I'll take it back to sex. If he trying to get you, let's say it's head, right? You're not accustomed to giving head, or that's not something that you did, and he wants you to do it, and you're willing to do it, and then you do it, and he laughs at you. You know what I'm saying? Or like, what the fuck is that? Like, what? You know what I'm saying?
It's not funny, but yes.
Right? Nigga, you not? That's that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when I come and I do something that's not typical of me, you saying, or typical of men in general, and you shame me and tell me that it's invalid, or you a bitch, or you being sensitive, or you know what I'm saying, you acting like a little female right now, or man up, or suck it up, or any derivative thereof. You see what I'm saying? You have invalidated what I feel. And the misconception is that men are not emotional, and we absolutely are. We just don't lead with it. Right? And so this is why we express ourselves physically and everything else. It's like, because sometimes maybe, when you're a dude that doesn't express emotion at all, it doesn't mean that the emotion doesn't exist. It means you don't express it. And sometimes you can't express that which you can't even recognize. Sometimes you don't even know. And sometimes there's a myriad of different feelings that get interpreted because there's only two boxes we generally get to put them in, right? Happiness or anger.
Mm-hmm.
Which is it? You see what I'm saying? Like, and there's very few that go into the happiness box.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So anything that's not happiness, anger. So trauma, sadness, melancholy, heartbreak.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Neglect. All these different emotions that come. Don't recognize them. Don't know where it comes from.
Right.
Can't talk to anybody. Anger.
That's good. That's good.
You
That's
see?
really, really good. That point and the one right before, because you said it this whole episode, and I think I just heard it or got it, right? It's not about what happened. It's about my feeling about the situation or what happened. And what I tossed around in my brain is, I don't think I've ever heard, and maybe somebody will say you a lie, but I don't think that I've ever heard someone preface with, I feel this way because all I hear is you did. And that's what sends me on the trip. So if they have said it, I completely missed it because I focused on the wrong thing, or which is what I'm trying to like back all these years. I'm like, has anybody ever told me that they felt a way and I disregarded their feeling? And if so, I can absolutely identify with why that would be devastating.
And sometimes they might not have said I feel, but if someone is reacting in an emotional fashion to something that you did, it's still they're expressing their feeling. So it takes developing the muscle, but like, you know what? This ain't about what I did. This is about how they feel about what I did. You see what I'm saying? So even if you and this is, coming experience dealing with women, you can say, I'm sorry about the thing you did, but that's still not and she's still going on, right? Because you're only expressing the thing you did. You're not expressing the feeling that came with what you did.
Got it.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, my bad. It's like, okay, I went to a party that the ex that you hate was there, right? Oh, I'm sorry I went to the party that my ex was there. I'm not saying that I'm not going to do it again. I'm not saying I'm sorry that I hurt you. I'm not saying that or whatever, or I didn't tell you or whatever. I'm not addressing the feeling.
None
I just,
of that.
I addressed what I did. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry about that. And so I'm like, and then we do this. I just said, I'm sorry. What you want me to do? Because we're not addressing the feeling, or the penance is you got to listen to the feeling, which we don't want to do, so it's a lot. But I'm happy that we had this conversation, and I'd love to revisit it. I say that a lot of episodes, and we're gonna have to do it.
Yeah, he wants to revisit.
I want to revisit because
well, that's the time for the live. If we have more folks,
because I want to get more men in on the topic because
you might have to literally go to people and say, hey, I need you in on this, or I need you to tune in when we do the live. I need you to participate because maybe they hear it and they keep going on, or maybe they don't hear it. I don't know.
Or they do. No, dudes they see it, they hear it, they don't chime in. Why?
Because we don't listen. Well, come talk to me. Do you feel like I listen? I don't know.
We do a whole, but here's the only thing this is the only thing that you do that runs me hot, right?
Lord,
and then I'll check it in a minute, right?
Oh God.
When you disagree, right, or you not vibing with what I say, you'll do this. Well, ladies, I guess what he's saying is just do this and they'll do that, and right. And then that's when I'll be like, and I was editing, I was like, I'm even editing like, so
I'll be trying to figure it out. I can't figure it out. Well, damn it, this is what it is.
You know what, ladies? Just don't say it. They just want us to be quiet while they say all the things, and we'll just sit there because that's what Barzini is saying that you should do. And I'm like, see, I didn't even remotely say that. And I'm like, and then I don't let you off the hook. I was like, I ain't say that. That's not what I said.
Oh gosh. Hilarious.
I'm like, you are so much better at this than that. You know what I mean? Like, no, let's
It's for
dig. We've been
TV. It's good for TV. Good for YouTube.
It's bad for my nerves. So we've been doing this 20 years. You know how to do this, goddamn it.
So it's good for you.
I swear to God, I'm gonna go find some footage when you did it. And I'm like,
I remember one time specifically when I did it, the live when we was going back.
Oh yeah,
like, all right, y'all, look. So
right, and knowing that it's women listening to us, right? You're gonna try to rally the peanut galleries. Listen, and you know me, I will stand in a room full of women and say the same shit and not back down.
I was like, we gonna wrap up with it. Okay, this is what he said. This is what we should do. And that's just gonna be that.
All right, y'all. Let's move into final thoughts for this one.
Oh gosh, well, to any man that I have, broken emotionally, I just want to offer my sincere apologies. Hurt people do hurt people, and I am aware of the power of my words, like to be very frank. And so I know that there are parts of my life where if I couldn't figure out how to hurt you in the way that you hurt me, I did know how to hurt you or how to get some sort of reaction. And I'm glad that I have grown from that place, but it doesn't excuse the behavior or, again, what your journey would be after me. And that's, kind of what started the conversation in the beginning of the episode was, men as well as women, but for this particular episode, we're talking about their entire journey, and each of us in our interaction with them leave them with something or we take something away. And I feel like I'm in a place now where I'm able to leave more. Not that I intend to leave, but sow in more than the kind of chipping away that I've done in the past for whatever reason. So I appreciate this conversation because, I'm able to better understand and see, even in heated interactions or even in, pain and being hurt, like the whole part about, happy and sad, but there are so many other emotions on the spectrum. And if you have not been in a place where that was encouraged, like, hey, you can identify all of these because you've been welcome to feel them, then I definitely understand why, at a different part of your life or in a point where you are now in relationships, it can be foreign to you. Ladies, oh gosh. So there is always patience that is required of us. I'm not ever going to advise anyone to, remain in a place and be mistreated and abused. What I am saying is that everything is not that. So if you're in a disagreement or a situation where your partner is expressing something, it's not necessarily to hurt you. It may be to free himself from hurt. That I think is the biggest thing that I got. Well, maybe not the biggest, but I got that from this conversation as well. So I appreciate my podcast partner for being patient with me, because you got to say it. Sometimes you got to say it a couple of times for me to get it. But I hope he understands and knows that I'm always trying, right? Mm-hmm. Unless I say I'm not. Like if I'm like, no, I don't get it, I don't want to, then that's different. But I will stick. You
may not be trying in the moment, but then you'll go apply it. You just won't let me know you applying it.
I'll stick in the game until I get it, and then if it just literally makes no sense, then I will express that. Otherwise, I'll try to toss the ball around and go like, okay. And often I'll say this before I toss the ball to you. It takes us getting out of our own experience, which is hard as hell because it's the only one that we have. But if you can lend yourself to someone else's experience, and not necessarily gender specific, but just their experience, there's a lot of things that you can, glean from that, and understanding being at least one of them.
Yeah. So my final thoughts, and this first thing that I'm gonna say is, it sounds far more harsh than it is intended. And I've said this to Dre over the years. Never underestimate the power of shutting the fuck up.
Yeah, you just gotta.
Yeah, I've said that. All I mean is sometimes it's just really better to listen and to hear. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? And to just really decipher. And so in an earlier episode or in the live, when I was saying that we don't have these conversations because we've said it before. We've
Mm-hmm.
often said it before. And I think this particular conversation was a manifestation of actually understanding, because she even alluded to, oh, you've said it several times in this conversation and then it just clicked, right? Sometimes men give up and we don't keep saying it. Like we've said it and we said it, and it's like, you know what? I keep saying it, it's not clicking. So I'm gonna stop saying it. And I'm guilty of that too. But it's such a freeing thing when it does click. And this is both sides. Women, I'm not saying that you don't experience this thing where you're telling him this and it's just not clicking for him. We know you go through the same thing, right? But it's when you take men on an individual basis, right? And stop expecting him to come to you ready made in every facet that you need him to be. That is not always real life,
Mm-hmm.
right? And vice versa. And so there's this sentiment, like after you've heard this conversation that we have, listen to these words and tell me if they mean something different to you. Happy wife, happy life. If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody
Nobody
happy.
happy. Mm-hmm.
We are literally negating and invalidating how anybody else feels but her,
Mm-hmm.
right? We're saying daddy feelings don't matter, right? It don't matter if daddy happy, as long as he's making her happy, then she'll make him happy. If
Mm-hmm.
she even knows how to do that, right? But by all means, make her happy and know how to make her figure that shit out.
Mm-hmm.
And by no means am I not saying that, hey, yes, we should be figuring out how to make our woman happy. You know what I'm saying? But there has to be equitable reciprocity. It shouldn't be if and then. It has to be together. We're working together. And I've always said, like in my next relationship, the conversation that I want to have is the same way we have a date night. We gonna have a night, just a safe space. Like, hey, if it's for an hour, like in this hour, no matter how hurtful, no matter how harsh, we're going to express our truth to one another.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to purpose to listen without responding, without emotion. It's like, okay, like I hear that, and be able to receive that. Just because I what I feel like is when one person expresses their truth, the other person feels like the expectation is that they have to accept it also as their truth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not necessarily always the case. Sometimes it's like, you know what? Let me hear you and let me truly hear what you're actually saying.
Mm-hmm.
Not what I'm charging, not what I'm decoding, not what I'm twisting. You see what I mean? And so I think healthy words are, like you said before, what I'm hearing. And so like I'll say, like, help me understand, because what I'm hearing is this, right? And I'll try to qualify. I could be wrong, but what I'm hearing is this.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? Rather than what, because I can't stand this. So what you're saying is, oh, I can't stand that, right? Because to me, it's like you took what I said and made it mean what you want it to mean for
Mm-hmm.
whatever narrative that's going on in your head,
Mm-hmm.
rather than, okay, I want to get this right. What I'm hearing is this, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so I think just sometimes adjustments to our personal lexicon will help the conversation, because it gives the impression that I want to hear you, I want to learn, I want to make things better. Uh, and I put in these efforts because I also have an expectation that you're going to do the same for me. And I feel safe and I trust that when I speak, you also hear me and you also receive, and you also take the feedback to make this better. It can't just be one-sided, like, hey, you remember we listened to the Crossroads podcast and you got to listen to me because that's what they said, because I'm the man and I need a safe space. And then
Mm-hmm.
I go out and then I don't listen to you and offer you the same safe space. It doesn't work that way. It's same energy. right? So ladies, it's like the same way are able to express yourself and say all these things. And the reason is because they're women, they get to be emotional, you know. And so they'll say, I feel disappointed. I feel melancholy. I feel
I've ever said
right. I say melancholy because I lost it a damn spelling bee in the 7th grade with that word, and I never forgotten it. Melancholy. Melancholy. I know how to spell it.
Melancholy. Yeah.
But women have such a wide range of emotions, even some kind of way. That's a new emotion. Right? But guys is typically, I'm straight. Like anything other than angry is happy. So straight. You know what I mean? And so if you want something from somebody, then you have to be willing to put in the work to get that from them. You can't just say, I want this, and then leave them to do the work. You see what I mean? We like, oh, I don't want no broke. I don't want no broken person. I don't want no person that don't know how to. We want these ready-made things, and we don't want to be involved in the formation or the creation or the calibrating of any of these things. And that's just not real life, you know. And then take the credit because they're this great. Oh, you got this great man. Yeah, girl. You know. So it's like if you really love somebody, then there's some things that you'll be willing to stick through and cultivate in them.
Got it.
Because you'll benefit in the end.
In the end.
Well, y'all, this has been another safe space for.
Whew, I don't know. I got shots fired at me. I don't know how safe it is.
It's always safe. I know how to bandage wounds.
I'm over here in recovery ward, but
all right. You know, I keep the stitches handy. I'll put you back together.
Oh well, thank you.
All right. You know I love you, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. So long as you know. Sometimes it's tough love, but it's love nonetheless.
Man.
Right. Well, y'all, until next time, this has been another episode of the Xrossroadz Podcast. And in closing, always remember, be free to be you.
Bye,
right,
everybody.
Y'all.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you. You have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Hunter Grand, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire and tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is the Xrossroadz, where there's only one rule: be free to be you. What's going on? Hey. Dre Renee in the building. What's going on, y'all?
Hey, everybody.
It's been a lot going on the interwebs this week. Kind of a lot to unpack. And how you been, first of all?
You know, been going like the Energizer Bunny.
You look comfortable.
Thank
you. I like the new chair.
Yeah.
She redecorated, y'all. She added a new chair to the set.
Yeah.
But I gotta
my EP hashtag boo. This is
that's executive producer, y'all. For those who don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a big. We talked about commitment to the podcast in another episode, and this just goes to kind of further that. This might date us a little bit, but it is what it is. You have been moving between 3 different states, and we're still getting work done. And I am sitting in the middle of a snowstorm in Texas. Yeah.
Thank God for power.
Right. And I don't know if this is going to continue. So we're just, y'all listen, I don't know if I'm gonna lose power. I'm praying that we don't, so I'm not gonna claim that, but this is what we do. This is what we do, and we do it so we can bring y'all the content. But I want to really just jump into the content of the episode and everything else. So, y'all, this week's episode is called "Simping Ain't Easy," and so there was another article that came out with Russell Wilson. Now, admittedly, I did not read the article. I was just pretty much kind of following the narrative that was out there, and the interwebs was kind of going up because Russ made the statement that the thing he feared most was losing his spouse. And so there was a lot of opinions on that. And I think a lot of those opinions came based on people saw and took that comment differently, And so there were some narratives that were saying, like, if you're doing what you're supposed to do at home, then why would you be scared of losing your spouse? So some were taking it as lose, as in they're going to leave you. And then some were like, well, you should feel that way. Like, what if they die? Like, losing them that way or whatever. Like, there was just a myriad of perspectives. And so there was a whole lot of debates going on around the topic as far as his statement. And then there were a lot of men that were kind of going in on Russ, or about Russ, should I say, that was saying he's a simp. And I've been on record calling Russ corny, and I'm on record that I've called him a simp. However, and we'll kind of get into like the definitions of simp, and so I think the main thing of the conversations where there's posts like, oh, why are dudes mad at the way Russ loves his wife, and why are dudes mad at Russ? And that's where the kind of conversation came in and stuff like that. So What were your thoughts and stuff about what you've seen in some of the conversations or discussions?
Well, first, I said, I don't care about these people, right? Like, before they were even a thing, I had no idea who Russell Wilson even was. So I was like, oh, she married a football player. Okay. And then, the whole tie-in with Future, I think I paid a lot of attention to, I paid some attention to the chatter back and forth in the blogs, like, oh, should she have Future's kid around this new dude so soon? Like, I remember that was a thing. And I thought that folks were alluding to the fact that Future wasn't necessarily in his kid's life, but I'm not sure if that's the case or not. So I don't want to put allegedly. And then that was it. As far as I was concerned, I realized they were still together, so I just assumed it was a cool marriage. But why anybody would be mad or care beyond that, I really don't. I don't get it. So,
and I don't know how much the care part is, because I don't see it as any different than having an opinion or commentary on anyone else's life like we do. On social media, we talk about people's lives all the time.
Well, I mean, like, when I say care, like, why is it news? Like, they had another kid, but a while ago. Like, why are they coming? Is it just because they did this interview?
Well, I don't know. It's just I think the recent conversations are because of the interview. Like, it's a topic again, but they've been like an ongoing thing. So it'll be like, first it was, like, they weren't even news when Sierra and Future was together. You know what I mean? I think it was like known, but they weren't like the talk. And then she left Future and then got with Russ. And I think like both of their images changed. So she went from like, I think probably the picture that sticks when I think Sierra and Future, I think that picture that they have in the club where they're smoking together and they're like in black, and she's looking more like the bad girl. You know what I mean? And then when she got with Russ, she was more
polished.
Yeah, I didn't want to say like goody two shoes, like, more American girl, like the girl,
girl next door
type, right? And then Russ, his image changed because he was complete cornball. Like, there's this picture that I can't, and I'm gonna put the picture up so people can see. Like, I call Russ a cornball because Russ was just corny, and I don't mean corny like, oh, you a bad dude. You're just like, you was a square. You know what I'm saying? So when I say he's corny, I just mean he's a square. He's not. Russ ain't the dude, like, as far as I know. I don't know how he is with the homies, like off camera and off the whatever. But he seems like the dude that He's not gonna have the funny. He's not gonna have the crowd laughing. You know, he's not the dude that's, you know, approaching all the women or whatever. It seems like he's like the shy dude that kind of doesn't know what to say, like socially awkward. He seems like he would be. And again, we don't know because I don't know Russ, and I've never seen Russ in a social setting. But I'm saying that's how he comes off to me. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I say he seems like. So I'm gonna recant because I've called Russ corny. I'm gonna recant that and say Russ comes off corny, right? Okay. In fairness, because I don't know, dude. You know what I mean? So, but as soon as you say something bad or seemingly bad or something that's not positive or whatever about Russ, it's like the Beehive come out. Like he's got his own fan base, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's gonna come for you. Oh, why y'all mad? Because how he loves his wife. What does him having to be like you? I said corny. I didn't say nothing about his wife or how he is with his wife. I said he's corny. Right. And so it keeps getting attributed to how he is with Sierra, you know. And so now they're saying Russ is a simp. And I was like, you know, he is a simp based on, and then I think that's something that we can jump in. Like we kind of got into a discussion about what does it mean to be a simp? Because I said he's a simp. And for me, simp is like you all gooey, gushy, you know what I'm saying, over your girl or over your, I'm like, oh, you a simp. Like, you simping right now. It's like, oh, you know, oh, baby. Like to me, that's you simping. You know what I mean? But also to me, I don't think that's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? I've been a simp before. Now, someone's like, oh, she run over you, she control you, you do whatever she says. Some people think that's a simp. To me, that's not a simp. I'm not that dude.
And that's really what I thought. I mean, the way that I have heard it used is definitely not in a positive connotation. Like it's generally to put somebody down or to, you know, kind of embarrass them about being either overly attentive or overly sweet, but generally in a situation where that feeling is not necessarily being returned or to that level. Like, you know, you're playing yourself. Like that's kind of how I've seen it. So when I hear men say like, oh, so-and-so is simping or I was a simp or whatever, I feel like it's a negative. I don't feel like, you know, that's you're being like, the way I feel like women might be taking up for Russ is like they think it's sweet and they probably would want someone to be as kind as he seems to be to her. And so to put a tag on it like, oh, he's being a simp, then, you know, they're probably thinking of it negatively as well. If they are, you know, in the comments attacking, I think that's kind of where it comes from. Like, why don't you leave dude alone? Like, okay, he loves his wife. He doesn't have a problem showing it in a world where we have so many men who do not necessarily, you know, wear their emotions on their sleeve or share those kinds of sentiments about their spouses or significant others. It's like refreshing to see. Like, you know, we just came off of a time where people, you know, have been posting all week about how their relationship started and the photos and the this and the that. And, you know, I think it's nice, but other folks maybe not. Right.
And so yeah, so for these dudes that are commenting saying like what's seeming, and some of them are real passionate about it, right? The reality is we're attributing a lot of this to our own narrative, okay? Because a lot of women, there's a lot of dudes that's like, oh, he's weak. You know what I mean? And regardless of whether we're saying that's an accurate assessment or whatever, they're speaking from their lens or their opinion, right? Like, oh, he being weak, he need to, you know, whatever. And that is attributed to their narrative, right? And so this is what my belief is about the topic in general. This is not okay, and let's just call it what it is. One, we're talking about Black women. We're talking about Black women, right? That are caping for Russ. They're not caping for Russ at all, right? They're caping for Sierra. You know what I mean? This is all about her. This ain't Russ's first marriage. And they had, like you said, they had no idea. We wasn't talking about Russ until he got with Sierra. He was nobody to them, but he wasn't nobody. Before he married Sierra, he was an NFL MVP and a Super Bowl champion. He wasn't unknown. Like he was more famous than Sierra. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a bigger deal than Sierra was. And so the merging, he he was able to merge a different demographic, a demographic that didn't know who he was because he married somebody that, and now it's black girl magic. Ooh, and he got this good guy. Now, what's not commonly known or commonly mentioned is his first wife was white.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so it went from, it's like, how do we know that he wasn't the same husband to her? And if it was, why weren't we talking about it? Why weren't we talking about how good of a husband he was and this great guy? And you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We didn't give a shit.
No.
Or should I say black women didn't give a shit because it wasn't a black woman. So that's what I'm saying. When they're not caping for him, they're caping for her because what he represents is what they want.
Right. Is that wrong?
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying let's call it what it really is. I'm not saying that that's wrong.
But who's calling it? Who is saying that they're caping for him?
They are. Because we're talking about Russ. Oh, well, why y'all just mad, blah, 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 blah. And I don't even think that they realize. So the men are coming at Russ about being a simp and everything else because what he is doing is to them an indictment on manhood or their version of manhood. Oh, you being weak. This is how you need to be as a man. Like, man, quit all of that. You know what I'm saying? All of that stuff.
And so, that is a problem to me.
But to some, okay. But we all have our narrative. And what we're doing is we're all speaking to our narrative. Like my narrative is always equity, right? Like call the shit what it is. And keep that same energy over here as you do over here. And I don't think people do that. So my position is coming from my narrative to where your position may come from your narrative. You are happily engaged to a great guy who represents a lot of what Russ represents to Sierra, right? And you have what a lot of women want. Then there's men that want a good marriage or this, but also don't want to be run over. And so when they're thinking like, hey, here's this good dude, they're actually saying, if you think about it, Russ, you're a good dude. You the football player. You got the money. You got the fame. You got this. Why are you letting her do this to you? You getting played, bro. You a simp. You letting her change you up. You letting her change your image. You doing all this. You raising this other man's son. And now I'm not saying I agree with these cats, but I'm talking about just perspective and lens and the direction that people are coming from. Like, what is this really? It's really an indictment on manhood to them. You know what I mean? Just like for the women, it's an indictment on marriage and relationships and what to them what they should look like. And I would love for a man to do this for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I think that's the place. So it's like, hey, here's our sister. Here's this black woman that's got this great guy. Go, girl. And y'all don't get in her way, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all go ride for each other. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like we're misplacing the energy, and we don't keep the same energy because the same way that we're talking about they're saying men shouldn't, y'all just this and y'all are lames and y'all dusty. And, now we're going to shame the men for having an opinions. But what about when y'all have opinions about these women on these reality shows and that are married to these dudes that, and I'm just like, whoever was married to Stevie J, the myriad of women and, she's stupid. And he's like, okay, you got all these negative opinions over there, but they in love, right? But it's not your version of love. Right. And so when something doesn't look like your version of love or marriage or relationships, then it's, they dusty, did this. And that's what these dudes are doing, which is no different than what women are doing with these other things. But when it's something that's seemingly positive to them, like, I want this, so I'm going to protect this thing that I want. Right. I'm going to bash this thing that I don't want. The men are doing the same thing. Right. So it could be now, maybe it's the pimps, players, whatever their narrative is that they want. He a player. Or it could be something different. We defend what we want and we bash what we don't.
Absolutely. There's no argument there. I think if there's any difference, or at least what stood out to me was that it just feels damaging. And let's not even get into like relationships. Let's just say could be damaging to men, period. To maybe have feelings for somebody or want to express them in a way. And, we're socialized to get approval from our families and from our friends and men and they homeboys in the circle or whatnot. And to hear, even if it is a joke, like, oh, you simping, you this and you that. And so my immediate thought is like, you're a fucking hater. Sorry, Mom, if you're watching this, like, you're a hater because, I mean,
why are you apologizing to Mom like it's your first time cussing on the show?
Because I try not to drop the F-bomb. I'll be trying to hold that.
Listen, I could go into the argument. You got a few of them in there.
I said I try.
Hey, Mom, she listening.
Yeah. So, I just feel like you look out for your friends, of course, and your family. If they're truly being run over, I'm not saying that, but in a relationship where they're happy, if they're getting their needs met by the other person and they choose to, be sappy or whatever the adjective is that you want to throw on it, I feel like men and women should encourage their friends and their family members more to like exist in what is true and feels good for you. While you're trying not to be the butt of somebody's joke, then you can end up ruining some of the best things, that could ever happen to you. So I that's kind of where I am with it. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like on both sides, like, don't encourage your girl, if it's your home girl, don't encourage her to be, loud and, you don't have to take those. You ain't gotta chill out. Right. And the same for you. I mean, I can't really see any guys being like, yeah, go ahead and simp. I don't know what y'all, but like, just even that title, right? Like, I was like, let me look it up. What does this actually mean? Because we all have different, interpretations, but all of them, as far as I've ever experienced, have been negative. And I just, I want men to be free. I want you guys to be free to have fun and to smile and play video games and watch cartoons and do great things and fun things and sweet things for the women in your lives without feeling like you're going to be judged. That's how I feel.
Well, I think
so. Dre says, go for it.
I think we're always going to be judged. But with that, and I agree with what you said, but I also feel like I think the conundrum comes when we're talking about freedom to share your opinions, right? And so like these dudes have an opinion about Russ. Okay, cool. So it's like the battle is between you shouldn't have this opinion or you shouldn't express this opinion or the freedom to express your opinion. And it's just your opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I feel like people should be able to express their opinions. And most of the times since we're dealing with social media, like that's what it's for. Like if nobody shared their opinion, then it probably would all crumble. So,
right. And sometimes it's almost like from my perspective, and I'm not saying this, but it could be like, it's almost like the people that you that are closer, that their relationship ain't always great, but they always on social media like doting on their partner, like, oh my God, I'm so and then they're like, oh my life, for real, that's not even how. But in essence, what are they supposed to do? Be like, I hate you today.
Just don't say anything. There's somebody that oh gosh. I'm like, what is going on? And it's like from one holiday to the next is when you find out if they're still together or not.
Right. But the thing is, at the end of the day, that's their relationship. And if that's how they want to conduct it, let them. They could be doing good that day. But we want to tell people, oh, if your relationship ain't good, then you shouldn't be acting like it's good on social media. Like, who cares? Like, and then if they really do share the real, when it's really going bad and people share that, like everybody don't want to know that. Everybody don't want to need to know your business.
Right. Well,
and then I'm sorry. And then when you don't share anything, oh, your relationship ain't real if they ain't posting you.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I just feel like, do what you can manage, right? Like if you go out and share everything about your relationship and you're having a good time and you're, or if it's really good and you're sharing the good that it is, and it goes goes bad and you don't share anything, like that's gonna come with the public opinion, like, oh shoot, she was, or he or whoever, was sharing everything and then it was radio silence. Like, yeah, people are going to have an opinion about it. And so if you feel like you're going to be swayed either way, then maybe it's something that you want to keep to yourself and not share so much, or every single turn that you make in your relationship. Maybe it's the fact that you're in a relationship is one announcement, or you're getting engaged, or you got married, and then that's it. Like, right. You don't have to,
So could that not? So that speaks to the reality of. Let's go back to Russ and Sierra, to where are they sharing the real, or are they sharing just the good part? Like, we don't know, and that's the thing. It's like you want to jump on these people that have opinions that aren't doting on their relationship, but the reality is, we don't know we really don't know if Russ is a great husband. We know Russ has a great public image. We know he's a great athlete, and we know what he says publicly, right? Mm-hmm. We know what they want us to know, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the reality of it. They could be telling the absolute truth. What we see could absolutely be what is, right? And I think that's what we want to believe, and that's cool, because why would we want to believe something negative? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But facts, if we're talking facts, we don't know. Right. I think Russ has a great PR team. I think he does great to stay. He's stayed out of scandal. You know what I mean? We don't really know, like, if he's that party dude. We don't really see him out publicly like that, right, in the club and da-da-da. Like, he's kept this pristine American boy image. You know what I mean?
Right. And I agree, right? We don't know. But isn't it easier for folks to believe that, we're seeing this well put together image and PR stunt or just a PR relationship or whatnot? Like, isn't it easier for us to believe that than to believe like,
no, not necessarily.
Actually good? Because I feel like people take shots at it because they're not in happy relationships, or they may not have seen happy relationships. And so they're looking at this like, oh, this must not be, it must not really be.
And I think, but we have to afford people that, so it's like we shame people for their lives, right? Because our perspectives and our lens comes from our experience. You see what I mean? And so we'll do things like, okay, Valentine's Day passed. And you get the, such and such is bitter, blah, blah, blah. And we literally shame people with a label of being bitter, right? And I think that's problematic, because bitterness is a result of trauma. So what you're saying is, hey, you went through something and and you need to go, it's like, I'm ashamed you for something that you can't help. You went through trauma. You had a bad situation, and now,
okay, yes. But by the time it becomes,
when we call somebody bitter,
yes, but by the time something becomes bitter, like, and I'm trying not to shame anybody. That's not my goal here, but at a certain point in time, right? Like, we're all responsible for ourselves. Even when people do things to hurt us, there's a decision that we have to make at a certain point in time. Like, I'm either going to continue to carry this, or I'm going to leave this where it is. And bitterness, to me, and I don't think there's any assigned time frame on it, but, generally, like, some time has passed for it to go from, hurt and anger and sadness to like bitterness. Like, I'm sure we can both come up with at least one person that we know in common that we would consider bitter because extended time has passed from whatever the initial trauma was. And the question I have is like, well, how long do you want to feel like this? No, I don't blame you for feeling bad or being hurt by something that, was out of your control. But at what point do we do something about it to heal? Or are we just going to...
Yeah, well, so yeah. So here's the thing about that, right? And I literally just had this conversation with my therapist this week in our session this week. Um, I don't think everybody's journey is different.
Clearly.
Everybody's process, everybody's timeline is different. So while I agree with what you just said, I absolutely agree with what you just said. The caveat to that, though, is that it occurs at different times depending on the individual. So there's no time period to where you say, hey, this occurred, the trauma occurred whenever, right? And so by now you should be over it, or you should be dealing with it, or you should be choosing to heal by now. I agree. The decision to heal, yes, it is a choice of the individual. They have to come to a certain reckoning to say, or a certain event or a certain experience to be able to recognize that place that they're in. Like a lot of people who are bitter don't know that they're bitter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you're in it, it's like you have these feelings, but you won't necessarily the recognition of bitterness often does not come until after you're out of it. And you get to look back and say, damn, I was bitter. You know what I mean? And so
people will tag you.
Now, so yeah, well, some, but that doesn't mean you see it or agree with it, right? Like
most times
I've been bitter before. You see what I'm saying?
Me too.
And so it's going to the point is where it's like you look at somebody, bitterness is that person actually suffering, right? And then we compound and we treat people like they're wrong for the suffering that they're experiencing. Oh, you just bitter because we don't agree with your narrative, right? And so instead of looking at the causes to these different narratives that we have in either direction, we shame the person because their current narrative does not support our own. And we use words like should and supposed, oh, this is how a man is supposed to treat his woman. Really? Why? Because we assume that she does. Like, one, we don't know how Sierra acts. We don't know how she is with Russ. We don't really hear her talking about him like that. We hear him and his proclamations. We don't really hear her as much as his. So it could be I'm trying to protect the image of this family. We don't know. Now I'm going to assume the best. I assume, hey, it's great. They're having a great marriage. Every marriage comes with their problems, and they do well with keeping their problems private. And they put the good things out there. And I think that's what it should be. Ain't nobody business when we going through problems. I'm not about to go to social media or do an interview like, yeah, we was actually fighting the other day because she keep using the bathroom with the door open, and I think that shit is nasty, and and she don't be cooking. Like, what? Who does? You're like, no, you're not gonna know that. But I think that I could also take the position of having grown up in a family to where the public image was much different than what was going on at home.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like stepmom was, Sundays, front row, hands the highest, praising the loudest. You know what I'm saying? Personal ministry, the whole nine. But get home and don't talk to your family. You don't even talk to your family in the car on the way to church. You know what I'm saying? So everybody is, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You great. Your public image is pristine. You know what I'm saying? But at home, nah. See, I know the real you. I see it. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I come with, like, we know what they want us to know. We see what they want us to see. That's not to say that what we see isn't actually reality. It very well could be. But there's more that happens. That's almost like they wouldn't show, they're not about to release a sex tape. You see what I'm saying? Why?
Not that we're aware
not
of.
A part of not that we're aware, but we can assume Sierra and Russ is not about to release a sex tape, right? Why? That is not a part. Now we know they had sex, they got a kid together, but that's not our business. That's not a part of the relationship that they want us to see. You feel me? So they also don't want us to see when they have disagreements or arguments or whatever. You feel me? So I'm sure that Russ and Sierra have a team of people, of PR people, that monitor what the public consumes, right? Between like, hey, the sound bites, the interviews, the interview questions that they're asked, the pictures that are released, a lot of stuff, and control as much as the narrative as they can, as you should. So the reality is we don't know the inner workings of their marriage. Right. And we shouldn't know. It's not our business. But I think it's easy to create narratives. Like when you start bringing Future into the narrative, it's easy to say, because I was just having a back and forth about somebody saying, oh, well, he's a bad dad because he's got a bunch of kids in different places. I'm like, well, does that mean he's a bad dad? You don't know how often he sees his kids or what he does for his kids. And he's got the means to be in a lot of different places when he wants to be, you know. And he's like, well, in my opinion, you know, you can't possibly, like, but you don't know that. You don't know. So with the narrative of Future having a bunch of kids in different places, I asked the question, what's the minimum amount of kids allowed to not have the perception of him that you do, to the person I was talking to? Like, because he called him a clown for having as many kids as he does in different places or whatever. I was like, so what's the minimum number? And he was like, well, you can't put a minimum number. I said, but you're putting a number on it already by saying too many in different places. So how many kids can you have in different places to not be considered a clown based on your opinion? And the reality is it's
two.
Maybe. Yeah.
But
but I had to tell him
where you are. I think
it really. Go ahead.
No, I was saying one. Everybody gets a little gimme, right? Like, oh, we were together, it didn't work out, and then once you have the one where you are, once you have left 2 or more kids, I think that's when people start looking like. Now, of course, not across the board because things happen. Some parent might. Well, no. I was gonna say somebody might die, but that would have to be you to leave your kid. But I think but he's also a celebrity. Like, I don't know if that has something to do with it. Like you have access to resources, and so
but you also have access to women.
True. I just say, like, if you could take care of your kids, and that is more than just financially, if you can have a solid relationship with each of them and meet all their needs, and you have 8, 9, 10 kids, then more power to you. I mean, there are people who can barely do it and split their attention between 2. So
right. But I just think it's convenient to be able to create narratives. So okay, it's like, for instance, with Future, what we assume, because he's got these kids, I don't even know how many kids he's got, right?
I don't either.
In different places. The assumption is that, the assumption is that he's just going out sleeping with these women and they got pregnant, whatever. That could be the case. I don't know Future. But but also, what if, hey, I want to be in relationships, and he's been in several actual relationships to where these relationships have produced children. Am I not allowed to do that? Like, oh, it didn't work out, but am I supposed to give up on being in love?
Right. He has 6.
So how many?
6 children.
Okay. One of my closest homeboys got 6 kids.
Are they with him?
Yeah, 4 of them. 2 of them are grown.
Okay, so maybe that's the difference. Are all 6 all 6 are clearly not with Future, but
no.
Is he like 6, one with each woman? Is it 6 women?
No, it's 2 women. He was in a marriage.
No, not your friend. I'm sorry.
Future. I don't know. I don't know what Future was. I don't know if he's been married. Yeah.
Future says only 2 of his 6 baby mamas are his real ones. So clearly he's a dine and dash. I don't know. It's like,
and that's cool too. Not cool as far as like that's something I would do, or subscribe to. But
Barzini just wants you all to know it is fine, man. Whatever you do, it's fine. Okay, women, whatever you do, it's not fine. But
did I say? See, that's not what I'm saying. No, this is what I am saying. though. Keep that same energy, because I would say this: why are we policing his body? Because if this was a woman, we would say, like with Lori Harvey, why are you policing her body? Why are we policing who she sleeps with or who she's? You see what I'm saying? But because it's a dude, they're like they're making a difference. Oh, well, he got kids. So what? Those kids are his responsibility. How much money are these kids costing you? And we're acting like these women didn't willingly lay down with him, not knowing who he is.
Well, didn't you just say everybody has an opinion? So shit.
Everybody has an opinion, but that opinion starts to change based on their narrative. So Future doesn't fit their narrative, right? But Lori Harvey does. Oh, no. She living her best life. She da-da-da-da-da. You see what I'm saying? It's leave her alone. Fuck that nigga. When they're doing the same shit.
It's all
you see what I'm saying? So it's like, but let's say if Lori Harvey did get pregnant, we don't know if she's been pregnant or not. If she wanted to have abortions, you say he has 6 kids. Let's say she wanted to have 6 abortions, right? The narrative would be her body, her choice.
Right.
Stop policing her womb.
Right.
Right. Stay out of her womb. Okay. Bet. Stay out of his balls. Like, listen, out of all my years of working and earning money, not 1 cent of my earnings has ever gone to care for future's children.
Nope. And never will.
Never. I don't give a shit what he does. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we gotta care our community. What? Really? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's like, and if you're gonna crucify one, crucify the other. If you're gonna cape for one, cape for the other. We don't keep that same energy.
No,
you know.
And that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, no matter how many times you say it, that's just not going to happen. People are going to choose the side they want to roll with. And that's the side they're going to roll with. It's like, that's nice. I'm going to do what I want to do.
Right.
Because we aren't going to be able to change people's narratives. That's another, like people believe what they believe and they are influenced by their experiences. And so that's what they roll with. They're not interested. Some people are open, like, okay, if you can help me see, a different perspective and help me understand, they might be willing to roll. But most folks are like, look, I feel what I feel. I know what I know. This is what it is. The end. So I think the best, that we can do, is continue to have these kinds of, conversations. And so, as a quick little commercial, we talk to each other, of course, but once a month we go live to talk to our listeners and our viewers, because having the conversations here in this space is one thing. And we're glad that you listen to us each week. But we want to hear what it is that you have to say and have you all hear each other. Right. Sometimes you feel like, oh, I'm the only person that thinks like this, or nobody understands, what I think or what I'm going through. And so we would encourage you, hop on live with us. Generally, it's the first Thursday of every month on our Facebook page. And when Instagram is acting properly.
Right.
We
sometimes we do pop-ups.
And sometimes we pop up. But also in the comments, you don't even have to wait until a live. Barzini says like, oh, I've gotten a message about this, or somebody comments about this. And I'm like, where? Right? Like some of you, I do see your comments, but talk to us and talk to each other on our pages and under the episodes, so that we can know what it is that you're feeling. So that's my quick little.
Yeah, we have way more listeners than we're even aware of. And we appreciate all y'all, but we want to hear you.
Yeah.
Listen, we keep the link on our Instagram at the Xrossroadz. The link is in the bio to where you can send us an email with your questions, with your topics. If you want to be on the show, we don't just take any and everybody on the show. So just because you asked to be on the show doesn't mean you're going to be on the show. That quick caveat, to be on the show, it's what's your platform, basically. We take people that have platforms, and we're not saying that you have to have 1 million followers, but what is your narrative and your platform that connects to what we're
right, something to share with our audience that that we have cultivated. And so we want to know, like, what's your message, or what's the lesson, or what's the experience that can help shift somebody else's life. That is very important to us. Otherwise, we both know a gajillion people. We're not hurting for people. It's really about substance behind that. So absolutely.
Basically. So if you have a very polarizing perspective, which a couple of our guests,
we love that.
Oh, listen, and be prepared when you come on the show. Be prepared, depending on what I've have in my glass that night, your experience on this show might vary.
And shout out to everybody has. They pretty much held their own, They've
handled it.
So it's good stuff.
I can be a pill, but
And I'm here to just try to.
Dre's the bodyguard. She's the resident bodyguard. She gonna protect y'all from me. And not that I'm gonna come for you, but I want people to be honest, right? and let me rephrase that. I don't think people are always being dishonest. I think people delude themselves around certain narratives and aren't able to recognize or call certain things what it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so we protect our narrative. We protect what we want the world to look like for us. Right. And that's usually what our opinions are based on. It's very hard to have an objective opinion about anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard. And I know a lot of us think that we're objective, but 9.5 out of 10, we are not being objective.
Right.
Myself included, I'm not objective. I try to be, but my lens is formed and shaped and influenced by my experience.
So knowing that is the case, like what good is it to continue to point out to people that they're being subject? Like I already know. I know that I have this, subjective viewpoint. I'm shaped by my experiences.
Because people don't always know they're being subjective. People literally think they're being objective.
Okay. So you point it out to them and they may or may not believe it. Then what? And more times than not, they're in disagreement. Like what does it do?
Well, that depends. I don't just go around, hey, you're being subjective. Like, no.
Not that you're being subjective, but generally, and we just talked about, like, on this particular platform, you put people's feet to the fire, and I'm asking, what is that for? Like, if at the end of the day, they don't get it, because sometimes it's not always for the person who I'm speaking to, their benefit, but it's people who are listening in, right? Kind of like we've done it on the show to where if it's you and one other person and nobody's listening?
I think people hear far more than they're okay. I'll put it to you this way.
Mm-hmm.
Belief is the strongest force in this world, and people by all measures are going to protect what they believe, right? Mm-hmm. When you shake up what someone has believed their entire life for the majority of life, it's uncomfortable. So it's hard for them to receive it, because sometimes it's not about changing somebody's mind or holding the feet. So it's about planting a seed, because that I know I do undeniably. Even if you're going to fight tooth and nail because what you've known to be true or believed to be true is at stake, and you're going to protect that because because for that to change means now the way that I think is going to change, and then domino effect to so many things about me are subject to change in an instant about how I think. So to say, even the thought to say, hey, you're not protecting Russ, you're protecting Sierra, because Sierra represents who you want to be in a relationship, which is to have this man pedestal you and publicly show you praise and adoration. Mm-hmm. Right. That's what we're talking about here. It's not Russ. They don't give a shit about Russ. They didn't know who Russ was. They didn't know Russ existed. A Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
Right. They didn't know who he was, because he's that low key guy, kind of corny. He's not the dude women are checking for, like the picture that I showed. Right. Mm-hmm. Like I've shown you the picture of Russ.
Yeah.
Before Sierra. You've seen him before and after Sierra.
Right. BC and
AC. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people are saying, oh, he's just being himself. And I was like, is he? Look at the picture. Is he being himself? Because himself was BC. That's who Russ is.
So we can't, when we get into relationship with people or even friendships with people, we can't be influenced to become somebody that we didn't necessarily know that we wanted to be or that we could be. Like, is it that he's being manipulated, or is it that, wow, I'm being exposed? Because the same could be said for her. You talk about her being kind of the bad girl and hookah or weed or whatever she was smoking in the club to All American. I mean, maybe she didn't have access to what she now has access.
Right. I didn't say manipulated. Now,
no, not you.
Influence, I agree. Absolutely.
I have definitely heard that. So not you saying that, but okay. But influence. Let's
Oh
roll with
yeah.
that.
Well, yeah. I don't. Yeah. Well, I think that you're absolutely influenced, right? So, mind you, I don't think any of the changes. I don't think Russ. Look, first of all, dressing any way other than that picture is a good
Here's a
thing,
step
right?
up.
Okay. So let's.
Yay,
let's see.
Russ.
And I don't. I'm presenting these arguments and these narratives, but understand I'm not saying that they're bad things. I'm saying that they're things, right?
Right.
So to get with someone and hey, change their image, your image changes, right? Maybe we consider it upgrading, or we're like, oh, I got some style about me. I don't think that there's a dude alive that hasn't dressed in ways that are influenced or suggested by his woman. You know what I mean? I make jokes about it like, oh man, I am not doing the matching Adidas sweatsuits or like all this stuff. But you don't know when you in love, you do a lot of things. So we don't, as a matter of fact, we actually don't know that it was Sierra that was influencing him. It's a safe assumption because he dressed completely different before he got with her.
Right.
But she was also dressing different before she got with him. So they both kind of changed.
Yeah.
And we don't know who influenced who. So that's being fair, right? Because and she also dressed different before she got with Future. You see what I'm saying? Like in the goodies, days, when she first came out, it was different. And
But
then
also
we
they
had a different image.
have grown up, right? Like you're now go from being a teenager to being a young adult to being a woman, a wife, and a mother. Like there's a lot that could be said about that.
Yeah. So we assume, however, that it was like Sierra had this growth because she got away from Future. Like we don't listen. All I'm saying is this: I am not caping for Future by any stretch. I don't know.
No, I don't get it.
Yeah. No, I'm saying this for the listeners who think that I might be caping for Future.
Yeah.
I'm saying we don't know. Dude can be, what I'm saying, quintessential fuckboy for all we know, right? Or he could actually be a good dude who's capitalizing on the bad boy image, which is also advantageous. There is no bad press for Future. He's a rapper. You see what I'm saying? And so even when if you peg him in a negative light, it still gives him publicity. You can't say bad things and it's going to hurt his career unless he's a pedophile or some shit like that. But to say, oh, he's this, he a player, he a pimp, he got baby, that doesn't hurt him.
Right. Right.
But I think his image, the worse that you paint him in relation to Sierra helps her, which also helps Russ. So Russ's image and career helps Sierra. Sierra's image and career helps Russ because it gives him access to the Black woman demographic. You see what I'm saying? Because Black women wasn't checking for Russ.
Right.
I mean, now he gets with Sierra. Oh, and then here's this Black man that loves this Black woman. All hail King Russ. Right?
Hey.
He's
us love, we show you love.
Right. He's biracial, so he's biracial. He play like football players, so he's already got that demographic. You see what I'm saying? Now he's got this other demographic, and then if Future's talking shit, it's poor Sierra, fuck that nigga Future. So now you got support, even more support, and then it's like Future has the demographic of those who hate him is going to watch him to see him lose, and those who support him want to see him win. So he's still got both demographics,
right?
Because if Future put out a diss track today, dissing Sierra and Russ, is going to go plat off top, multi-million streams, right? Because they would have been like, "Can you believe what this nigga said? Oh my god!" Or you see that shit? That shit was funny. It can't hurt him, right? It can't hurt him. So I just think they're all playing the game, and
of course,
I think they're playing it masterfully. But I also think that we shouldn't be so emotionally invested in each other's opinions about it, because at the end of the day, like you said, it's not going to change. Like when you say, oh, at the end of the day, me holding people's feet to the fire is not. I might plant the seed, and if it don't change, they just not gonna change it to my face. But they gonna I'm gonna make them think.
Right.
And that's my objective. I want to create space for you to at least consider it from a different lens. Consider it from both sides. You see what I'm saying? And when you start creating the habit of seeing things from a different lens and understanding your lens is not the only one that exists.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And so it's like I look at the situation from the women's lens who are upset that the men are hating, and that's the conclusion that I came to is you are protecting your narrative. You want a good man, you want a good relationship, you want a good marriage, something wholesome, and a man that's going to hold you up and praise you and build you up. You want that. So when you see that, you protect it because you want it for yourself.
Well, what if you
see
already have it?
And so then you still protect it.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure.
You
I'm
see,
like,
if
it might
I
not
have this, so yeah, it's
So
no. If you already have it, you still want to protect it,
and you want to see it, and that it's possible for somebody else. Like, I guess I never really
right.
thought about it that deeply. Like, oh, because I want this for myself, I'm. I mean, I guess.
And then you also, on the flip side, you also point out things, and you're more keen to things on the negative side that have happened to you. You see what I'm saying?
Oh well, yeah.
So when you're talking about, oh, he's weak, he's a simp, he's getting played, a lot of them dudes have probably been played before. Why? Pedestaling some woman, putting her first, putting her above himself, yada, yada, yada. And in the end, she played him. And so it's like, look out, Russ. This chick about to play you, bro. You simping, bro. Don't be weak, bro.
Right. That's what I was talking about. So from the I've been hurt before, let me give you the warning, I feel like it's just a blanket warning. Like nobody's really looking at the situation to go like, oh, you're actually in a decent thing, bro. Like it's just warning, mayday, you're gonna get played. You shouldn't put yourself out there. And I mean, it's another topic for another day, but how do you really expect a big return if you're not willing to risk? Like, you know, you gotta get out there, even if you have been hurt. I mean, if you want to have a return, otherwise,
but yeah, I feel like relationships are a whole lot of waiting for someone else to go first to make you feel safe to be able to do that. And a lot of people don't experience that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because when you've been, like you said, when you've been hurt before, you're protective of that. So you get in this relationship and like, I ain't doing that. I'm not trying to get played. And both men and women are doing it. Like, what, bro? I'm not spending this cheese on that. Oh, I'm not doing it. Like, everybody got these rules of what they're not going to do and what they're not going to, even if they feel it, even if they want to do it, I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to get played and be out here looking stupid to everybody else. So dudes are like, hey, bro, peep the warning, because you doing all of this, and if she end up leaving you, if it don't work out, you looking stupid, bro. We look up to you, bro. Super Bowl champion, MVP, football, the most manliest sport ever. Like, and then with the women, and with the women, it's like, girl, keep that man. You know, he doing this, he doing that. You bet, like, you see what I'm saying? So on both sides, it's like looking at the narrative. What's the narrative that you're protecting? And understand that both comes from a very vulnerable space. You know what I mean? So, so what are just your whole final thoughts about the whole?
I don't even know at this. Honestly, I'm like, I don't know. I'm final thoughts are kind of all over the place, but generally I am like a live and let live type person. And so if it works for you, then cool. If we're really friends and you get into something that winds up being like a heartbreak situation or whatever, like I'm gonna be there, right? Like I was talking about my niece the other day. So my nephew is now dating and my niece is a little younger, and her dad's like, hell no, she's not gonna be dating, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I get it, right? But we can't step in front of life. Like life is going to happen. We all have to kind of go through what we go through. And the best that we can do is to prepare our folks, let them know that we got their back. And then, you got to stand back and watch that happen. So in terms of letting our fears and the things that we have gone through inform, kind of how we relate to other people. For celebrities and stuff, we're gonna always have opinions, or at least about the people, the celebrities that mean the most to us or that we care about. But I think it's, it's a good point that, we want to protect those things that are near and dear to us, or the things that we believe in the most. And maybe the thought here is just to be mindful of that, like, is this, really how I feel about this situation, or is it more about what I feel about my situation? So that was actually a good point that I'm leaving here with. Yeah.
Okay. And I echo your final thoughts. And again, it's appreciating that your perspective is not the only one that exists. And it's hard when you believe something and so passionately. It's hard for you to see it from another, because it does not mirror your own. It's hard to step out of that. But I think if we start with the idea and the belief that our narrative and our perspective is not the only one that exists, then I think that we can have more productive conversations, at least. Everybody's approaching it from their experience, and we have to be slower to shame people for these experiences that they don't have control over. So it's like, we're talking about these dudes that have these opinions or these lenses, and it's like, oh, you Dusty, you Ashy, it's because you don't understand what love is. And then, like, and granted, some of these dudes are saying stupid shit. I've seen it, I'm like, so I'm not excusing a lot of what they say, but I'm saying, I'm also looking at the genesis of these mindsets. Where does it come from? You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I just think we have to be more mindful that a lot of people's lens is way deeper than we want to give it credit for, and we have to give grace in that area. So those are my thoughts.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, well, y'all, we gonna continue to unpack a lot of stuff that you're seeing around the interwebs and in the world. But for this episode, it's been a pleasure having y'all, and we're gonna keep trying to hit y'all with that hot shit. So this has been another episode of the Crossroads, and remember always be free
to be you. Have a great one, y'all.
All right, y'all.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you. You have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, 100 Grand, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire and tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is the Crossroads, where there's only one rule.
Be free to be you.
Is you being free to be you on today?
Yes. I'm free to be me.
So,
me who has to work out as soon as we're done with this.
You know what? I probably need to do the same thing. So drinking this liquor on the broadcast probably ain't the best thing. But you know what the best thing is right now?
What?
It is National Best Friends Day. So happy Best Friends Day, best friend.
Happy Best Friends Day to you.
Yeah. And shout out to Tweety Bird, Maisha. Happy Best Friends Day. Even though she probably ain't gonna watch this shit.
Right. Well, just know we was thinking of you.
Right. I should call her and put her on the broadcast hey, it's Best Friends Day. Happy Best Friends Day. Bye.
Bye. Right.
So how you feeling though? You good?
I'm good. I've been doing my workouts in the morning. So the fact that today got past me and I have to do it on the tail end, I'm not too excited. But other than that,
yeah.
It's all good.
I wait. My alarm goes off at 4 a.m. Every day.
Hell no.
That's been my alarm for years though.
Well, I mean, mine's at 5, but 4 is still like that's nighttime.
Well, okay, so let me say at 4 o'clock I make a decision.
Okay. So like, goodness gracious.
I'm like I can get up and do something, or like it's like 4 a.m. is there's a conversation that happens with my body. Like, are we about to get some more rest, or are we about to get up and start getting moving? The rest has been winning for a while now, but it's still I need to stay in the routine. So my schedule's about to change a little bit so I can get up and get my workouts in and get this body back to zaddy status.
Hey, well,
listen,
I mean, I'm not trying to be a zaddy, but whatever the equivalent is.
Oh, hey, then
it's hot tea summer or something.
Oh, listen, these IG stories about to be coming at you real fast.
Okay, well, I ain't mad.
I'm finna be back in spandex shirts and shit.
It's gonna be 1-to-1. Okay, while you doing yours, I got my little waist trainer situation thing going on. So
yeah, we might need to do a transformation journey on the show and start posting our pics and get the audience to be our accountability partner.
Yeah, I do well when I have to show up. I mean, I'm good with self-discipline, but I've been posting on my own personal account stories, like, hey, today's day, whatever, just so folks know what I'm doing. So yeah, let's see what it is.
Yeah, I got super convicted because so COVID actually presented an opportunity for me as far as my physical journey, so not having to go into the office. I was able to go to the gym and I was working out consistently in my body. I was feeling great. I was looking great. And then when I had to start going back into the office, I fell off because it was such a staunch schedule change. It was like super like crazy. But then, and so I kept saying like, yeah, I was committed to the gym. And so when I did my cleanse and I did a cleanse and a fast cleanse and like prayer time. And so I got convicted. Like, God pretty much told me, he's like, you actually weren't committed. Like, you were consistent, but you weren't committed. And the reason that I found out that I wasn't committed is like, because soon as your life changed, soon as your schedule changed, you fell off. And true commitment would not have allowed that to get in the way. You would have adjusted. And I was like, them was fingernails on chalkboard words. I was like, like.
Well, thanks for sharing that with all of us and making us all feel the same. Yeah, you could have kept that between you and the Lord, but
hey, I am but a vessel.
Same, because everybody was going up and I was consistently coming down. I'm sure can look back at some old episodes where my face was like, and now I'm starting to round back out. Love and the reunion of the past few months have been like, sis, get it together. So
I can't tell. Maybe because I see you all the time.
Maybe. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, I haven't. I'm not close to my heaviest, but because I had done so much, I can tell the difference. I definitely can. Like the way I feel. The way I look may not be as drastic, but I definitely can feel it in my body. Like, okay. And then I definitely want to turn that around. But what you just said, it's not necessarily about me. What you said resonated because that definitely was it. Like as soon as he got back home, I was like, oh, let's go, do whatever. And I mean, I was with my mom during COVID. So it wasn't like I was alone and I shut her down every day. Like every day she wanted to eat some, and so like just these past few months, I'm like, who am I that I have, just kind of flipped, but also, and thank God for good friends. Cause they'll just, they'll kind of just pat you on the back. Like last year was hard, it was hard for all of us, but I had, on top of stuff, with the deployment and everything else. And we did very well last year. And so to kind of have this moment to just have a sigh of relief. I had a milestone birthday and all that kind of stuff, moved and whatnot. And so I'm just trying not to be super hard on myself. But what I was saying is just like having yo-yoed with my weight most of my life. Like I was super proud of myself to get to a place where I was like approaching my high school weight, and to have to lose some of that over again.
Well,
that
I mean,
sucks.
but the thing is, you're settling into a new life. You know what I'm saying? And so what your fitness and your health journey looks like might look different in your new life. So sometimes you have to give certain things your attention more than the others so that you can get back to that thing. You know what I mean? And so another thing is like when we talk about like maybe our diet or certain types of thing, it's like food is very intimate. You know what I mean? Like having a meal with someone, like for me, breaking bread with someone is a big deal. If we break bread, because like remember, deals are made, relationships are formed over meals. Like you have business meetings, you have like the wedding dinner, like connections are made over meals. Christ himself, you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Formed his final and his lasting bond with his disciples over, and that's where the term breaking bread comes from. You see what I'm saying? And so it's not a small deal. So understanding, like having we can always remember like a great meal. You know what I mean? And so the love of your life came back from a 1.5 year long deployment. You know what I mean? And y'all are about to start a new, you're getting married. So like getting reacquainted and moving into it, like all the things that you're doing. So like, don't get down on yourself for that. You know, it's about like, okay, your life is still transforming in another area. This is your spiritual and emotional and relational transformation. And you'll get back to that. You've done it before. You got a whole book. You know what I'm saying? Y'all check out her keto guide. It's $25. So we'll put we'll get y'all that link in the description. So yeah, it's like it's about sometimes it's not that you're one of the most disciplined people I know. So I don't want you to get down on yourself about that. It's just like, okay, what that looks like probably is going to be different with your new life. You know what I mean? I ain't got too many excuses. It's just me. You know what I'm saying? I don't have anybody that I have to adjust around. Like even when we're shooting, it's like, hey, I got to go, or we got to shoot between this time and this time because I got to cater to my man. You know what I'm saying? So like, don't trip. You know what I'm saying? Get settled into your new life, and all that stuff is gonna come. You know what I mean? So that conviction of commitment was for me. You know what I'm saying?
I felt it because, like you said, I try with the discipline. I'm like, I think I allowed myself what I thought was gonna be a moment of like, you did good, girl. Go ahead and eat some pancakes, and then it was just like, oh, every Saturday. It's Pancake Saturday. No, we can't do
it. But even okay, but the thing is, okay, if you're gonna decide though that you're gonna have Pancake Saturday, what you do Sunday through Friday is what's gonna make the difference. You see what I'm saying? It's like just like you do in your professional life. You see what I'm saying? Like you're currently on a 3-day work week, right? But you worked yourself up to do that. So you've told yourself, hey, okay, if I'm doing 12 to 16 hours these 3 days, that's giving me these 4 days off. But it took time to work that. So it's kind of like if you're doing your work week, boom, you know, okay, Saturday I can have these pancakes because I done killed these other days. And I've done so. Like getting healthy shouldn't be it's not a prison sentence. You know what I'm saying? So give yourself grace. It's okay. You know what I'm saying?
That's for all of us. Everybody get grace.
That's the transformational strategist part that of Barzini, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Give ourselves grace.
Give yourself grace. It's okay. You know what I mean? We can be hard on ourselves sometimes, but it's just about getting back to that because I know when you're in the groove and you're disciplined in that area, you're good. And you'll get back to that space. So well, this is week 2. We're so follow me last week. Well, last week was incorporating
The consistent workouts again, like at a higher level, not just doing something. And then this week is focusing on meals and water. Water is our friend.
Right.
Okay. Don't have that intimate relationship with water, but I'm doing my best.
Yeah, I do. I have an intimate relationship with water. I need to be drinking some because transparently I am faded right now.
Well, you sound good to be,
I'm not. I am not sober. Like it's
okay.
These past few weeks at work have been a bitch. We still got to shoot. Listen, this is vodka, apple juice, and Red Bull. I don't even know why. I've literally never drank this combination of things, but I don't even drink apple juice like that.
Well, I will say today's recording is going to be fun, I'm sure. It is going to be fun.
So y'all forgive me for whatever the fuck I say today on today. on today. So look, okay, first of all, let's pay some bills.
Yes.
As usual, this episode of the Xrossroadz Podcast is brought to you by the House of 334.
It's the house.
So for all your business branding and copyright needs, go to houseof334.com, and also brought to you by Carbon 12 Clothing. That is CRBNTWLV.com. That is Carbon 12 without the vowels, if you didn't know, for all your fashion needs. Yeah. So the bills are paid.
Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Cha-ching. And not only are the bills paid, but if y'all want to assist additionally with paying the bills,
you want to pay some bills.
You can donate to the Xrossroadz Podcast. Y'all listen, it's not free to do this. It's not free. There's a time investment, but there's also a monetary investment that we sacrifice to bring you the content that we bring. So you can go to bit.ly/the Xrossroadz. That's XROSSROADZ, and donate whatever God puts on your heart.
And the link will be down below in YouTube or any of the description boxes. Check for the link.
Yes, help us out. Listen, look, it could be a few cents. It can be a couple of dollars. Every little bit helps, y'all. And we appreciate y'all. So thank y'all for those who have donated, those who continue to donate. And we gonna make
we might need to look into that little membership little model that
and I know people have, maybe we need to do bonus content on a Patreon or something.
Something. Well, we're gonna figure it out. Right now we've been here for the love, but
but look, love costs. I always remember the movie South Central.
Yeah.
And when he was in jail and he was talking about what happened to him, and he's talking to the old dude.
Oh, I know.
And he goes, all I was doing was trying to help out my homeboy. And old dude, he was knitting the kufi. He goes, well, helping's costly.
Shout out to old boy. I can't remember. Carl Lumley, I think is his.
Glenn Plummer. Glenn Plummer was the main character. And then the old dude.
Yeah. Helping's costly.
When he was talking about, listen, I'll quote that movie. He was like, so I took their lives. 3 of them. And now I'm in here for life, man.
Oh God.
Wait, hold up. I love this part. Like, this a man, Buddha. He a man. And ain't nobody punking no man. He's like, Buddha. He's like, Buddha, do you or do you not recognize this a man standing here?
Oh, you did. Yeah, look at you.
Oh, hold up. Then the Buddha goes, yeah. I know he's a man. Look, I told y'all I'm not.
I love that movie.
So if y'all ain't seen South Central, y'all got it. Because I'll say I quote that movie all day.
OG Bobby Johnson.
He got a new house for Ray Ray. New car for Ray Ray.
And meanwhile,
he got that little listen. Loco, you couldn't tell Loco he wasn't getting swole, right?
He was pumping a little thing or something.
Right. He got a
Flat
little
iron.
new house for Ray Ray.
Oh God.
Yeah, he even got your boy working for him.
Okay, you guys are getting like this is for real life. On National Best Friends Day, this is what we do.
This is what we do.
Quote movies. Okay, so you want it, you got it.
One day I'm gonna give y'all one of my favorite monologues. Though, remember Glory?
Oh shit!
That scene. This is a funny. It's supposed to be serious, but the shit was funny when Morgan Freeman slapped the shit out of Denzel. I think he slapped the shit out when he was calling me a nigga. He's like, "What are you? So full of hate you want to go out and fight everybody because you've been whipped and chased by hounds. Well, that might not be living, but it sure as hell ain't dying. And dying's what these white boys been doing for going on 3 years now. Dying by the thousands. Dying for you, fool. I know because I dug their graves. And all the time I'm digging, I'm asking myself, when, oh Lord, is going to be our time. Well, time is coming. We're going to have to ante up and kick in like men. Like men. You watch her, you call a nigga. Any niggas around here, it's you. Smart mouth, stupid ass, swamp running nigga. You ain't careful. That's all you ever gonna be.
Oh, shout out to Morgan Freeman.
Listen, I don't know. And fun fact, Morgan Freeman was born 68 years old.
I believe it.
Listen, Morgan Freeman did not come out the womb crying. He was like, well, I think it's time to go on and live my life. Morgan Freeman was born in Shawshank. He was red already.
Yeah.
His first words was Andy Dufresne, my friend.
Oh gosh!
All right, so we actually
I love that movie.
We do this every damn week. We be having topics and shit to talk about, but we can't never get to it until we do our best friend thing. What we got for the fuck this week? Do we got something?
I don't know. I was scrolling through, so
I know I sent you something.
Every week we send each other memes and posts about all the things that men just cannot do.
Wait, what last time we couldn't lay in the goddamn we couldn't have a big bed. I think that's the last.
Have a big bed. Yeah, that was the last thing. But this one you sent me was I don't know who wrote it, but it says most won't like this, some will, but it's fact. Donald Trump was not liked by liberals because he represents masculinity, and he said and did what he wanted. Supposed to be whether you liked him or not, you made money. And
wait, let me guess. He said rather, didn't he? Rather
you liked him or not. First of all, I hate that. But whether you liked him or not. So when you sent this to me, it was the caption was the entire
fuck. So. Oh yeah. So that was somebody on my timeline that wrote that. That wasn't even a meme. That was somebody's actual status. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So masculinity is doing whatever you want. That's pretty fucking dangerous.
Right?
Like, especially when you are the leader of the free world. I do not think that was masculinity. I do not think that Donald Trump was a man. I think he's a poor excuse for a human being, let alone a man. And I am actually relieved that social media has silenced him and extended the same courtesies that he has for so many other people in silencing their voices. We don't have to get into Trump. Fuck Trump. That's
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish death on no man, but I will not shed a tear. I'll say that.
Yeah. Well, shout out to him being silent, like you said, or silenced.
Right. Because if we know him like he know him. Mm. And it's crazy how the whole party turned on him, right? Like, you have served your purpose. And that's just politics, especially on the right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, you're not that guy. It's God and country. And they're going to support their party, period. And I think on the left, I don't know if that's the problem or that's the different. I don't know what to call it. But the liberals are more like just all over the place. And because I guess it's more of a free thinking, progressive, whatever. And I think that's why we can't come together, because we all have such different ideologies on the left. Where on the right, it's just this. Like they very few are ever going to deviate from the plan and the platform.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Whether they see it benefits them or not, blah, 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 blah. God, country, like whoever it is that is representing our platform, we are behind it, period. You see what I'm saying? Regardless, that's what it is. And that's why they win, is because they're going to support it regardless. Now, there's a sect of people who are going to vote for the left regardless, but then there's also a faction of people who, I don't know, like you had the people who are anti-Obama or anti-Biden or anti, like whatever, you know, and I'm a vote. People on the right don't vote third party if they don't agree. Like they may not agree, but it's like, we're still going to be in power. So right. I'm going
either way.
Either way. So yeah, but I think Trump was such an asshole. It was an easy win for it. Is it me, or does it feel like we don't even have a president right now?
I mean, based on what we were used to the president doing, or you know, the person in office doing, yeah, it's so different, right? It's like it's quiet. You're like,
yeah, it's super. Maybe
is anybody there?
Anybody back to, it's back to like when Bush was, before social media was like huge. We heard from Bush when he was fucking up, but then there was Obama, who actually mobilized people via social media, and he was very visible. You know what I'm saying? Obama was very visible. You know what I'm saying? And so was Michelle. And then Trump was just Twitter fingers, you know what I'm saying, all over the place. Yeah. And then we get Uncle Joe, and it's he's like, I don't know how to use this shit. you know what I'm saying? So yeah, he's just like, yeah.
or all the angles are upward.
Yeah. Right.
Oh my Lord.
So yeah.
Like, oh, people, get the camera out your face. Everything is here in wrong angle.
Like I gotta teach my daddy, like when my daddy be posting, he'll never post without a picture. He posts statuses with pictures. I'm like, Dad, you don't need the picture for the status. Just post the status. Like people post a picture and then talk about the picture. No, he doesn't. He'll post a status and the picture ain't got shit to do with what he's talking about.
Well, I will say, and maybe he's cracked the code, like that's what gets people's attention. Because just when you write, I mean, unless people really want to read what you have going on, people stop for pictures. So generally when I have something really poignant to say, I will post a picture of myself. And like, I try to post like the nicest picture, but I can tell that people focus on the photo because I'll have 100, 200 likes. And then, you know, I'm like, did anybody even read what I wrote? Which the answer is yes, but not as many people that are paying attention to the photo. Well, you know, I think it's still funny that he does that because I'm sure he's not thinking
about that. He don't know about analytics and shit, because he'll call me like, how do I do the thing with the?
Well, he had me wishing him a happy birthday, and after I'd already wished him a happy birthday. I was like, "Is it?
I thought I just no." So you know what? I'm gonna try the picture thing and post something, but I don't know. People read my posts for some reason, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, if people are used to reading it, or you know, whether it's controversial, whether they're just interested or whatever, that's different. But I think you have to posting a picture or a video is going to get people at least to pause, because they see something
the image,
different than just words.
But I think you have to earn, especially like on Facebook, you have to earn that attention from people with just a text. You know what I'm saying? Like I think when people get used to like when I post, people, I'm either gonna post something thought-provoking or funny, right? And I think I post just enough funny stuff so when I hit you with something thought-provoking, like you still stop and so I think I had got to the point to where even if I post something long, people still read it. You know what I mean? And I think there's a certain art to that, or a strategy to that, or maybe a methodology rather, But I think as more platforms have have popped up, it's because people's attention spans have shortened over time, which
Mm-hmm.
is like the
Mm-hmm.
IG phenomenon before, like, because when IG first came out, it was just pictures, and then you had the ability to do video, which people was like, oh, Vine is going, and even Vine was like you had 6 seconds
Mm-hmm.
to do what you did, and then IG came with the videos, and I think they were 15 seconds. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
you can do video on IG where people already were, and now you can do a longer. And people's like, "Oh my god, 15 seconds!" And then then Vine was going after that, and then all of a sudden now you can do a minute, and then here comes IGTV, and and it's whatever.
Yeah.
Um, and so yeah, because IG exists to capture people with images and or video. Facebook is like, now it's crazy because like my kids were like, Facebook is for old people, and I'm like, damn, has Facebook been out that long?
They've been saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I like Facebook.
Me too.
Yeah.
Well, that's because it was made for us or with us in mind. At the time it was, well, we might have been just past the age, of college kids, but it was still, kind of our group.
Right.
And, so yeah, we kind of grew up with Facebook. And these kids are coming into something that's already established. It's, it's being used for so many different things. When I teach, tech courses, I always talk about the fact that, Facebook is like, for the grandchild all the way up to the, in some cases, like great grandparents, everybody and their mama literally is on Facebook. And then every other social media platform is probably geared toward a specific, demographic. But there, it could be anybody and everybody.
Because I'd love to be on Twitter. I don't get Twitter.
I love Twitter because you can just fire off. I say what I have to say, and I'm done. Now sometimes I get upset because I might have a longer thought, which is when I'll take it to Facebook. But now Twitter has threads, so you can tweet after tweet after tweet and have them all connected, so somebody can just read off all of your thoughts if if they all go together.
You're gonna have to give me a Twitter crash course, because I've had it for years. Like, I literally have like all of the original domains for like the platforms. Like on MySpace, I was Barzini on, until that kind of crashed. You had to do it over. But Facebook, I'm Barzini. Twitter, I'm Barzini. You know what I'm saying? You have some other Barzinis on there, but I have the handle. Like, I am the original Twitter
what's
Barzini.
hard about Twitter?
I don't know. It's the
80 characters, and you just type.
the tweet and the retweets and all that other shit. Like, I mean, I can just go in and say shit and leave it alone, and whoever the fuck reads it. But I'm talking about, like, if you're trying to follow and who's saying what and who did they say it to, and okay, well, what's that? And was they talking to them or what? I don't. Yeah.
Well, it's clearer now. Back in the day, with retweets, it could be confusing because hashtag, but we were kind of searching our previous Twitter history. And so he sent me something from like 2010, 2011, something like that. And yeah, back in the day, you had to put RT, which was retweet of the person. And that could be 2 or 3 layers deep. So it would say RT, Barzini, whatever you said, RT. At the time, I'm Little Girl Blue, whatever I said, or, and so it's like, oh, I have to follow it back up. Now they have like chat bubbles.
Okay.
Right. So they call them quotes now. So you'll see your stuff with your picture here, and then my response to it is above it. So it looks a lot different. It's a lot cleaner than it used to look.
I probably need to go do a Twitter scrub, because the Lord knows what the fuck I've said.
Yeah. I had to switch handles because I was like, hopefully don't nobody even remember what I just said it. But it used to be because we were just having fun, folks are just saying.
Listen, I might host the Academy Awards one day, and here come a tweet, and I'm on the news apologizing and shit.
My goodness.
I was a different person back then.
And texts. Oh, that's really what we're here to talk about.
That's what we're here to talk about. So y'all, our subject today, 30 fucking minutes later.
But we're here.
Well, we're here, and I'm not sober. We're talking textationships. Ooh, the infamous texting In a relationship,
In a
like,
relationship.
can you start a relationship or maintain a relationship via text? That is the question. Yay or nay? What you think? What's your
Yes, yes, you can.
Mhm.
Yes, you can. I don't think that is ideal for everyone, but
Mhm.
it's not impossible. It's just like, we talked about long distance relationships, which for many it goes hand in hand. When
Mhm.
you're in a long distance relationship, by default, you're in
Right.
a textationship because that's one of the few
Mhm.
ways that you have to communicate with each
But
other.
okay,
So
so
connected.
the difference for you, would you say, okay, you were in the relationship, right? And I know a lot of the elements, there was deployment involved and stuff like that, but
No, but just to no, from rip,
mm,
we were not in the same.
same. Oh,
We had
oh
just
yeah,
moved.
got you. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so I wasn't.
So
We weren't in
shit,
the
we
same
starting
state.
off with the success story. So we got a whole engagement from texting. God damn it! Listen,
Now, look, don't try to plant your flag on my relationship because we was different.
because you are,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Listen, because you
you
already
was
know
like
where I'm
yes.
going. Yes. This gonna be an easy one today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Listen, because
mean, I am but one story. Okay.
I am on record saying I will text the shit out of you. You
Yeah,
know, but
and I
well, women be lying though. Why y'all
oh,
be lying
about what?
about texting? Like, I think it's cool to say I prefer talking. Don't text me and da, 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 da. And I'm like, I be texting y'all motherfuckers all the time. Like,
Well,
the fuck?
it's not that we don't want to text. It's that you don't just want text because there are so many things that are
But
unsaid, or can't necessarily be, um, you can't be sure of via text. And so I think that assurance piece is missing for a lot of people. I actually just posted it. So our phone anniversary, I don't know what we don't even call it anything.
text
But
anniversary.
yeah, so we had been texting for quite some time, for, a couple months maybe, or maybe 6 weeks or so. And, at that point in time, I was just like, well, we don't really talk on the phone. And, I'm a text person,
Mhm.
but I was just like, I wonder why we don't talk on the phone. And so I was like, back and forth in my own head about what does that mean. I'm like, well, people don't really like the phone, because that's the stuff you hear, oh, I don't really like the
Mhm.
phone, this, that, and the third. But at the same time, as I felt like, okay, we are connecting and we're getting along. um i, I now that I'm shit, this is years ago, I don't know what I made that mean for myself, but I feel like it meant something like, can we have this conversation and it still be the same as, as a
Mhm.
text? That might have been, kind of what it was. Because I'll just, and this is Frank. And if he ever hears this, he'll know we haven't. I don't think I've ever said this to him, but I was at the beginning. I was trying to figure out. I had wasted so much time in the previous. Uh-oh.
Bloopers. I am not
Yeah,
editing that out.
no, it's okay. It's nothing to edit out. It's okay. Y'all seen something fall before. But I was really trying to figure out as fast as I could if I was, sewing into the right space, because
Mhm.
I was just like, if there's anything that I need to know, I need to try to figure this out as soon as
Mhm.
possible versus years and years
Mhm.
happening. And not necessarily that if the phone didn't happen, it wouldn't have been, but that was the mind frame I was in. So I just posted this at this point, it's probably about a week or two ago. It was May 30th, good old 2015. And I was twisting my hair and we were, texting or whatever. And so I texted him and I was just like, look, I'm twisting my hair and sipping. I was drinking at the time or whatever. And I was like,
Got liquid courage.
if you want to, chat or whatever, give me a call or something like that. It was real. That was the last text. And then that was like at midnight or something. And then the next text was like the next day at 11, because we had talked for something like 3 hours or something like
Mm.
that. Now, his side of it was like, he knew what it was when he gets the text. Like, okay, I guess this is the this the test.
Yeah. Let me go on a call.
Am I gonna call or no?
Right.
But yeah, not really, and even to this day, not a phone person. I could count on one hand, in a month, how many times he picks up the phone or answers the phone for that matter to talk to somebody. Most of the time he is here or not. He could really even do without his phone. So that's a thing that, some people are just not phone people. But again, knowing the type of person he is and that kind of integrity, it's different to just text somebody versus if you're with someone or you're getting to know somebody and you think they could have a whole ass relationship or family. And that's why they're not, it's a different thing. So it's not necessarily texting. I think it's the lack of trust that people have.
But I think all that existed before tech, because I think just with every advent in technology comes a new insecurity, right? Because and we switch it because before we even had, I remember when I first started texting, right? So we would talk on the phone, and then cell phones were a thing, and we were always talking because we have a cell phone and we had access, and then it's like, oh, let me call you after 7 when my minutes is free, and all this other stuff. So we were buying cell phones to talk to people and weren't limited to only talking to you at a landline. You know what I'm saying? Because it was the pager, and it's like, and then we were trying to text to like send little messages through the paper. So it was like, okay, how can we increase the speed of communication? That's what it was. Right? Because if you think, writing letters took longer than talking on the phone, and so when we're young, we're on the phone all night, and call us on three-way, and then party lines and all this other stuff. We're increasing. So I don't think it was about intimacy; it's about increasing the speed of communication. Okay, and so then we went from pagers to now we got the cell phones, and then we went from cell phones to the two-way pager, right? Because even the pagers, we had alphanumeric where you can leave the actual message. Now I can see what you're trying to say without having to call you back. Just tell me the message. And no one was ever saying, don't send me an alphanumeric page. Nobody said that. You know what I'm saying? Right. And so then,
but that wasn't but you were still talking on the phone.
But sometimes you didn't have to talk on the phone because you could actually just send the message. When you have the alphanumeric pager, you call in and you send the message, and then it just pops up on your pager what needs to be said.
But was that the only way you were communicating? I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that wasn't the only way.
It wasn't the only way, but it wasn't a complaint. That and sometimes even even text, it's not the only way you're communicating. It's probably the primary, but it's not the only. And some people are talking about, I want to talk more than text. But then, so we went from alphanumeric to two ways, right? And now, so you had the time, and you was a baller if you had the time port, and then you was bootleg if you had to talk about, right? And so, but you two-way, and and then was what ringtone you got? You sharing ringtones and shit like that. And so people weren't talking like, fuck us. If you had a cell phone and a two-way, you was probably a drug dealer. But it's like you had,
real talk,
right? And so then you went from that to the sidekick to where it was a phone and a two. I had a sidekick and a two. I had all the shit, all the technology, right?
Okay.
And so then the flip phones came out. Now I remember I had this Verizon Flip, and then I figured out I can text because we didn't call it texting. And I was like, "What's this T9?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I could two-way from my phone." That's what I said. I remember. Matter of fact, I was at SC in the parking lot after step practice, and I realized I could send a message. I was like, "Hey nigga, I can two-way because it wasn't called texting yet. It was two-way." Right, so I was like, I can two-way from my phone. Damn, I was like, hey, look, I can two-way from my phone.
But and chirp,
right? And then so then the next step came out. Now you chirping, and now you know what I'm saying. And I remember when I first got a chirp, I didn't know how to chirp, and it was Damon, as a matter of fact. So you're supposed to send a signal and wait for someone to respond. I didn't know that. I just be like, hey, nigga, whoop. And I remember he was like, nigga, I'm at work. You supposed to alert somebody. I didn't know the rules.
Just happy to be involved.
Listen, hey, bro.
And he like this.
Right.
We're trying to turn your shit off.
Listen, I gotta call him up right now because he was like, nigga, you can't just you posted. He's like, that's what the chirp is for. I was like, oh, my bad.
Well, call me back.
Yeah. Right. And I'm still just talking. So, but like there was always a progression. And I think the rules are always aligned to the technology. You see what I mean? And so I don't think it's about, oh, I hate texting. I think because we have the ability to text and it's easy. Now we want, you know what I'm saying? Because, okay, like when two ways came out, people were like, don't call me, just two-way me. Because we wanted to use that device. We wanted to use the technology that was available. And so now,
and so do we still with texting. It's literally that relationship. That's why I said it's about trust, or it could be about trust, because between friends, I've never heard anybody say, "Don't text me, call me." I mean, if it's your birthday, and even with that, some days I'm like, is it impersonal to text somebody happy birthday? I mean, we're on Facebook and all these things that are even what reminds you it's somebody's birthday half of the time. Is it appropriate to send a text, or is this the day you got to call and all that kind of stuff? So, but generally friends don't do that to each other. It's literally in these romantic relationships that you are finding, and when I say folks, women primarily that are I mean, because I just I've not heard a man ever say, don't text me.
Don't text me. Yeah.
I've not heard it. So
shit, if we can get away with not talking, that's what the fuck we are going to do.
Yeah. So I mean, the more that we've talked about you guys' communication style, it definitely serves you better.
Right.
Than for a woman. I mean, now, and most people that communicate with me know I am queen of the voice note, right? Like I'm not typing all that out. I'm hitting the button and I'm gonna send you what I and a few of them if necessary.
Yeah, you gonna because before I can hit one, it's like 5. Like you've just talked for 5 minutes on the phone. Because at that point, I'm like, you could have just fucking called me.
Well, yes, but I think one thing that I do understand about text and I appreciate, which is why I like another tool. It's more of a walkie-talkie than they're not paying this, so I'm not giving them any shine. But it's another app that I like that leaves recorded messages and whatnot, because I do feel like, what I have to say at any given time may be urgent, but what you're doing on the other side might be more urgent than what it is that I have to say. So I appreciate the ability to be able to let off and let go what I have to say. Or so that I don't forget, because I can be doing 1,000,001 things and I have a thought like, oh shoot, let me send so-and-so a message, so that when it applies, it's already there and I can go on. So convenience, right? I think that it's a great thing. But again, when we start talking about getting to know somebody to the point where you are building intimacy and trust and whatnot, do women feel that this is the best way to do that? And the majority of them that we are seeing are saying no. Now, again, in some of our other situations, me included, that is primarily what you had. If overseas where there was no cell service, then we talked every now and again. It was mostly text. Even when he was stateside, if we're talking during the day, somebody's at work, that's how you communicate, is via text. So it suffices. But if you're in a situation with somebody where that, again, like that's pretty much the only way that you communicate, and there is another way to do so, that raises people's antennas. Like, well, why don't you ever call? Or why?
So this, okay, it begs the question, because I really don't think it's about communication. I don't even think it's about intimacy. If you think about it, I think it's more about effort, right? Because like you said, you alluded to earlier, you were like, you said specifically, it's in these romantic situations. We don't complain about it during friendships. We never say, oh my God, we never talk on the phone. Like,
some people do.
Yeah. Okay, some people do. But okay, let's take you and I. We communicate on every medium. and you and I, we communicate on the medium that's available for whatever we're doing at the time. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm at work, so you might shoot me a text. If it's like short, you'll shoot me a text. If you have a longer thought, you'll do voice message. If we need to like really debrief, we'll jump on video chat or on, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, and we don't think about it. We just, okay, whatever. Right. And so I think about like, there is nothing that can't be said on the phone that can't be said via text, like from a literal standpoint, right? If you can say it, you can write it. We've seen, and so the thing is, you have people who have developed whole friendships and become very fast friends and close friends via social media, have never met in person. That's right? True. Have not maybe talked on
internet auntie.
Right. I've got really close friends that I have literally never met in person to this day, and we've known each other for years, going back to Cazodius. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like we have a whole friendship and never met in person. You know what I'm saying? And so there are a few phone conversations, but the majority of the communication has been via text or inbox, and the few phone conversations, you know what I'm saying, and may or may not have a couple of times like video chat. You know what I'm saying? And so if you can have whole and very healthy friendships, why is a relationship different? And I think, the intimacy piece and kind of like really seeing people in motion or hearing someone, I get that part, but just like it just baseline, just communication, right? And by communication, I'm saying conveying whatever message that you're trying to convey. You see what I'm saying? Maybe it's good morning, maybe it's, I think it's funny how paragraph, whatever.
And that's what it is. You guys like, just type it. I'll get to it later. I don't want to hear the shit.
But and so so now there's pros and cons, and we were discussing that in pre-production, right? Like the pros and cons for texting. So the cons, people are talking about things get lost in translation. You can't hear someone's tone.
It's a way to avoid conflict.
Because
you can just not text back. You can block people. You can,
but you can do that.
And we're talking phone versus text. We're not taking into account being in person, because that's another thing too, right? Like actually going on a date or actually meeting somewhere face to face versus a text. And I think that makes more sense, because if you're on the phone and somebody starts going whatever, you can hang up. But if provided you're not going to do something like that, like if you're the type like, okay, that's rude to hang up in somebody's face, you literally have to.
You can't even hang up in someone's face effectively anymore. Like cell phones have ruined the art of hanging up on somebody.
Oh yeah, it's
just a dead signal. You don't hear. Like for y'all millennials and folks who've never used a landline phone or a rotary dial phone, you don't know the power of hanging up on somebody until you can slam the phone down, because they hear that shit and then they get a dial tone after that. And not only is it the dial tone, no, it's not even a straight dial tone. You get the three bounce and then the doom doom doom.
Oh shit!
And, like some of them don't even know what
a before.
I've definitely been hung up on before, mostly by my daddy though. Like, so I can't have no ice cream. You know how kids used to call their parent up at work, Daddy, can I is it okay if I click do no click. I didn't really have women hanging up on me like that. It was always my damn parents hanging up on me, because I was always asking for some shit. But
it's an avoidance. You have the ability where you can control the conversation. If you don't want to take it any further, you do not respond.
You have clearly not dated a woman. Y'all don't give up, because not only I think it's more control, because not only do you like, you can't get away from responding, especially like when you have read receipts, right? Oh, I know you see my message.
In that moment, if you do not want to respond, you do not have to respond. I give you that in that moment. Yeah, will she persist? Yes. Is the argument over? Hell no. But you can shut it down if you want to.
Or maybe you need to process. Maybe you need to process and formulate your thought. Because that's an advantage. Like, okay, let me say what I really want to say without being interrupted too. Because when you like all that back and forth and interrupting shit, it's like, okay, I can pause, I can read, I can process, and I can respond, right? And so
I was actually listed as, well, I don't know if it was a pro or a con, but it was one of the, is no interruption. Like the fact that you can complete a full thought, which for some people can come at as like 5 or 6 different texts, but you can air out,
especially if you're on an Android.
Hey,
listen.
Team Droid. But you
I'm
can
Team Droid too. Look.
Oh, okay.
You already know I can't stand. Let me not
you
say
can
that,
let somebody. I know we are Team Droid. We'll just leave it at that. But you can absolutely, say everything that you have to say without having to pause for somebody's interaction. I mean, or their response to what you have to say.
Or reading their face when you're saying what they're saying and rolling their eyes. And
that can be very freeing. But for the person on the other side, I mean, I haven't experienced it before. It could be overwhelming. Somebody's just barrage of thoughts and texts. It's like, well, damn, yeah. So,
okay, consider this, because this literally just popped in my head. So, we were having a discussion and we saw the meme about like a woman not being able to control her mouth is the same as a man not being able to control his hands when they're angry. Remember that meme? And you tagged me in it. And I've said for years, a woman's mouth is the equivalent to a man's hands. Because we use what we're stronger with. Like men are physically stronger, so we usually express ourselves when we're upset with our hands, right? Not necessarily just towards women, but we use our hands to protect ourselves. We use our hands to protect others. We use it when we're angry, or we can use it to build or protect, or you know what I mean, like whatever, right? We're physical, whereas a woman's strength is her words. She can build you up or she can cut you with her words, the same as a man's hands, right? So I'm wondering, and this literally just came to me, do women really hate text more because it weakens them in communication, in the sense that because it is your words that is your strength, right? Like verbal, that's, what I'm saying? You're usually quick-witted, like those. And so now it's like, you can still do it via text, but it's not the same as speaking verbally. So now we've taken, and let me not say a weapon. It could be a weapon, but also a tool. You know what I'm saying? That is where you are stronger than men, right? That is what you use more than men. We're usually very linear. And okay, I'm talking about this thing or this thought, and y'all are, but this, and we like, wait, where are you? Like, and we're trying to, you know what I'm saying? And very few men can keep up with that or compete, right? And so I'm wondering maybe if that's a thing, because naturally you want to communicate verbally, like right now in the moment, and express what you said I'm saying, and because your primary is emotion. And I want to express that or receive that or hear that or process that or whatever it is. Do you think that could be a thing? Because via text, it eliminates a lot of that. Like you can't feel what I'm trying to say. You can't hear it. You can't hear the inflection. You can't get this work because this is via text. Pick up the phone.
That reminds me of Cadillac Records when Muddy Waters is standing in the booth, and what is it, Howlin'?
The wolf.
He can hear me.
He hear me. I guarantee he hear me.
That's exactly. Oh, what's coming at you.
But no, when Lil Walter, when he pulled that gun out, he's like, "Here you go." He's like, "Nah." First of all, hey, shout out to Columbus Show, because he played that goddamn role.
Yes, he did.
When I had no business being that pretty, no way. You gonna be my white daddy? You my white daddy?
Shout it out.
Walter.
Walter.
Now, surely you know that ain't the name my mama gave me. Now, like, sound it out. Walter.
That's my movie. Okay.
Hey, listen.
But yes, I believe what you're saying. There's a level to that.
Uh-huh.
But I also feel the reverse, that, because those words are coming fast and furious, even if it is, by text, I think a lot of the times that's when the shutdown happens. So I don't think we have a problem with letting it fly. We have a problem when the return is
you don't know how it landed.
There it is.
You're losing the effectiveness of
There it is. There it is. Oh no, we know how to deploy it.
Yeah. Hold up. It's almost like you ain't gonna answer. Send the drones. Like,
yeah, no, it's out there.
All right,
and
fellas,
we know you got it.
Listen, you heard it first here on the Crossroads. We have broken the code. This is yes. Text it is. Let's go.
Yeah,
she's like, so you ain't gonna wait, hold up. What came my heart say? Wow. So, because look, okay, like if you go to that skit in What Now, when he was talking about women will have a whole conversation with themselves via text and you're not even responding. So you just not gonna say nothing? Wow. Oh no, don't ever text me again. Don't contact me. Wow, you really not gonna contact me? You really don't even come home then.
Right.
Wow. You really not about to come home?
Oh, you enjoying this a little bit too much. I think we talked about this on the live, right? Like, nobody likes to be ignored.
Correct. It's not helping that I'm not sober right now.
Yeah.
Because all I hear in my head,
good old time.
Wow, you. I'm insufferable right now. Okay, let me bring it back so we can be professional.
Well, I don't know about professional, but just we having a good time. It's all good.
Okay, hold up. That's my professional face.
Oh, okay. I was like, I was waiting because I didn't.
You don't know what's going on. Yeah, I was trying to. Okay, yeah.
Woo, shout out anybody that's listening to this audio only and you don't have the visuals.
The visuals, yeah.
You might want to boogie on over
to YouTube.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Nah.
So we talked about avoiding conflict as a con. Another one that was mentioned was this: it makes lying easier.
I don't get that. I'm like, if you're gonna lie, you're gonna lie. Like, how do you lie easier via text than verbally? I think it's more strategic to lie via text. It's not easier because you got to think about that shit. Okay, no, don't say that. Because there's receipts, and if you don't say the right thing, she could always refer back to it. Whereas,
but also you could say, "I'm at the house" via text, and you could be. If you were on the phone, I'm like, "Are you outside?"
You can say that.
I mean,
it's just as easy on the phone.
Oh, well, when you lie, I guess it doesn't matter. But for folks who gotta really think about it.
I may have told a liar two of my time because it's like, shh. Like, dude, listen, men standing. Here's the thing, and I might be giving up the game, right? Men and women do support each other's bullshit. I don't care what nobody says. Women more so than men. And the crazy part is, y'all will eat a nigga alive. No, because y'all will eat a nigga alive when we say we support the homies. Oh, y'all just gonna but y'all support y'all homegirls and y'all will coach y'all homegirls through some bullshit.
I don't know about y'all.
Girl, say that. Like, we not gonna help a nigga, but like, so if we somewhere and we all around, blah blah, and the nigga girl call. Hey, shh. We gonna shut it down from, hey, nigga, be quiet. This is girl. Right? Because if anybody knows anything, and Kev Hart, he said this in one of his specials. He
know about
shots fired. But any man knows this. When you are out without your woman, you cannot let her hear fun. You cannot. It's bad.
# boo. You can have fun.
Whatever. So listen.
Have a good time.
You can, because if she hears fun, I don't know what it is. It's like, is it bad because he having fun without her, or if like, oh, you don't be sounding that happy when you out. I don't know what it is, but when she hears fun, like, okay, for instance, true fucking story. One of my childhood friends, right? He flew out here for business. We went out, we catching up. Like, we've known each other since we was 14, 15 years old, right? Like, my dad is his dad. And we out. And we catching up so much. He's like, bro, I should just change my flight and just stay the night out here so we can finish catching up because we having a great time. We out the bar, we eating wings, we having some beers, catching up, right? And he was like, I'm gonna call the wife and just see, you know what I'm saying, if I can just fly out at noon tomorrow and just stay the night out here. Because he worked for the airline. So, you know, it wasn't a thing.
It wasn't a thing.
Right. And so it was like, okay. I was like, bet. I was like, but go call her from the parking lot. Don't call her from in here. It's too loud. This nigga didn't listen. He's heading to the parking lot, but he calls as he's going out there. And guess what she hears? Fun. He come back. I'm like, what did she say? She said, I'm gonna call him John. She's like, whatever, John. I was like, let's go on ahead to the airport, bro. It's over. Like, I told you to call from the parking lot.
But I don't know. I'm not refuting that. I'm sure somebody's like that. But I'm just like, that doesn't even make any sense.
Okay, so
you're at the bar. No. Let me not say it's not that it doesn't make sense what you're saying. I just don't understand why anybody wouldn't want the person that they love to have fun unless they're involved.
Right. It sounds crazy,
okay.
But
unless, like you said, unless they don't ever have, like, if she's not allowed to do anything or he doesn't take her anywhere, and then, you know, yeah, he's out.
She can go out all the time. She always out with her. And men, not all, men generally leave you the hell alone because we're like, oh, you going out with your girls? Oh, like, listen, we get to watch sports, masturbate, just do all kind of. Look, if y'all never saw Seriously Funny, watch Kevin Hart Seriously Funny in this segment when he talks about what men do when you're going. He was like, all the filth that happens when you go. We gonna watch porn. We gonna jack off. We gonna watch sports. We go whatever, right? Okay. While y'all out with your girls at brunch ordering fucking mimosas and extra guacamole. You know what I'm saying? Like, generally, dude, it's like, stay out as long as you want with your girls. We don't give a fuck. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, you going out? Okay, cool. You don't want to know what time I'm coming back? Shit, you live here. The fuck? Like, you coming back eventually. You got a key, right?
Wow. But
when we go out, who you going out with? Where y'all going? What time you coming back? Who gonna be there? Mm-hmm. And then the calls, you know, like, I'm like, somebody close to me. I'm not even gonna say who it is. I just remember it was my birthday, and this person came out, and we hanging out, having a grand old time. We had dinner. Now we out for drinks with the friends and everything else, and the texts are just coming through. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, oh, your daughter's throwing up. He's like, what you want me to do? Like, right. if I come home, she's still gonna be throwing up, and you're a nurse.
Does she have a flu? Does she have a fever?
But what is he going to do? She's still gonna have it when he gets there. Oh, well, if you're not gonna come home, just stay out all night. Like, damn, he don't get out, and right. To where he's just like, I gotta go, because it's like every time he's out, it's always a thing, and I've just
then that's different. That's different. But I mean, yes. Even if he comes home, she's still going to be throwing up. But that's the difference between, you know, having somebody there to, like, I don't do vomit. I don't even do my own vomit. I don't know how I'm going to raise a kid. Like, I literally throw up with my eyes closed. Like, hopefully I make it in the toilet bowl because I don't want to see it. Right. So I don't know how that's.
Wait, what are you gonna do if you see it? Throw up more?
Yeah, I think so. It's repulsive. And it just triggers more.
I hate not being able to breathe.
It's
when
the
you throw.
most
Yeah.
vile thing. So maybe she needs support. I don't know. I don't know if it's their first kid. I don't know if it's a baby.
No,
No.
it wasn't the first kid, and
Okay.
it
Well,
wasn't the first time when he's out. It's it's a
well,
thing.
yeah. You
Like,
always have these. I
but
don't know who you're
I
friends with, who
experienced,
they married to.
yeah, but I experienced it in my own relationship. It's like when I'm out, like, okay, another story. I'm out,
Okay.
right? Mind you, I had been home alone all day. She was at home. She was sick, whatever, which is why we weren't together. You at home with the flu. We had been communicating all day, like, hey, how you doing, whatever. So I'm like, hey, I'm going out with my friends, whatever. Or I went to like a homegirl's house or something like that. Now you need shit. Oh, when you leave there, can you bring me some soup? No. Or can you stop at a Pollo Loco? It's fucking 12 o'clock at night. You know good and goddamn well El Pollo Loco's not open.
Do y'all have that out there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just recently, but yeah, they have it out here. But it wasn't out here. It was when I was.
Oh, okay.
It's like, oh, can you stop? Now you want me to bring you like you trying to control what I'm doing, who I'm with, blah blah blah. I'm like, I've literally been home all day, and you ain't needed shit. I'm like, just go to sleep. What the fuck you need soup at 12 o'clock at night? Just go to sleep. Like, does that make any sense?
No.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, oh, now that I'm out, you need shit. When I could have, you don't live that far. I could have gone to the store, got all this shit, El Pollo Loco open, all the shit all day. But now that I'm out and you know females is around, now you need shit. Now you calling.
Well, then, and we're back at square one. This is all about trust or lack thereof. That's all it is. If
Or
I trust
insecurity.
you, or insecurity, which is it not all woven together? I do not trust, even if I'm
Not
insecure,
necessarily.
so I do not trust you.
Not
That you're not
necessarily.
trustworthy, but if
Because
I
you cannot be insecure. Okay, let's say like it's new, right? Like I don't know you to trust you. Like we're trying to get to know each other.
right,
So maybe the trust isn't there yet. That's one thing. We to fucking together. You
right.
see what I'm saying? And now that's just insecure. And I'm like really?
So, it's hard because I don't want to tell people why they should feel how they should feel, but you know, are people insecure for no reason? Sometimes.
Maybe not for I won't say people are insecure for. There's always a reason. Just that reason may not have anything to do with you.
Right. Okay. So right within themselves, are they solely insecure because of something that has nothing to do with you?
Mhm.
Sometimes, but there are a lot of situations where the other partner, just because I don't want to say men versus women, there's a lot of times where the other partner has done something, said something, whatever, and acts like they have no clue why their partner would be reacting in a particular way.
Sometimes we don't. Like, okay, almost any dude can relate to this shit. And I'm generalizing like a motherfucker right now.
Okay.
That you get mad, not you, but his woman get mad, and he's like, what? Or you know why I'm mad, or you know why I don't trust you. And I'm like, no, I don't. Oh, you know what you did. And we sit here like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it could be some shit like, oh, you don't remember that thing that you said about that picture on the back of the cereal box with that woman on there? How can I trust you? And you say, like, what the fuck did I say? I have to say, what? It's crazy shit. Like, yeah. If you've ever been with a woman that be making up shit, and this could just be trauma speaking right now because I've lived it. Like, ladies, I'm sorry if I'm putting you in this box based on my experience, but goddamn it, y'all be coming up with some shit.
Well, and I can't disagree with that, right. But it normally is just like you're having a moment of trauma. It's normally the same response, right? And I get it. Where it comes out isn't necessarily where it derived from,
right? Like okay, like the bobby pin, right? Yeah. Right. So I get it,
or more so like hearing iPhone alert. To this day, it's not even him. Just to hear it, we could be in the freaking mall or pre-COVID. We could, you could be anywhere.
Is that why you Team Android?
Yeah. If I hear that, I am like instantly transported back to a time. Like,
damn.
I have to remind myself that I am not there and it has nothing to do with me. But it's one of the most awful feelings to even have that. And like, sometimes you're either not necessarily not aware, but it happens without your permission. Like, why am I even still upset about this or feel any kind of way about this? So, you know, and we've talked about trauma and bitterness and kind of blaming people for things that they haven't healed from. And it's kind of the same thing. And it sucks because nobody deserves, if you're newly into a situation and, you know, kind of bringing us back to text, you know, it's not your fault that sending a text send somebody off the deep end. I'm not saying that, but like, that's where these real conversations need to happen. And when you're in a brand new relationship or just dating, I don't know if that's the space, because then you can run somebody off. But you know, you definitely want to leave room for the fact that, yeah, somebody's not just crazy. You know, they're dealing with something that they have not resolved.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And so I just wonder, like, is it really is it, to your point, like what you just outlined, I just don't feel like it's really about text. It's not text. It's not the medium. That's the problem. I think it's the past, it's the lens, it's the baggage, it's the insecurity, it's the past action maybe with that person. It could
what
be
other people are saying too.
Yeah.
Right. Because we have all these memes about how, you know, real relationships, or you can't have a real relationship if you text. So there's all of that.
Or that, like, and this is, I'm sorry, ladies, but this shit is just so dumb to me. Like, oh, don't text me WID. Who the fuck cares? You know what it means. Like, what, literally, okay, what is the difference if I text you WID or if I call you and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, I think, again, it's what we have allowed it
to become. Like,
you're right. What it,
because I feel like one person saying it and it just adopted it. Now everyone's, oh, if you text me, like, even when you on the dating apps and people are like, oh, if you text me WID, I'm immediately unmatching. That's fucking stupid.
Or that's like HBD, I guess, which is apparently happy.
Right. Like, as many fucking, like, but you'll be like, oh, don't text me WID or I'm gonna unmatch you, LOL.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Like, ma'am. And it's like, huh? And I think we try to add logic to it where it does not exist. That is not even remotely logical. Like, I'm literally saying, you know what it means, but you're so concerned with how something, you know what it means, how it's said. You know what I'm saying? Like, knock it the fuck off and grow the fuck up.
Yeah, certain stuff like that's silly. You know, that's absolutely silly. I think WID at 2 a.m, right? Like there were certain parameters around WID, right? Or you haven't talked to somebody and then they pop up, in your text at 1 and 2 a.m. with WID. That there's a lens that you're reading that through. Like, oh
yeah, but I mean,
right?
that's some like nigga, you can't even say hi for the last 3 weeks and all of a sudden you popping up. That I get, but it's like they literally just hate the acronym WID.
Oh yeah,
for what? Like.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Well, I guess people are talking about effort. I think you mentioned it earlier on. I don't know if we got into it,
but but it's not a lack of effort when you'll use every other acronym. If you use an LOL, LMAO, fucking HBD, whatever the fuck, we use acronyms all the time in text. SMH, like all of this shit. We use all of that. But that one's lazy. Don't.
Yeah.
So if I type WID or I type out the words, what are you doing? The fuck is the difference?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see a difference. Like I said, the only thing that I had ever heard adverse reaction to was, you trying to pop up or using that as your opener at this, kind of weird time of night.
Now I'll say this. I can't stand Hey Stranger. That
hey,
shit. Hey big head, whatever. But Hey Stranger, because it's indicative, like I was supposed to be hitting you up, because my response is always, I always say I'm not strange. Well, like as long as you haven't heard from me, that means I haven't fucking heard from you either. Just say hi, thinking about you, how you been, but all that Hey Stranger, because like, fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
ooh, y'all, Barzini's airing all y'all out today. I don't know who it is.
It's a lot of y'all. Like, don't hit me with if you want a positive response. And sometimes I'll even be an ass and be like, now how am I supposed to respond to that? Like, do you think that's about to elicit a positive response from me? Instead of saying, hey, thought about you, haven't heard from you. We haven't talked in a while. Right. Hey, how you doing? Because you don't know what's been going on in my life. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what the fuck I've been going through. Now to hear Hey Stranger, it's like you haven't hit me up. Well, motherfucker, guess what? You ain't hitting me up either.
Lord have mercy.
Motherfucker. So
well,
that's
how you really feel.
You know, a drunk mind speaks sober thoughts. So while I might not have said this sober, I fucking mean it. God damn it. Don't hit me with Hey Stranger.
Good job.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing a segment, Barzini's drunk thoughts. I'm gonna get fucked up and then just turn the camera on and see how it goes.
Hey, hashtag Boo would be for it. Well, not for real. He would be for you doing it. He wouldn't.
He ain't going. He wouldn't do that shit.
Not on camera.
Right.
He almost got on just last week on accident, and he was like, the mic was on.
Y'all, okay, so let me explain what happened last week, y'all.
He was like,
listen, the Xrossroadz Podcast was the victim of a hot mic. So during our live, we go live once a month, and Dre was out of town, so her signal wasn't going to be how it is when she's at home. So she normally does the controls for the podcast. I don't. So during the countdown, I had us logged into the studio where our mics were on and the audience can hear us rather than bringing us in after the countdown. So we were having a whole ass conversation, not knowing everyone can hear everything we were saying. And the short version is, let's just say we said some things that we would not want the general public to hear. So
thank y'all for being late.
Yeah. Oh, because normally y'all be right there, and it just so happened this time y'all were not present on time. So we was,
because I looked for comments. I was looking for somebody to ring the phone, text. Like,
yeah, it was
literal nothing.
Let's just say it wasn't catastrophic, but let's just say it wasn't a good look.
Yeah, all you guys was watching or getting ready for, I think you're probably watching the playoffs or something, because it was very odd to not have anybody going, wait.
Because she was like, did you have? I was like, I don't know, my bad.
And this is like 5 seconds, right? Like I'm finally sitting down, so I had my headphones on. I was walking around. I think I was trying to, last minute get dressed, and so my camera wasn't on. But again, the mics are on. So when I finally sat down, and I'm like looking, it's like 10, 9, 8, and I'm like, are we already on? And he's like, shit, what?
I was like, I think so. I just hit the buttons you told me to hit.
I'm like, oh my God, this whole time?
Listen, she had recorded a whole webinar for me to learn the controls, and like, you do this and you do this, and I don't know if I remembered that part. It was a lot to ingest.
He did all the steps. He just did it out of order, because the last thing to do is to bring us in the studio, and he brought us in when he started the countdown, and I was like, "Are we already? Hello." And meanwhile, hashtag Boo has come in for. I mean, he wasn't on camera, but he was letting his thoughts be known about something.
And for those who know hashtag Boo in real life, y'all know some of the shit he says.
I was like, oh God, we gotta edit.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah, the first 10 minutes of the live for June has been.
yeah, because yeah.
Y'all don't need to know us like that. Some
Yeah.
people do, but
Yeah, if you didn't catch it, you missed it. So
you did miss it.
right.
So.
So let's put a bow on this. What are your final thoughts for textationships?
Yeah, so I feel like we say this at least once a week, right? Like, what works in your relationships and your friendships and interactions is what works. If texting is all you can do or all that you want to do, rock that out. I am a fan of written word, so text works for me. It's also something to be able to go back into time and read different messages, providing they're good ones, right? We
Mhm.
talked a lot about like arguments, but the fact that I was able to pull a text, right, that I just talked about from the beginning of my relationship, or before I even had a relationship, like those things, that's special to be able to do that as a words person. So
Mhm.
it's not all bad. There are opportunities for you to make those very special memories from those texts. I will say that, yes, there are some cons, if you will, or some hard spaces that exist trying to either build a relationship or to navigate hard spaces in an existing relationship. It can get hard when you are solely relying or primarily relying on text.
Mhm.
Even when you know somebody, definitely when you don't, but even when you know somebody, you can read things into, and you've heard that phrase before, like reading into somebody's statement, or vice versa. Like, it's actually devoid of any emotion and it's just words. And so it's like, well, what does this mean? Are you saying this with any kind of feeling? Is this cold hearted? That can be very hard. So whatever it is that you decide to do, if you're building a relationship, if you are in an ongoing relationship, do what needs to be done to nurture that relationship. If text is your primary communication and you can talk every now and again, make those moments very, very special, so that, the time that you are texting, you don't hang things on the text that aren't meant for that. Right.
Mhm.
Like, sometimes we just like, okay, negative feeling. But if, and love languages too matter, right? If you need your love tank filled, with this kind of voice to voice, or being actually in person, make those moments very, very special, so that text can just be text. Because I think,
Mhm.
like we talked about, it's not really texting, because in other parts of our lives we actually celebrate it, right? Like, get to the damn point, send me a text, right?
Mhm.
But when it comes to our relationships, we always want to feel special, and maybe texting all the time doesn't make somebody feel as special as they want to feel. So
Right. No, I get it.
that's that.
My final thoughts, I echo that, but at the same time, it's like in other areas of life, we often say don't allow media to control the narrative. And so when
Hmm.
it comes to text, via or versus talk, like we allow social media to control the narrative because again, we create templates, right? Because we can look at social media and we may not have been thinking about this thing at all, and then we see something like, oh yeah, don't text me WID or and that's not even like who the fuck cares? You see what I'm saying? Um, and so it's like, do what works for you. If the communication is there, and don't allow yourself to subconsciously develop insecurities based on something that doesn't exist because you
Yeah.
want to control. Because at the end of the day, it's about control, and control comes as a result of not wanting to get played and be hurt, right? And so we say, well, if he's doing this, then it means this. And it
Hmm.
doesn't. Like, he can call you every fucking day, every hour on the hour, and still be on some bullshit. Or he can text you and not talk often and be on completely on the up and up. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
This doesn't always mean that. And we try to make it mean that to protect ourselves and then still end up getting hurt. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's like cultivate that relationship, create the intimacy for yourself, create compromises and crossroads, to meet each other where you need. So it may be like, hey, I know you like texting, but I like talking. So I don't need you to call me all the time, but I need you to call me more than you do. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, and I'll like, my compromise is I'll accept text more than I do. You know what I'm saying? So like, what's the balance? What's the, you know what I mean? Like, so for me, it's like, no, I can't stand talking on the fucking phone because I can be doing something else. It's not productive for me to be sitting on the phone. And then I see you, and then you want to talk about more shit or talk about the shit that we just talked about on the phone. Now, in person, we can talk at length for hours or whatever. I don't want to do that on the phone.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I'd much rather see your face. I'd much rather be in your presence. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to sit in front of each other and text each other. Yeah. So that's convenient. Well, maybe some people do. I don't know. But, I'm like a save something for later. Like, if I'm always talking to you all the time, we're going to run out of shit to talk about.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then it's like people will talk on the phone all day and then see each other and just be sitting there. And so I'm like, do what works for you. Compromise within one another, like Dre just said, and stop allowing social media and other people to incept you and influence your narrative, and a narrative that doesn't even exist, but you make it real by accepting it. So that's my final thoughts. Yeah. Well, y'all, that has been another week here on the inebriated, well, at least me, Crossroads. I don't know how this is gonna come out or sound. I'm gonna have to go listen to the playback on this one. For real. But we love y'all. We thank y'all. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for always tuning in to us. Thank you for your thoughts and your contributions that just make this thing go. And important, we always want to say, remember, be free to be you. We'll see y'all next week.
Peace.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you. You have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
It's what it is. Shit, I don't know. What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Hunter Grant, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire and tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is the Xrossroadz,
where there's only one rule: be free to be you.
Man, y'all, listen, it's been an eventful couple of weeks.
Absolutely.
And so the thing is, we had a great interview. I don't even know, so here's the crazy part. When we do these shows, we record so many before we actually air them, and then I get confused on whether or not I can mention certain shit that we've already done.
I think unless we air this episode next week,
because if we end up airing this before we air that, then we've already given it up.
Well, then we just decide not to. If you mention it, then we absolutely cannot air this one before that one.
All right. Well, I guess I just won't mention it. But we had a big ass 2-part interview with somebody that we haven't aired yet, and we excited about airing it. So
absolutely, I
gotta edit it first.
I'm over the moon.
Dre got a new BFF, y'all.
I do. Absolutely.
I feel like we should drop some Easter eggs or something before, hey, yeah.
Like, bam, can you guess?
Can you guess who it is?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Gotta think through that one. But
yeah. I don't know. We sit here having a pre-production meeting right in the middle of a show.
Right. If he makes it, you're in with us. If not, he'll edit it.
Yeah. Your lips is popping today.
Thank you. Just for you. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all. Well, if you on YouTube, you can see the lip gloss is popping, even though it's lipstick or what is
that?
Well,
I did a lipstick that was a matte, so there was no shine, and I added a gloss on top of it. So
okay.
Gave it a low.
You got some luster.
Well, thank you.
Hashtag boo going. Go listen. She got the hair freshly twisted up.
Yeah. We got the max curl. This is the max.
Listen, y'all. Curl, I'll let y'all in a little secret. We actually have to plan our production schedule around her hair. Her hair, makeup not so much. She's gonna do the makeup, but her hair is an actual cast member of the show. So sometimes. Depending on what's going on with it's always on point, but depending on how on point, like if it's fresh or I don't know, I think that kind of dictates the direction and how much trouble I'm gonna get in.
Funny. I love it. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how today goes.
Me, on the other hand, I'm having a bad hair day.
Oh.
And by hair I mean my beard, because I don't have any hair on my head. Yeah, I tried to edge my own beard up instead of calling my barber. I was like, you know what? Sometimes I might not be able to. And so so here's the thing. I bought one of those beard guide things, like the thing you put on there, and then you just supposed to, the stencil, the little beard stencil.
Okay.
Right. So for those of y'all don't know, I'm brand new to the beard game. Like I've just started trying to grow up my beard a few months ago, and I'm still trying to get it to connect. So I was like, so this side, the left side, I was like, oh, it was crispy. You know what I'm saying? Because, you posted, I do like, I steam my face and then I dry it out. So like, you get a clean edge. So I'm like, bam, like, oh shit. I went to the other side and I guess I got a little too ambitious and it's not, you see how it's uneven? So I'm walking around with an uneven beard, y'all. And I'm scared to chop it off because I'm probably not going to get the same growth. I've been waiting too long for this growth. So I got to wait for it to grow back and even out.
Hang in there.
So if y'all see me in the street, well, by the time y'all see this, it will have grown back. So
it's like brows. Like I told you, I try to get them as closely looking. They're like sisters, not twins. They're never twins.
Fraternal twins?
Yeah, not even that. Just sisters.
But oh damn. But you know what? Somebody told me that your brows aren't supposed to be symmetrical.
Well, they aren't. I mean, for people who don't have any and they draw them on, I guess you can make them whatever you want. But I think for the rest of us,
have the natural.
Yeah, we're trying our best to get them as close as possible. Like I have a natural arch in this one, and I have to try to make one over here. And sometimes she's like, "No." See,
and I wouldn't have noticed it had you not said that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so
I get that from my daddy. He has that one, and he can make it go. I can't even lift one eye.
I do that all. I talk with my eyebrows.
Yeah,
and I be giving them the people's brow.
Yeah.
All right. So the original people's brow before The Rock made it famous.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we've got our beauty tips of the day done.
Oh, before we get into the topic again, by the time this airs, it'll be old news. But rest in peace to Natalie DeSalle, who passed away from colon cancer, which is crazy. Like, get your health screenings, ladies and gents. Because Chadwick Boseman also passed away from colon cancer. And so, that's just a big reality check. But I thought about her for you. Of course, I love Baps. Also, How to Be a Player. She was in that. But I forgot momentarily that she was in Set It Off. That was... You ain't even from A.
Oh, that was her. Oh, because I will. Damn, because that's my line too.
Yeah.
That's my. Listen, y'all. I will randomly break out. He ain't even from Acorn.
So that was her. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. Rest in peace. Rest in power.
Absolutely.
Rest in power. Like, man, 2020 has been, and she was only what, like 53?
53.
Like
yeah.
Yeah, that's real crazy. And I thought Chapman was colon cancer. I thought it was pancreatic.
Oh, maybe I got it wrong. Okay.
I don't know. It was one. I could be wrong too. I don't know. He's not with us, and that's the unfortunate part. Regardless of which one it was. But damn. Yeah, I don't even know how to segue into
I'm
this.
sorry. It reminded me of, or that part reminded me of you. And I had the thought today, like that was her. And he said that all the time. Yeah.
He ain't even from Acorn. Look,
He got all the memorable lines.
Right. Listen, I'll get line. Like I have a new line that I just adopted yesterday that I took from my brother. So I finally got him watching Game of Thrones, right?
Okay.
Now, first of all, my brother, he's not normal. Like he's niggaing up the whole show. Like that's a new word. Yeah. So he's blackening Game of Thrones. So black people can't get nothing right. So he doesn't call any of the characters by their names. So like Tyrion, he calls him little nigga. You know what I'm saying? He called, how we don't never know twins' names, we just call them twins. So that's what he called Jamie Lannister. He called him twin. But the funniest Tywin Lannister, why he call him Paw though?
That's respect.
Right. He's like, cause Paul, and then Joffrey, he can't call him Joe, he called him Jeff or Jeffrey. He's like, yeah, I can't stand Jeffrey. Somebody need to chop his head. I want Jeffrey head on the spot. It's Joffrey. I don't give a fuck. Like, and then Paw, he come through, and then like little nigga, I'm like, dude, do you know any of the characters?
It's like,
right. Nah. And so now at first he was like, matter of fact, with the first season. So now that he's into, I was like, you into it. Now he goes, I'm never letting go. I was like, what does that even mean? So, but that's my new line. I just say it randomly now. Like, is the food good? I'm never letting go. You gotta find ways to use these phrases.
I see.
Y'all, this is right. This is not why we're here. So we apologize for.
We're having a good time.
We are having a good time. I will point out that I had to relinquish some of the alcohol this evening, so I'm not having a beverage. I'm having water, since we're talking about health.
I got you.
You see, and that's what best friends do. She picking up the slack for me this evening. I know we did one episode, and I think we went a little. The playback. I haven't even watched the playback.
I watched some of it, but it's only the beginning. I can't wait to get to.
So we were celebrating, and what was you drinking that night? What was you on vodka?
Yeah. I was only light. You guys were all dark.
Yeah, we were all dark. I was drinking some VS. I had somebody bought me a bottle of VSOP for my birthday, so I cracked that open, and yeah,
going down. But everybody made it. Now the next day was,
we did. I did not make. Listen. The next day, I felt all of it. I'm not. Yeah. I don't recommend. I should have some B12 or something, but I didn't think we was gonna go that hard.
Me neither.
Live on the show. So y'all, the reason why we're here today, this episode, we were having a conversation about family, and as it pertains to relationships and the approval of our family, of our significant other, and or the involvement from our family when issues arise in our relationships. And so it derived from Dre was watching one of her reality shows. Y'all know she's my reality TV whisperer. That's her guilty pleasure.
And I had to pause and send him a message. Like, guess what?
Yeah, right. She was like, so yeah, she'll pause and come tell me about something, and I'm like, what? Now usually I'm like, what? That's crazy. Like, I don't care about reality TV, but this particular one, it kind of triggered me. Like, wait, they did what? The fuck? Oh hell no! I think she knew. So set it up. This is what Real Housewives, you said?
Real Housewives of Potomac. So for those of you who don't know, I had to binge through. So we just got to the end of season 5, and I had never watched it before, maybe last month. So all my friends are like, you gotta watch it. So through Thanksgiving break, I kind of burned through the last season. And so what I was saying to Jason is it's a couple. They're an interesting couple. She's a young woman. He's an older gentleman. And wound up being some infidelity in the marriage. What we didn't know is that they were kind of open, but they did things together. But he stepped out of the arrangement and did something on his own. So then, they're on this reality show. When the news broke, it broke everywhere. And then they made it a big deal on the show. So she has, her mom and then her uncle raised her. And the two of them were like, well, he has some explaining to do. And, orchestrated this situation, this family dinner where, he needed to explain why he did what he did or the fact that he was remorseful. And so, I hit up Barzini like, this is uncomfortable. Also, because this guy is like their peer.
Right.
Like, this is not like talking to somebody your kid's age. I think she's just under 30, somewhere in her 20s, but he's like in his 50s. And so I can imagine, her mom and or her uncle would be the same. And so, I thought that was a little weird. So I asked him like, how would you feel about that?
Listen,
I already knew the answer.
Oh, yeah. Because my first words was the fuck? And for those who don't know how to spell that, it is not THEFUCK. It is DAFUQ. And you are not saying it right with the inflection. I don't know how do you punctuate the upward octave inflection. The fuck? So I just can't imagine sitting there.
He got sunned by somebody that is his age.
And how do you agree to this? Like, hey, we need to holler at you about what you did in your relationship that we ain't got nothing to do with.
How about it?
And I'm finna be like, what time? Like, y'all want to schedule it?
And let's add, this man is a millionaire minimally, and so has taken care of at least the mom, not the uncle. Put the mom up in the house, or that kind of thing. So it's like,
wait.
What?
This fool done put his mama in the house, and she thinks she got something to say. First of all,
that was some seasons ago, so now she's on her own. Maybe
I don't give a shit. I'd have been like, "Hey, remember that one time I bought you a house? You're supposed to be on my side, my dear."
Yeah.
Listen, only thing I want to hear the speech mom gave to her talking about, girl, you better let that man go do what he got to do. We good over here. Like, nah. No, I'm not. I'm joking there. I'm half joking.
I was about to say,
I'm not for real joking. Like, I'm joking about like excusing the infidelity part. Like, that's not cool, but I'm not joking about mom. Nah.
Right. Not you. Somebody else can point it out. Not you.
Listen, I bought your silence with that house. And I'm not saying you can't have feelings. I just need you to feel them silently. Or at least over when there. I'm around. Oh, right. Yeah. You better feel them over. Go feel them in that house that I bought you. The fuck? I know you like, that's how audacious is that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I hit you up, because I was like, is this for TV or is this real life?
It had to be for TV. So, because I would have been there like King Joffrey from Coming to America. Joffrey. Oh, huh? I know you have been inconvenienced, and I am prepared to compensate you. Shall we say $1 million American dollars?
Oh my Lord!
Listen, this had to be for TV. Like, I mean, like, you know how much money I got, and they probably, I don't give a fuck about your money. You don't? Yeah. Hey, run me the keys to that house, then.
Yeah.
Because it's still in my name. It's in my company's name. My corporation bought that.
Right.
Your credit wasn't good enough to put it in your name. That's why you had me buying it. Like, what did she do before she was dating him?
No. This is the mom. What the wife? I don't know.
What did the wife do?
I don't know. She was like a pageant girl or something.
Oh shit! Everybody don't go sit their ass down like, come on, really? We got to have a talk. Yeah, about you working. How about that? You need a job? That's what you need. Like, because I know you want me down to talk about anything that I'm doing in my life or my relationship.
Yeah, they had a restaurant together that she was running from day to day, but
wait, they had a restaurant together.
Well, she didn't have a restaurant.
Or he had a restaurant that she worked at.
Okay. Look.
Let me not say that. They might have, they together, they married, so it's they.
Yeah, it was their restaurant, but he did.
It was their restaurant. He paid for.
He funded it. We can't front on that. He was the person.
I don't know. Hey, I'm laughing like I ain't drank a lick today, and I am tickled by this. So okay, y'all. The name of it, we ain't even said the name of the damn episode.
We've been having a good time.
Right. The name of the episode is All in the Family. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All.
Right. And so we actually posted about it. We both posted on our Facebook pages and asked like if people
You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead and read the actual post.
Okay. So the questions were, how involved is your family in your romantic relationships? Must they approve of your significant other? And I added, if they don't vibe, how do you or how would you handle it? And the last question is, do you call them when there's trouble in the relationship?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's dynamics. Like, okay, so let me ask you this, Dre. How involved do you feel the family should be? And you an engaged woman. Now you on your way to the broom, but how do you feel the family dynamic should be?
Well, I think when we get into shoulds, but I think for those that have healthy family relationships and dynamics, I think it should just be like support, right? Mm-hmm. Like the family has your back. You know that they're there, if things get rocky, if you need anything, but I don't think they should be in the relationship or in the marriage to the point of when someone does something wrong, then you need to apologize to the entire family. Like, I mean, if that's something that you as an individual feel is necessary, like, wow, not only did I disrespect you, I disrespected your family, and you want to offer that, I think that's great. But I don't think it should be something that's mandatory or like, you get home to apologize to your wife and the whole family is in the living room. Like, I think.
Listen, because you know me well enough to know I put all y'all's asses out.
That's a little too much. That's a little too much.
Which y'all think y'all finna have an intervention?
Yeah, and that only, for a situation like this, it was so public, right? Like it was literally in the blogs and the tabloids. Any other, for regular people like you and me, your family likely wouldn't know unless like there's a baby that pops up. If you didn't tell them. So that then brings a whole nother, kind of situation. So if your business,
I don't know. We kind of a big deal right now. It could be.
we might be in the blog. Hey, don't put hashtag boo in the blogs. He's not that. He ain't that.
He gonna be in there. No, he gonna be in there as hashtag boo. People don't know.
He'll be like, who is this dude?
Call his ass empty avatar. That's what you have on. Y'all wedding pictures, he just gonna have.
He gonna be the Twitter egg. He gonna be the Twitter egg. But yeah, I think if you love your son, daughter, sister, brother, the best thing you can do as a family member is let them know like you have their back and that you are supportive of them. And then if not, because maybe you don't like their significant other, just chill. Like you said, just be silent.
Right. So how do you support? Because a lot of people said, so a lot of the responses were like, oh, don't tell family when something's going wrong because family won't forgive.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But how do you then garner support without them knowing the situation?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, because for me, it's like, okay, what am I supporting?
Right.
Like, you can't come crying to me and not tell me what's going on.
Absolutely.
And then ask me for support. I don't know what to do. I don't know what support looks like.
Right. And so what I was just speaking of support is just like, the general, like not taking sides, right? Like now we're all family. So support in that, not support based on a situation, just supporting the relationship or supporting the marriage or what have you. Not, we're in a fight and you have taken a side or we're broke and you're supporting us with money. I wasn't speaking to a situation. I was just saying generally, just kind of let people know that you're there for them. And maybe, I don't know. I feel a little differently. I think it's situational. Some things you really can't share, but what if, you're looking for wise counsel? So of course, the operative word being wise. We're not necessarily at odds, but what if I just want to know, what I can do to be the very best wife that I can be? So it can speak to that, right? Like my sister's married. My mom had been married for, years and years and years before my dad passed. So it's like, asking certain questions, I think is okay. You don't have to necessarily get into specifics about your relationship or what the other person does. Maybe you make it, again, more about you. Like, what can I do? Or, we had this conversation. Did I hear this right? Because I do that, with you all the time. Like, am I tripping? Or,
and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So support even in that manner, but, maybe making it more about you than really the other person. Because quite frankly, you're the only person that you can control. So telling your family about what someone else is doing it's not going to help either.
I mean, I've done it, and I think it's choice of source. So like my father and my brother, I go to them. Their opinions are their opinion. Like I think I've only dated one person that my dad didn't like. He just rolls with the punches. He's the type. He treats me like a daughter. You know what I mean?
Because you're the baby.
Fuck all that, grown ass man. But no, but when I was young and he date, like when women would come by, you know what I'm saying, or a teenager or a girl, he would, how dads would sit dudes down like for their daughter, like, question them like, oh, what's your intentions with my daughter? What you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like you.
I feel like your dad did that to me, and we wasn't even like that.
Exactly. That's what he does when women come around.
I was like,
he don't know the situation. He's like, so what do you do, my son? What's your intentions with my son? And they were sitting there looking frozen, confused, and then they looking at me like, is he serious? And I'm like, yeah, answer the question. Shit, what you here for? Why are you came?
Oh Lord.
And they be sitting there like, I mean, So and listen, and when I tell you he don't bat an eye, how you somebody be sitting and they waiting for him to start laughing and say, oh, I'm just kidding.
Right.
It never came. It was like, nah, for real. Like, don't fuck over my son.
I said what I said.
I said what I said. But depending on, like, I guess what's going on, and as I've gotten older, I've asked my father less about, I guess, how to navigate certain things just because of, what he's been through. So I trusted his lens less as I got older because I had to recognize what he's been through in marriage. And it's hard to shake those lenses,
Yeah.
Not to say that he's ever ill-intended, but he didn't have a good ride
right.
when it came. Now, my brother, on the other hand, he's much more succinct. He's very, it's almost like I'm Forrest Gump and he's Mrs. Gump. And how Forrest always like, Mama always said things where I can understand them. That's who my brother is to me. He just puts it real plain and real simple. So I remember when I was in that long relationship, you remember who that was.
Yes.
And I was having all kind of trouble with like the attention from other dudes. I was super jealous, you know what I'm saying? Like, why she be doing? They're always coming to me talking about somebody want to take her out and this or go to lunch and everything else. And I was always flipping out, like, what the fuck? These niggas do this. And she would just, she loved every minute of me being jealous, right? And so I was asking my brother one day, I went to go visit my brother. This is when he was in college. So I was probably just between, I was back from school, but just out of high school. I don't know. Anyway, I was young.
Okay.
And I was like, why she always do this? Da, 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 da. And this is when he smoked cigarettes, and he always give me advice over a cigarette. And he always got to take a drag before he talked. So it was always like this. It go, my nigga, bitches will make you mad. No, he goes, my nigga, bitches will piss you off. Don't let them see you bad though.
Wisdom from Blue.
Right, wisdom from Blue. And the crazy part, as hood as that sound, I was like, yeah.
I know you.
Like that's it. I got it. I'm God. Because my big brother was like God to me. So, and he don't get worked up. He ain't like, what? Oh, hell no. See, fuck them bitch. He don't never do that. It's just, my nigga. Bitches will piss you off. Don't let me see you bad though. And we just went about our day.
That's it. That's all.
Right. That's it. Like he just conversations with my brother. Like, here's another memorable conversation. We was talking about sex, right?
Okay.
I think I didn't start having sex yet, but I'm asking him. He was a ball player, like doing this thing, right? So I was like, man, who was the first woman you had sex with? My nigga. I remember the last picture name I slept with.
Why, man? I wasn't ready.
He was like the first. I don't remember the last one. Like
you asking me way too.
That's way too much. I don't know. I'm like, damn, you don't remember your first dog? He's like, look, they all get jumbled together after a while.
Wow. Well,
listen,
my goodness.
It was just real crazy. I'll tell that other story because we're getting so far off the topic, but I'm not gonna name this episode something else. My nigga, listen, we're gonna have to do a whole episode. Shit that Blue said.
Right.
My nigga, you can't drink fruit of love off the tree of life through a straw. This nigga said what?
You can't drink.
He has this thing. He'll say something like real crazy. He's like, see, the problem is niggas be trying to climb up the smooth side of the mountain and cry. Like, nigga, wait, what? Like, what, nigga?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but like it was always just real simple but funny. So when he said that, my nigga, I was like, I got it. So right. And then I applied that and I went on and she never knew that, he had told me that he had given me that advice. But I think out of all of my relationships, I think she did the best with having a meaningful relationship with my family. Like I think we broke up in 2005. She still talks to my mom every now and then. She would have conversations with my dad while I wasn't around. Like they had their own relationships. So my other ones, my last one, she tried to have a relationship with my dad, but he's just nice. Not that he was like, but it wasn't as tight as she thought. I'm like, you do know that's my dad. So you having these conversations thinking he's gonna come talk to me to change me. It's not gonna happen. You don't know David very well if you think that that's what's going on. But now there was only one that he didn't like. And this surprised me. And I brought her by to meet him. And it was whatever, she was kind of like all on me or whatever. And as soon as he left, he ended up calling D. And I didn't find out till later, like after we broke up. But I found out he called and he was like, who was this bitch Jason brought over here?
Dang. Sorry, girl.
Yeah. And then, but I was like, Pops, why you never told me that you didn't like her? He was like, because I knew she wasn't gonna last long. She didn't. She lasted a few months.
That part.
I guess he knew me, and I was like,
that's support too, right? Like you're his son. He loves you. He knows what he's instilled in you. He knows the type of person that you are, and he wasn't even tripping. He's like, she gonna weed herself out. There was no need to, thrust himself in the middle of your situation or make it uncomfortable for you or make you choose all the types of things that could happen in that type of, scenario. So that's pretty dope as well. It's like, no, it was going to come out in the wash.
Have you ever had a situation though, where you didn't find out till later that your family didn't like somebody that you were with? And then you were like, well, why the fuck you didn't say something?
No, my family's not that type.
They're just gonna say it.
Like,
All
yeah. I mean, well, I will say, even if, and I'll say this even for my sister as well, because we both have, dated folks that our parents probably weren't the most enthusiastic about, but they've always supported us. So, it wasn't even like, we don't like them, it was, it's more, maybe Satan, we think you can do better.
But okay, so here's an interesting twist. Here's an interesting scenario. Somebody you talking to or kicking it with that your family meets, and your family loves them, and they sign off on them,
and then you don't.
Right. And
that's funny.
And then they're like pressure, like, you need to be with such and such and such. Or like for me, my last one, Pops was the one that told me, yeah, she's the one. Because so my dad didn't want me to date no woman from LA. That 7-year one, that was the exception. Like, he loved her, but he was so against me dating anybody. He's like, man, don't you get one of these LA women, get you somebody from down south.
The south. Lord,
you know what I'm saying? But he was always like, go to the Bible. The Bible says you go to the land of your father. I was like, you didn't?
Oh, Lord.
I was like, not one of your wives was from the land of your father. So what are you talking about?
That's for you, not for him. You know how.
All right. I hope you don't listen to this.
I was going to say, sorry, Dad.
Sorry, Dad. Yeah. I love you, Father. But listen, but he would always give me advice, shit that he should have known or did different, blah, blah. And I'm kind of like, you didn't do that though. But so she was from the South. Oh, and he loved it. Oh, and she cooked and da. Yeah, she the one. And I was like, for real, you think so? And I put so much credence on my father and my brother's opinion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, their approval mattered to me. My brother will roll with the punches. He'll kind of be like, yeah, you good? Like, he'll kind of keep quiet. My brother will keep quiet until I ask. Pops will kind of be like, listen, son, hey.
Let me holler at you.
Let me learn you something one time real good. But yeah, so he signed off on it, and I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in, and I went hard with the pursuit and everything else, and she fought me tooth and nail until I wore her down, and then I was just like, I should have listened to her and not my pops.
I should have listened to, like, ooh,
right? I should have listened to her.
It'd be like that.
Yeah, because family, I just that.
But they can only see so much, so good or bad, right? Like, and even with their opinion, and I can't remember, it was something you were saying earlier, and I thought about it then. I think we are able to hear from our family members and still weigh it. Right. Like, if our parents have been divorced, or if they are happily married, or sisters, brothers, whatever, wherever they're coming from, I think it's good to have different opinions other than your own. But ultimately, it's still your decision. So, getting people's opinions or someone that you trust. We talked to the Addisons. They talked about having, a coach and whatnot. Now, that's not. Well, yeah, actually, in that case, was it family? It was family, right? Yeah. So
it was her godfather.
Okay, well, close enough, right? Somebody that's known her since before.
It was her godfather or her uncle.
One of those two, right? Or probably
somebody close.
Yeah, and so if you're blessed to have somebody that can kind of separate those things, but even if not, I think we often look at people's failures as the reason why they can't give advice, right? Or, you didn't.
I mean, but is that wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong. I just said that we often do that. And I feel like there's value. Like, you've been in relationships that didn't last. Should we not listen to what you have to say about relationships? Like, I feel like there's value or lesson somewhere. I might not necessarily follow everything, but I'm not going to say, oh, because you're not married or because you're not in a relationship right now, that you don't have anything to bring to the table in terms of,
But I'm also careful of the advice that I do give. Like, I don't tell people what they should or shouldn't be doing. I don't think. I don't know. We taping this, so I might be somebody might fact check me. I typically don't try to, but I think I speak more to the person. You know what I mean? Like introspection. You know what I mean? Like I don't operate in templates like, oh, you're supposed to be doing this and she's supposed to be doing that. Like that's not my purview. You know what I mean? Right. So I try to, when I do give advice, I try to stay in my lane, keeping my failures in mind. You know what I mean? Like, I can't tell you this because I never did it. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't never been married. So it's like, even when married people would ask me my opinion on something, I'm kind of like, you do realize I've never been married, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I've never even proposed.
Yeah. And that, I think, no, unmarried people giving advice to married people, probably not. But anyone else, just general relationships, if you've been in one, there's value, there's a lesson in the experience. And even if your advice is, I did this and jack things up, like there's value there. I don't think that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah. Like, oh, you didn't make it.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. But I think while that's true, it's simultaneously problematic in the sense that the average person is advised on what not to do because there's so many people who are well versed in it. Mm-hmm. And I'll say, like, in my life in general, not even just in relationships, but I've been taught in so many areas of life what not to do. Mm-hmm. And I didn't do them. And I was still failing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because what we don't often get is what to do. Mm-hmm. So just getting what not to do is only half the battle. It's like, all right, so I'm standing here, but I'm standing still. I'm not moving backwards because I'm not doing the things those things you said not to do. I'm not doing those, but I'm not making forward progress. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because no one is telling me the steps to take, and those who are the most adamant or the quickest to try to do that, like
y'all don't want to hear from them. And maybe I think about it differently just because I try not. If I respect you, your failures, I don't see you as your failures, and I may not even necessarily consider them failures. Like, shit didn't work out, right? Mm-hmm. Or I don't know the reason why, and generally I would say, I don't know the reason why your last relationship didn't work or the one before, like I can just assume, because he's not in a relationship, he failed at it. Mm-hmm. What if she failed at it? What if you did everything you were supposed to do or could do or should do and it didn't work
Except
out?
Pick the right person.
Right. But so, yeah, I think ultimately, like you mentioned with the personal responsibility, even if you are getting opinions, it really is up to you to consider what it means to follow any of these opinions. Like, what does that mean to your life and your relationship? What if it's something you have never experienced before? Yeah, I want to keep my family completely out of it, but I'm facing a situation that, I'm so inexperienced. There's a lot of things that I'm now looking at, even at my age. I'm like, wow, I've never been at this juncture before.
Yeah. I think it's really about that trusted source. And then there's just that other important factor, and we talked about this with the Addisons, is the feedback, if you're getting it. Because I remember, like, there was some close family member that I was talking to about my relationship and the stuff that was going wrong. And so my ex, she had asked me, like, to stop talking to this person about our relationship. And like,
was it family or not family?
It was family.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was like, no, you can't tell me who to talk to and not to talk to people. Blah, right. blah, 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 And then
we know.
I had to realize one time I was talking, but the person wasn't really giving me feedback or advice. Like, they were initiating the conversation, like asking me how things were going. And then I would tell them, but there was no wisdom or anything coming back. It was more like, like, now I know. And then I was like, just to get the, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, that's actually kind of messy. And then sometimes we don't really see it because we love these people so much that we forget they are imperfect.
Right. That's
And
true. That's true.
I was like, oh wait. So I had to eat that one. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and I went back, I was like, yeah, you know what? You right on this part. You know what I'm saying? Now that didn't make the relationship no better. The relationship was still
it was what it was.
And boy was it. um, she is not from Acorn. But yeah, so I think if we're not getting one, don't lay your information or your problems in the hands of somebody just for the sake of them having it. You know. And so it's like, do you trust this person? One, you got to trust that it's going to stay between you. You know, because, and I think it's good to get counsel from someone that knows you, that's going to be honest with you, you know, and tell you when you're tripping, because we need that. And I think we have to be intentional about seeking counsel and not validation. You know, because when you seek validation, there's those that's going, you can't just go and you're framing the question to make sure that they see that you're right. Right. You know, because that's just justifying your own bullshit. Because even if you aren't the one that had the initial transgression, you can still become just as guilty by the way you handle said transgression.
Absolutely.
And even though you're fighting, you have to ask if you're fighting fair. You know, that's super important. Like, we're gonna fight, but we need to agree to fight fair. And a lot of us don't, because we're so hell bent on winning the fight.
That's
you
good.
know. And I remember, so I was listening to John C. Maxwell one time, and he was talking about he and his wife were arguing a lot. And, you know, because he's this speaker and, you know, this dynamic leadership guru and everything else, he was like, you know, I speak all the time. I'm good at debate. I'm good at discourse. So he was like, I was winning the arguments, but I was losing the love, you know. And so he wasn't operating in like wisdom. And I was like, yeah. And I was guilty of that in a lot of ways. And especially when I got to a point in the relationship to where I didn't even care about the relationship. I'm going to be right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to reclaim my time, and all this time that I conceded and everything else. Nah, bump that. But so what do you think about this? It's kind of like a lot of people think that it's wise to concede certain arguments and just say, okay, and apologize even when you're right. But, well, I know men, I'll say this, men are talking a lot.
I just did that for the effect.
Yeah, like, I was like, y'all, that's not a thing.
I mean, I gotta really think about, I don't know if I'm into conceding, like saying I'm wrong when I'm right.
Or apologizing even though you're right.
What would that scenario look like? I'm into.
You do know you're becoming a meme right now.
Like,
you know, all the men like, do women ever apologize? Are women ever? You like, wait a minute, apologize.
Yeah,
wait, what?
No. And it does sound bad. I'm just trying to get understanding. Like, what I'm saying is, I'm into, let's not perpetuate an argument. Let's close this down. Let's give it some space. But like, why apologize if you're
okay? So let's just say you and hashtag boo are into, and let's just say he's upset with you about something he's alleging that you did. Okay. And it made him feel a certain way, and you're adamant you did not do that, or you did not say that. You know what I mean? Like, in your mind, you are right. I didn't do that. And so the question is, this is how he feels. This is what he believes you did. Do you apologize, or do you prove that you're right?
That's hard.
Yeah, because in your head, this did not happen. I did not say that.
Yeah,
but I
feel like apologizing. So two things. If I apologize, I feel like I'm saying that I did do it, which doesn't sit right with me. But if I apologize, or can I acknowledge your feeling without, like, that's very hard. Because I guess I feel like apologizing to shut down the argument, which, I've been on the other side of that. It denotes guilt as far as I'm concerned. And so if you didn't do it, I don't think I don't think it helps to continue to be on this quest to prove it. But also, to apologize is like, you did it.
So. Right. And so I don't know, like, if that's more gender specific, because we definitely operate off of that creed a lot, like men do, because for us, for the average man, peace is more important than being right. Now, me, there are times where, hey,
justice,
we can do this. Exactly. I'll be in front of the house with a fucking picket sign. I didn't say that shit.
You had to wait till I was right in the middle.
You go get this right. Look, by my goddamn self. Picket it.
My God.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think thinking about, long-term relationship or marriage, I think that is the advice, right? Like, don't sweat the small stuff, or go ahead and apologize. That's good. I'm gonna have to talk to him about that, because I would not, let's flip it. I wouldn't want him even to apologize for something that he did not do. I would like for him to acknowledge what I feel or what I said.
But can he do that without admitting?
Like, I hear you. I understand you. I did not do that. Right. Or maybe it's something that I did or he did, but if that wasn't your intention, right? So I can apologize for that. I'm sorry that I've done that. I'm sorry that I said such and such and so. My intention was not to hurt you. Because I always want him to know that, right? Like, that's not where any of this comes from.
And that was literally the scenario that I told you about yesterday that I was all upset about. Like, that's literally it.
Yeah.
Like, and I even apologized, but I'm like, but this was, but before I could even get there, to not get in that story, but that's literally, how that went down. And so there's just so many different dynamics, and it's hard to, like, you don't trust anybody like you trust family.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like, you don't want them knowing all your dirt, but then you still need wise counsel. And not everybody has that available outside of the family. So it's like, how do you navigate that?
Yeah. And that's why I laugh when you said that a lot of people were lying, because, who do you know that doesn't talk to anybody in their family about their relationships, right? Like, I understand you only share certain things, or you only share certain things with certain people. I don't know anybody that's walking around here with a relationship and they don't speak to anybody
in their family. So what she's referring to, y'all, is on the post that we made. The majority, I think maybe like 3 people said that they experienced it or they talked to family, 3 or 4 people. And it was like, I don't know how many comments.
Between us, we probably like 80. Yeah, it was a lot. Yeah.
It was a lot of comments, but everybody, I keep that separate. I don't never do that. And that everyone was so eloquent with why. And I'm sitting there like sucking my, like, lying. Lying.
Scroll.
Lie. Yeah, scroll. I know you lying. So here's the interesting part, and maybe you can shed some light on this. The ones that did share and kind of got detailed and seemed to be triggered. It was the men. It was the men. So normally when we post topics, the women come out in droves. All the women was like, "Oh, I don't do that. We don't never." I'm like, that's because they probably are talking about your ass to their family. Number, you don't want being talked about, but. So the fellas was chiming in, and it was 2 in particular that was like, and then they just started bonding, like, yeah, bro, yeah. And so what they were saying is, both of them, it was their mamas and their sisters that was at odds with their wife, and was like would make these passive aggressive statements and these little snide comments. You know, the moms would do the underhanded stuff, but the sisters would be like
brash,
because
that's how sisters do.
Right. Trust. Listen, and I got two son of a guns for sisters.
That's what sisters do. They don't hide that.
No, my Toya is the type. What we doing? We riding? We like her? We don't like her? Like whatever I am, she is. Okay. Oh, we like her today. Bet tomorrow. If I don't like her, we don't like her.
Don't like her.
And then if I'm back to liking her the next day, we like her again. Cool.
Oh, that's good. Okay,
that's Toya. Like Toya is just
that's support. See,
right? Yeah. Toya don't care. And Toya is the type she don't need. If you tell her what happened, okay. If you don't tell her what happened, okay. TT. Now, first of all, let's just. The name.
It's TT. I was about to say anybody with the two names, because I got a name, so you know that.
Yeah. TT. Oh no.
They don't play. They don't play that.
She's the baby of them all. She's not just the baby girl, she's the baby. She don't need no explanation, no details, no nothing. She's just right. Jody. She don't listen, and she's not gonna wait for you to tell her we riding. She's already there.
Right. Like, you have to ride. Right. Yeah. You got to come.
I'm already here. I'm like, wait. Hold up. Like, she done called folks up and cussed them out. And listen, and wasn't even there.
Child. Right. Leading the crusade from behind.
Look. And I ain't seen her win a fight yet, but she don't care. She gonna roll up them sleeves.
I love it. 2 hours, or however long that is.
Yeah. What was the question? Damn.
You said maybe you could shed some light on this, and then you talked about the guys' responses.
Oh yeah. Okay, so my question is that more of a feminine response? Because most of the situations that we read about, like they were like, oh, but my pops is cool. Now, I've seen some pops ride for daughters, but generally fathers kind of stay back, you know, and you know. Now they might say something like, let's say if it's a daughter dating a dude, they might say something to the daughter in private, but they ain't about to. I've seen a lot of dads act cool with the dude. Like dudes, we'll act cool even when we don't like it.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Like, with the paper. But mom, sis.
Yeah. So let me start. I don't have biological brothers. So this is not something that I've been able to practice. But what I think I understand about women is that we are territorial. Right. And even if it's a mother or a sister, like that's my son, that's my brother type situation. And now, you know, Lil Peanut is somebody's man. And I think it just, and especially if he really is little somebody, right? Like if it's your little brother or it's your baby boy, I think it gets a little more hairy. Because sons, as far as I've been able to see, those that have good relationships with their mom, you know, they're really devoted. And if you're thinking about the baby, he's been with her the longest, right? The last one to leave the nest, if he's left the nest, God bless. And so here comes whoever. I don't want to throw no names out.
Tallulah.
Right? I was like, just in case it's somebody's name. You know, here you come, this little fast tail heifer or whatever. You know, mama, she don't.
And she can be a good girl, but you know, and moms is gonna call this fast tail heifer coming.
Fast tail heifer, because it's the beginning of replacement. Because any mother knows, like she knows that she's closer to on her way out than she was before. Or a shift in the relationship,
right?
Clearly
and
not
so this is what confuses me, right? Especially from the sister. Like, okay, I get moms, blah 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 blah, but you are creating the very situation that you don't want with your man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want him to exalt you and put you first. You know what I'm saying?
I wonder if people think of it like that.
I don't know. Like, let's say you married, you got this brother over here, and chances are you was married before your brother started dating this chick, right? And you over here, I'm your wife. I am first. I don't want no mama's boy.
Yeah.
Take care of home, take care of me. But then you go over here
and want your brother to be a mama's boy.
Right. Mama needs you. We need you over. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's really good. I was telling someone who texted me because they didn't want to put their response on Front Street, and I was just like, it was something to that effect, because I was like, even with moms, like they were once clearly, dating somebody's son, and I'm like, if they got hazed, you would think they wouldn't go ahead and pass that on to somebody else. Like they remember what that was like to. I
guess it's an org now.
It's a rite of passage, right? You got to do that. So
yeah, I don't get, and I don't think a lot of people think of it that way, but it even goes to like the child rearing, And I said I asked a woman before, I was like, "Are you raising the kind of man you otherwise wouldn't date?" Like you spoiling them, you crippling them, you making them this mama's boy. I was like, "Oh, this my son, this my baby, he the man of the house." But like. And then he grow up and depending on you, and running a home, to take care of mama, but he not taking care of his own. No, don't no woman want that.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? And then when you get sick of him because he always there or won't leave the nest,
Right.
And so I think for me, that was an advantage of being raised by my father in the sense that he's always taught my brother and I, our women come first. And he's demonstrated that, it was hard, but it was the lesson. So even so much that I had to check him one time, I think the hard part about my dad was the lessons that he taught me about how to interact with other people or how to allow people to treat me. He excluded himself from that number.
Right.
I was like, nah, homie, that includes you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we went out, and my dad was there. I think it was one of my dad's concerts or something like that. And we got into it. We got into an argument, and he's right. And so he tried, to play dad and chill out, Jay. I was like, hey, I was like, don't do that. Like don't ever get when I'm dealing with my woman. Don't ever get in the middle of that. I wake up with her, not you. I was like, you wouldn't want me doing that to you. Don't do it to me. This is what you taught me, and this includes like we become a different beast when it comes to our women. You know what I'm saying? Me and my brother was nose to nose one time.
Jesus.
Right. But I was wrong though. I was wrong, but I was trying to save face. So you know what I'm saying? We was in there and he was in there with his wife and his kids and his family. And I was playing with the dog and the dog was barking. He was like, leave her alone. I was like, oh, she all right. Leave her. And he was, nigga, I said, motherfucker, leave her alone. Like I wouldn't even his brother no more. And he jumped up. He was like, I got my motherfucking wife and kids in here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And I jumped up like, who the fuck you talking to? Like, so we in there like about to go blows. One, because my girl was there, his family there.
Oh, yeah.
And it ain't nothing but testosterone flying around the room. You ain't about to.
Lord. Yeah, I missed all this growing up.
No, we was grown. We weren't even growing up. We was grown men.
Jesus.
Like he was in his 30s or something like that. Cause my nephew was born when he was 31. So we was up there. This was
my Lord.
Fairly recent, but yeah, it's a different situation when it comes to family. And so a lot of people in the comments talked about like, we want them to mesh well. And I think we all want that. But it's kind of like when they become family, are they really family?
That part. So
you know what I'm saying?
My family and we are extremely close. One, because we're a small family. So, I mean, it's kind of like by default, you throw a rock and you hit somebody. It's just us. And that's how we were raised. And that's how we operated. It's just like, it's us. It's just us type situation. So that's so funny. So TT called you. Nay. It's called. But so trying to imagine a scenario where I'm with somebody for the long term or marrying somebody that my family did not like, didn't get along with, would not consider family is very hard. So I tried to answer these questions myself, right? Like, how involved is your family? Like, now, when people say my family's not involved, I get that, right? Like, that means either, your family, they know their roles and or you're keeping them out of your business. I was like, yeah, that's kind of what we deal with. The second question was, is it necessary for them to get along? And so I was like, man, I guess it's not necessary, but I think about and I have witnessed all the stuff that comes with them not getting along. It's like, no, it's not necessary, but Jesus, can we?
And it's necessary for me.
I'm like, please get along. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
so when you say
petty.
It's necessary, would you end the relationship if they didn't? I think that's what people were saying. Like, it's not necessary because I wouldn't necessarily end the relationship if they didn't get along.
Well, I typically vet them long before we get that deep. Like, if I like somebody, if I bring somebody around, they like, oh shit, he like her. Bars like this one, right? Because he don't bring nobody. So if I bring you around, it's like I'm seriously considering you. But I typically do that before I make anything official. I need to see like how do you interact with my friends. My friends are more like I didn't grow up with the cousins and all this other stuff, so it's like my close friends and my family that I grew up with, like my god sisters and everybody else. Those are like when I bring you through that circle, how do you interact? Because when we do family functions, she'll get down.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
So if I take you over Blue's,
you're gonna be sitting over in the corner on your phone, or can you sit at the domino table? Can you go in the kitchen and talk to Auntie so and so?
Right. Can you do I have to babysit you, or can you hold your own and be comfortable?
Absolutely.
Interacting. And if you can't, that's like I can't even date somebody that can't sing, right? And
yeah, that would be weird, huh?
Right, because you're like with my family, like, and I'm not even saying that, like, if you don't sing, you don't sing. That's cool. I can date somebody who doesn't sing, but if you call yourself singing and you can't sing, no, because you gonna go over Gossip's house, the one that you just became BFS with, and and her friends. You already know it ain't.
No,
you're gonna have folks over there, and if I ever take you over there and you see, it's gonna be a keyboard and a mic set up because it's gonna turn into a concert at some point. I've
probably seen that on YouTube. That I don't know if that's her house, but I probably
they do that. Okay. Like when somebody's having a function, it's usually the keyboard and the mic, and it's gonna go down. You bet not.
It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me. I'm just gonna be.
Yeah, make sure you record my face. Like, look, as soon as her ass try to get up, I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna put my hand on that leg, like, They got and I'm gonna lie. Something they got a list. They got a list. Well, where's the list? It's already closed. They closed it.
Oh, I'm gonna be there to record for memories. I'm not.
Oh, don't.
That's not my ministry.
Listen, do not, because all I'm gonna hear is, who was that you brought up here trying to get up there? Don't do it. Don't do it. Ice cold. I need you to be completely intimidated by everybody. Like, I'll just say this: don't try to go first. Gauge the room. And when you hear those that's gonna get up and sing, because it's gonna be some monsters that get up there.
Right. This is not
her sis herself.
Sis
herself is about to don't.
I feel it.
Don't do
it. Know your boundaries.
Because then I'm gonna have to break up with you. Because I can't bring you
around. The joke. Yeah, I'm gonna say you'll be the running joke forever.
All right, you done got up there and tried to sing, and then it'll be that type. Oh, actual sister, can she? No, we don't. That's not what we do. You got to earn your own way to the top.
So, quick flip, right? So you talk about bringing somebody over and watching kind of how they flow with your family. Here's another thing: if you know your family act ass, don't bring people to be mistreated. Like, I just feel like that's so wrong. And I generally, I don't know if guys go through this, but I have definitely seen, I probably have kind of only went through a slight hazing one time in my life. Generally, parents like me, God bless. But if you have a mom or sister like these people were talking about, like, you need to have a conversation early, right? Like I'm bringing my girl over, or, my friend, or whatever whatever stage of the relationship you're in, and make sure that it's safe for her to come there, because she comes with the olive branch, nice to meet you, Mrs. So-and-so. And she gets a, like nobody deserves that off rip. And so if you can't control that, then what do you do if you can't control that? Like if your mom or your sister is the type, like, I'm not gonna like anybody you bring home type situation, like, do you not bring anybody home?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. And I really think that you have to be a strong enough person to be able to communicate with your family. Like, hey, this ain't cool. Right. Like when I bring such and such around, like, help me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't do that to y'all. When y'all bring folks around, I don't be tripping on them. I don't do this, and the third. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think it's about one, having that talk with your family, like without that significant other there. Right. But then you gotta prep your significant other. Like, hey, look, because I used to do that all the time. I used to prep people to meet my pops all the time. But only I've only taken one woman home to meet mom, right? Mm-hmm. And that was funny as hell. But if anybody can meet pops, I don't give a shit about that, because he's so charismatic. He's going, Pop's gonna act like he like everybody. Mm-hmm. Even if he don't like it, he's gonna play the role. Okay. Like, oh, he, how he is. He all charming and shit. Mom, she gonna, because I remember Blue, the first girl she met, it was at his high school graduation, and he was talking to some girl or whatever, and mom did not like her. And the whole time, like, we had went to the mall, because we were shopping and stuff like that, and mom's walked way in front the whole time. Wow. And mind you, he's just in high school.
Yeah, I was just like, so, not on your mama. Let's just talk generally, mothers. Just in case mama watch this, I don't want her mad at me. Generally, mothers. Like, what reaction do you think you're going to get? And how do you think it benefits your relationship with your son to do something? I won't say like that, to do something negative to impact, that relationship. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like there are better ways to express that, I don't care for her, or I don't think she's the right one for you, or whatnot. But like, to set up a situation again where then your child has to either go home with this person or whatever, you're now, just the two of you, and it sets up a strain for them. And so I get it. You don't have to like anybody, but I'm just trying to figure out what benefit there is for that. It's just, I don't know. It's like, let me just,
it's, I think it's like vying for position, but it's also, my bigger question was like, what does that even have to do with you?
Maybe just trying to run the girl away. Maybe it's like,
no, true, but it's like
the girl won't.
But if you never gonna like, I think, and there's people that revel in, oh, I don't like anybody he brings. So, what am I just supposed to be alone? You know what I mean? And
that's all right.
I'm pretty sure that there's somebody that they like, but we ain't never gonna like somebody that I'm not dating for you. Oh, you need to talk to her. No, you're attracted to her, not me. You know what I mean? And sometimes they're not always wrong, but you got to let me make my own mistakes. If I'm if I'm happy, let me be happy until I'm not, and I'll let you. And when I'm not happy, I'll let you know. But. Yeah, all of that trying to control your family, and I mean, I'm slightly a hypocrite because I'm the overprotective big brother. But I'm not going. I'll give my sister's boyfriends the speech, and because I was beating up people like our whole life or whatever, I'm like, I'm grown now. I'm not about to go fight somebody. Because baby girl, I need you to go beat him up. He made me mad. I'm like, but what did you do? Because if I know you, you know, and we put our families in very awkward positions when we do that as well. Like I told my sisters, if you ever call me to come handle some business, you better have your bags packed. Because
now that's a good turn.
If I come through and I handle business and you go back,
then we have a problem.
We have a problem. So I'm coming back for you.
And that's where, as family, you know, we got to draw the line sometimes. Like, as much as you love whoever it is, you have to restrain yourself because, you know, at the end of the day, especially if you're dealing with a husband and a wife, more than likely, because we've talked about this in the cheating episodes, you're like, well, it's not that easy to just walk away. So
is that how I sound? You do it? Is that my voice?
That's how it felt.
That's how it translates.
Oh, sometimes there are extenuating circumstances when people can't just part ways. So you go in to swoop in and save whoever it is, and then they're looking at you like, but I love him or I love her or whatever. And it's just like, you know what? Yeah, either don't call me or, like you said, have your bags packed before you call me.
Right. Because, and then there's also that scenario like, okay, what if I have my own family? So the assumption is if you call somebody over there that they're going to win. That ain't always the case. You might call a family member over there and they get beat on.
Mopped. Oh no.
You know what I'm saying? And so that there's that part. But I think it just always gets bigger than it needs to be, or you could be the problem and you calling me over, you know. But let's say if I have a family and my woman is like, where are you going? You know what I mean? Like, if I have a family, my number one priority is to come home safely every day.
Right.
You know, and can I resolve that situation differently, or do I need to go put hands? You know, because as I go over there defending my sister, not knowing the situation, not knowing the details, but that's my sister, that's my blood.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or that's my cousin or whomever. And then I got to come home and deal with my woman. Because and I could be like, oh, you just tripping, you don't want to, but what if the rationale is I want you to be safe so that you can protect our family. Your priority is us. You know, like I'm the woman you chose.
Yeah.
And that's like, and I know like people like listening, like as a dude, like how do you make that choice? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, this is my sister.
Right. And so does it have to be, you know, I'm going over there to put hands? Could it just be I'm going over there to get my sister? You know, now, I mean, we all know you so know. Maybe not. But for anyone else, can you just go swoop your sister up or your and go home?
I am not that violent. I've been. I am. God is working on me.
Yeah, lead that to the popos.
I haven't had a fight in a long time. It's been 3 years since I almost beat somebody up. That's a record.
That's good. It's been a long time for me too. So I'm not
and that's how you be talking.
But it's been a very long time.
Girl probably still in the street.
It's been a very long time since I have relied on
blessing somebody.
Yes, right.
Laying of the hands. That's hilarious. But I don't know. I would love to like have to get some more like feedback, or probably even have some guests about this topic. Like I want to revisit this topic.
Yeah, because there's so much more, right? Like we just talked about, you know, having your family involved in their opinions, but what happens when you're in a relationship or you're married?
Right.
And folks are just not getting along. Like that's a whole nother level. Because you talked about vetting, right? So for you and maybe even for me, we don't even get to that point, right? Because well, if we're not vibing and you can't interact with my family or they don't like, or whatever the case may be, we don't even get there. But there are some people for whatever reason, they said, no, F it. I love this person. This is the person. Or maybe things were roses until, right? Like I did like, you know, my daughter's fiance, or I did like my son's girlfriend, but then she became somebody else, right? And now
Now, and then there's like you said before, like your family acting an ass. It's kind of like everybody in your family is single and dysfunctional, or married and dysfunctional, and then now you're in something healthy, and that's foreign to them.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
So you hateration, holleration.
Right. So with like, what y'all did? Y'all, what you know? We having domino night, and y'all can't come to domino night because y'all in Australia taking trips.
She wasn't like that before she got with you.
Yeah, you might have been. Now you a little bit more refined because something.
Oh, you too good for us.
Right, you too good for us now. Like, and in her mind, I've always been too good, which is why I was able to get him.
Right.
That's why your man over here trying to ask my man for a job.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
So it's
on and on.
Yeah, it's so I definitely I want to do some more digging and revisit this episode, like all in the family. So we want to hear from y'all. So like email us at xrossroadspodcast@gmail.com, and Xrossroadz is spelled XROSSROADZ. And while you at it, follow us on all of our social media: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. But we really want y'all to email us and give us your thoughts. You can be anonymous if you want. We'll keep you anonymous. I'm gonna start doing what we need to. Well,
we have so many people that were willing to. I mean, they were willing to give us at least the basics. So maybe we just.
I want
get a couple of people and see
potatoes. Like,
are you willing to go all the way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I need some audio. I'll tell them I'll do some voice alteration.
Right. Someone told me the other day, you can have me in the back like they used to do Sally Jesse Raphael. Disguise your voice. And
disguise your voice in the little silhouette. Yeah. I can definitely do that.
Yeah.
So let me know if they want to come on, and we'll have to do something, because it's and I know a lot of people are probably struggling.
Yeah,
with this scenario. It's like how it has to be the worst feeling in the world to be completely in love with somebody, and then your loved ones don't love them the way you do. Because and like, I know, like, in your head it's like, oh, I'm gonna bring you around, because when I was dating somebody, I was like, she was so cool with us, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna bring her around her friends, and she got around my friends, and she was so different, and they were like, ugh. I have never dated someone before that everyone I brought around unanimously hated her, but when we were by ourselves, she was dope.
It was wonderful. Yeah.
She just, when we got around other people, it was a different story, and they were like, and I was like, this ain't gonna. And
sometimes people was she nervous, or was she more like she didn't want to share you with other people? Like, what was her?
It was like just acting kind of snooty.
Yeah,
like it was. I'm like, you guys, look.
Everybody just has to chill, right? Like, instead of, like you said, jockeying for position, or just trying to let somebody know who you are, just be cool.
Like, dating me, you got to come talk your shit. Like, when you meet my people, because when they come meet Bird, she ain't gonna hold no punches,
right? Just
you're gonna be like, okay,
yeah, it might get your feelings hurt anyway, so just maybe
see?
Never mind.
I need y'all to be. We gonna have this conversation before I start dating again.
I mean, if she's sensitive like that, like, because her sense of humor is a little different. So
but that's the problem. I don't know until I bring her around.
Yeah. You gotta tell her, like, hey, maybe liquor her up or something. Give her something to drink before we all get.
But see, if but thing is, if I have to prepare her, then it's not organic. I need to see.
That's true.
Like, I need to see your get down, how you get down, not what I've prepped you for. Anybody can adjust when you prep them.
Yeah.
But how long can you keep that act?
That is true.
Because on the inside, you like, I don't really fuck with these people, but I gotta act like it's to make him happy. Nah, I need you to authentically and organically vibe.
Yeah. Hashtag boo. The first Friends Miss that we had, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna drop him in the room with like everybody that I fooled with. I was like, this could go either really well,
but he knew majority of them.
But you don't know people, like you said, like people change. Like, once you're together, or now folks know you're dating or whatever. And I just wanted to make sure, like, and we were together in a different kind of environment than he probably had encountered people one-to-one, right? And so I was like, seeing us all together and the kind of sense of humor we have, or the kind of stories that we tell, or whatever. Like, can you get in that? Just like you were talking about with your family, because I feel the same way about those of you who are friends in that particular group. And so clearly there was no problem, because here we are.
But his personality is such that he would sooner not like your friends before they didn't like him, because they would never know. They would never know he doesn't like them.
Excellent point. So it wasn't one-sided. It definitely is both, because if at the end of the night he's like, I don't ever want to see these people again, that that too is an issue that I would have to deal with. So
but he would probably but he's so laid back in that regard. He was like, I'm gonna go for you, but just know I don't like it.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But who wants that?
But
no pity attendance.
But I think but you know what? I think every relationship kind of has that, where we sacrifice certain things. Like there's this. Yes. I think everybody has
close friends, or your you don't.
But you don't get to choose the group. You don't.
No, you don't. I'm just saying you don't. You don't.
He doesn't like. You don't want that, true. But you don't get to choose the group that they don't like, and it could be like no, like like. I go every once in a while. I like them. I like, and you don't hang out with them often, but it is.
Generally, he's actually spot on about shit. So it's not like I could say like, no, you're not right. I'd be like,
get in the car. You know your friend's a hoe. I mean,
or something like, what do you mean? What is she? Was it something she said? I don't. What?
Like, no, she literally ran to the bathroom for like 10 minutes, and I saw some dude back there, and she came out fixing her clothes. So,
and she was using the bathroom. An observer. Oh my god!
But she was in the men's bathroom.
Oh god! Hilarious. I miss him.
He's coming home. Y'all are so funny. And y'all, I hate to wrap it up here, because we can go so far into this. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna bring it back.
We're gonna circle back. But this has been yet another episode of the Xrossroadz Podcast. I'm your man Barzini,
and I'm your girl Dre Renee.
And remember always be free to be you.
Absolutely. Take care.
All right, y'all. This is a hilarious ass episode.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you. You have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, 100 Grand, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire, tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is the Xrossroadz, where there's only one rule: be free to be you.
What up?
You got it. I got nothing to talk shit about today. You ain't do nothing today.
I'm on point.
Okay, now I can talk shit. We don't do that anymore.
I gave you one. You're welcome.
What the fuck was that?
I gave you one.
Oh,
thank me now. Thank me now.
I was ready to go right into your love language and the words of affirmation, like, hey, you doing, and then you fucked it up.
I mean, you could still do that. You could just go ahead.
Oh, just still getting you.
Because I didn't do anything.
Your teeth look radiant today.
Thank you.
You're having a good teeth day.
Thank you.
Not that you have bad teeth days. I don't even. You ever know like some compliments aren't compliments? Like,
right? You're like,
if you compliment
like
someone and say actually, it's not a compliment.
Oh, you actually look good today. That's my mom was like, oh, you look so pretty today. I was like,
yeah.
How have I been looking? But I understand.
As opposed to
the new hair, I got the full face, And normally,
you see what I'm saying?
On this day, I'm bumming out. So maybe that's what she meant. Like, oh,
right. That's because you just came from church.
Well, even for church, I didn't start getting it together until church is virtual at this point. I have really, really exercised.
I know, that's why I was laughing.
Yeah, I've been the come as you are for this whole pandemic year plus at this point. So
I got to get the come part together first, and then the as you are later. I haven't been to church in so long. I forgot what day it's on.
Even the virtual, you can't even log on and get a little. What you do a lot?
No, I mean I'll watch. Yeah, I'm church like anytime.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but to commit to Sunday day and time, that's just the direction the world is going. I feel like a lot of stuff. We don't go to movies no more. We ain't gonna be going to church no more. It's like, why? When we streaming it?
Yeah.
Bedside Baptist for everybody.
Yeah. Well, what I've done just to kind of create community, like I stream service from my Facebook page. I do a watch party, and so folks just come in and we're able to talk without talking, and and
accountability
together. Yeah, that too. Like, where you at? I ain't see you in church on Sunday. So
well, I feel convicted now because we're gonna go from talking about church to the fuck. But it's okay because my version of God cusses. So
okay.
Hey, it is what it is. So y'all, we're about to get into our next session, but today's episode, as always, is sponsored by House of 334.
Yeah.
For all of your marketing and branding needs, hit up 334 houseof334.com.
Yes.
Black-owned, woman-owned, fempreneurs.
Yes.
One of
supporting Black women entrepreneurs, but also anyone, small businesses, nonprofits, solopreneurs. You need a visual brand for your business, then step into the house.
Step into the house. I like the slogan. Step into the house. And we are also sponsored today, finally, because we've been waiting for this merch for a minute. Carbon 12 apparel. Y'all can't see it because I'm so low, but Carbon 12.
Come on and model for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Pecs in the gym. Pecs on fleek. Or they're not on fleek no more.
No, we got to get them back. But look, it make my arms look kind of sexy though. You see how it's fitting around the arm there?
Okay.
That's them good hug arms. You know what I'm saying? Make it, right. But like, come here. There you go. So y'all make sure y'all go to carbon12.com. That's carbon 12 with no vowels. That's CRBNTWLV.com. All right. Carbon 12 apparel, the new hotness. I got to get the hoodies. I went to order the hoodies. They were sold out. Like they've been flying off. I got to get that highlighter green hoodie. They got the red with the black. They got the black with the gold.
Do you know the premise of the name? How we got that? Is it just for men? Do they have something for the ladies?
No, they have. They got the little crop top hoodie for the women.
Okay, because I'm working on my cropness.
Oh yeah. Go on, check that out. Matter of fact, Chantel was rocking one.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to GK. But no, everything is it's our existence. Everything is carbon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so from diamonds to everything else. So it's the premise that our existence, and they use like the example of coal versus a diamond is both carbon, but at different states, what we can become or whatever.
I like it.
Right. So I might have to have them on the show and just represent the brand. You know what I'm saying? You already know.
I'm a nerd. I just want to know. Like, so what's
right.
What that mean? Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Carbon 12. We're gonna make that happen soon. So if y'all have products that y'all want to send us, and we shout you out on the show and everything else, send us an email at xrossroadspodcast@gmail.com and we'll talk, right. So I wear XL.
I don't anymore.
Yeah, I'm XL with it, with a hugging real nice around the right places.
I'm L and I'm sliding into the mediums. I'm trying to get that way.
Hey y'all, listen, y'all need to follow us on our journeys. I have a journey to get to Zaddy status.
Come on now. Fit, fine, and 40 over here. Holla
there
at me.
It is.
Yeah.
There it is. So if y'all got the workout tips,
I want people to go 40 where? I mean, they already do, but like as I progress in the 40s, I want it to be absolutely unbelievable.
I just want to post pics and women post hard eyes and be saying, yes, Zaddy. You know what y'all do, that old YA 100 S's.
Yeah.
And then end it with Zaddy. Oh. Like when I have kids and I pop up to their school, that's your daddy.
Okay.
I'm like, you know,
yeah,
you don't like to do my daddy.
Right. That gets on your nerves.
Gets on my damn nerves.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm like, listen. Shout
out to Mr. Hannons. Hey, Dad.
Whatever. What's going on, Pop? Yeah, he be getting the ladies give Pops love. I ain't no hater because they say I look just like him. So,
hey, you on your way?
Damn, I'm not there. I'm sitting here like I thought. Damn.
I was talking about to the Zaddy status, but okay.
Remember them compliments we said wasn't compliments? Oh, bright side ass.
Let me just be quiet as we move
That should be the fuck for the week. Oh shit. Okay. So y'all, this week on the fuck DAFUQ. Hit us off, Dre. I don't know. I'm not your friend right now.
Oh no.
What we pull off the interwebs today that made our eyebrows go our eyebrows go up.
Our eyebrows go up. So was scrolling down my Twitter timeline and saw a tweet that said women who hyphenate their last names do not fully commit. The fuck? I mean, it's interesting. I could understand where they were coming from, but I could also understand those who have made that choice because I mean, here I am I'm at the crossroads, right? Literally, at the crossroads.
Right.
I never actually considered hyphenating my last name, like ever. But I also didn't know I'd be 40 years old when I got married. And so there's it's not even necessarily like, oh, I want to hold on to my last name or who I was, but there's a lot that has been accomplished with that name. Like, what about people, and I don't have one, but what about people who have doctorates with their maiden name or, I have started companies and businesses and a brand with my last name. That's where it kind of gets. Now, I guess the argument could be, well, shit, people just learn a new last name. But I'm just saying I understand, kind of where it all comes from. So what do you think?
Oh, especially as a man, like I get it. Like more in the times that we are, I would have like women who hyphenate. I would ask like, why? You know what I mean? And and I see it more like with entertainers. You know what I'm saying? Actors, actresses, and stuff like that, right? Because typically those not even their real names anyway. A lot of times, but because that's how people know them, in the industry or something like that, then. And so, like, for me, my personal preference is that my wife not hyphenate because I believe in leave and cleave. If we are becoming one, then we are becoming one. If you are looking at me as the head of this family, and the leader of this family, then yes, my desire, I'm not going to say my expectation, my desire is that she takes my name. Also, it's like we have children, the children will have my name. And it's like, well, mommy, why your name? And I just feel like I won't say that I don't.
I mean, in the hyphenation, you still don't consider that to be because taking your name, because
I feel like, and mind you, a lot of this is symbolic, right? there are women who are fully committed to their marriage and have hyphenated, right?
Right.
As a matter of fact, Damien and Angelina, the owners of Carbon 12, she's hyphenated. She's Palma Williams. But that was by his request. He wanted her to keep her name because she had no more family. You know what I mean? And so he didn't want her to forget or like erase her family. You know what I mean? So it was like, why don't you like hyphenate your name?
That's very nice.
So I think it just comes from, there's different people that have different mindsets and everything else. You know, my personal preference is that, hey, we're Hannons. Like, this is the Hannons family. And I guess it's also akin to why like men want sons to carry on the name. You know what I mean? Like as men, our job is carrying on the family name, the legacy and everything else, and continuing the line. Like, that's our contribution to the family, you know? And so I think it can go a lot of ways. I'm not as passionate or married to it as I might have been some 20 years ago, maybe. You know, like, hell no, I might have agreed 20 years ago. I probably would have agreed 100% with what was said. But I don't think your commitment has anything to do, because a lot of people do a lot of things for a lot of different reasons. And so for a woman to desire to hyphenate her name, you know, if my potential wife said, I want to hyphenate, it would definitely be a conversation like, okay, well, why do you feel this way? You know what I mean? Because our family identity is tied into our names. Like, who are we? You know what I'm saying? So we're not the whatever her name is, Hannons is. It's like we're the Hannons. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I'm not about to go make signs and march in front of the Capitol over it.
Please don't even go to the Capitol. My birthday is gonna be forever tied
to
insurrection,
and mine is tied to inauguration. So
we special. Change came to America on
both days, right?
Yeah. I the whole part about not being committed, I was like, oh, I think that's a lot. But considering reasons why, right? So I gave one in terms of, maybe your professional life or something like that. But even in the case, so I don't have biological brothers, so the buck stops with me and my sister. So, okay, I hyphenate. But when I die, doesn't the buck still stop with me? I mean, unless then the kids become, or and #boo ain't ever. But there are some families where the husband and wife have you heard that or seen that happen before? Like they take on.
I mean, I haven't seen it, but it's in 2021. You got men taking their wives' names. So
yeah, so that's the only, as far as like keeping it going. Like it has to be passed on to the children, and the men I know are like,
hey, like nah. And there's somebody I know. I won't put them out there, but I don't know how much a discussion it was between he and his wife, but I know between he and I, he talked about how he felt. She wanted to give their oldest son her dad's name as his middle name, and he was pissed. He was like hell nah. He got a son. That's his job. You know what I'm saying? And so it was and I was like, yeah. So,
get high.
Yeah.
We've
like for me, and
I'm about it. He and I, but one of my, I can only imagine because he remembers information that's important, I guess. One of my things was, yeah, I want us to, just the same thing you said, like I want us to be a family. Yeah, we could be, my last name, your last name forever if we wanted to, but I don't want to have kids and all of y'all is one name and I'd be another name. So I could only imagine if I showed up to the party like, so can I keep my last name? Be like, what?
Right.
After all of that.
right. Like, and I get, there's some women that feel like they're giving up their identity by changing their name. I hear all that.
And you got to learn how to write a different name, right? Like you've been signing or writing, I mean, it's not something that you'll ever have to consider, but you know,
I mean, no, I can consider it. I just never have to do it.
well, that's what you don't have to consider it because you're not going to do it. So, but, and it's not common that men do. So I don't think that's something that you guys grow up thinking about. Now, if somebody brings it to you and you're open to trying it, but by and large, it's not something that you consider regularly. For women, you know, you do. And depending on what even happened before you, right? Like, was your mother hyphenated? Did she take on, you know, your dad's last name? It might be, you know.
Look on David Hannon's face if I ever walked in his house.
Was somebody else? Or ask somebody else?
Talking about, yeah, you know, since Blue, you know, he got married. He got 2 sons. I just decided, like, she don't have no family, so I'm gonna just take her last name.
You be beat out the house. Be calling me from the
he wouldn't even do that. He'll just look me out the house. Like, that nigga will look at my dad has this look that he just gives. Like, I can't even duplicate the look, but I just already know that is not something David Hannons is ever gonna be like. He'll be like, nigga, are you out of your fucking mind?
I can imagine. So, I mean, at the end of the day, as always, you got to do what works for you and your household. But what we're attempting to do is, you know, share some thoughts that your partner might be having. Hopefully you're in a situation where you can have that kind of conversation. And I feel like if you're marrying somebody, you for damn sure should be able to have, you know, this conversation and being open. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're on different sides, somebody's going to have to concede. But hopefully it's in a way where you understand either, hey, we're joining as one family, and so we have one name, or you're making the decision. This is important to my wife, and I'm okay. She is taking my name, but she's also, you know, keeping a part of her that's been a part of her whole life. So, you know, kind of whatever works for you.
Yeah. Well, the discussion I'm not having is me taking her name. Like, we can have the discussion about hyphenation. I still have my stance on hyphenation. That doesn't mean we can't have the conversation, you know, and if you're by some chance able to be like, you know, give me this compelling reason for me to concede, then bet. But the me taking her name, no, we can leave that at the door. I mean, I'll listen to you, and then I'm gonna go back to watching the game. I'm not even gonna respond to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even try that. That is
it's like
that
it's like nah. Especially with the expectation now. It's like when you talk about like dating and expectations, you know, it's like, oh, well, you're supposed to provide for us. You're supposed to like, oh, I'm supposed to pay all the bills. I'm supposed to do da. Why you wearing another man's name? Really?
That's actually a good argument to throw out there too. Like, you under this umbrella, and this umbrella is labeled.
I had an ex that was always talking about her daddy this and her daddy that, and pissed me off. So I was like, why don't you go fuck your daddy then? Now look, I got
going too far with that.
No, I know, but it's too late. I already told her.
But yeah.
You know, I'm like, you're not gonna be laying here with me, and then every 5 minutes you bringing up your daddy about something. So if what your daddy say is gonna run this relationship, then you need to be fucking your daddy, not me. Because I don't give a damn who the man is. There's only one man in this relationship, just like there's one, like just like you don't want no mama's boy, right?
This is true.
Oh, you always run for your mama, this, and your mama dictating that. Same energy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm a daddy's boy. I know mama's boy, but still, it's different.
Good child. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I think we both are in agreement that it doesn't define your commitment, right? Like, your commitment is your commitment, regardless of what you call yourself. Or do you? Oh, you feel it is?
I'm saying no. I'm saying that it doesn't absolutely mean that. I'm saying there's a myriad of different reasons why what it can mean, and there is a portion for them like, yeah, they're non-committal. You know what I mean? But it's not an absolute, and that's what it all means. I don't even think it's the majority.
Right.
But I want to know, like, yeah, there's a few that's what it could be. But I think everybody, there's just so many different reasons, and we can't just compartmentalize that for one reason, because women, like men, aren't monoliths.
Do you think that men that are dads or fathers, I should say, fathers encourage that of their daughters? Do you think? I don't know that. Or do you feel like they're the factor, right? Because this is my dad's name. But do you know any fathers?
Or maybe it's not, because
that would or right. It could be the mom.
Because I know a lot of people that have their mom's last name.
Could be that. You're correct. So, but in the case that it is the father, knowing that men give their names to their families, I'm wondering how they would approach their daughters, or if they would, to encourage them, like, hey, you've been a Johnson or a Smith or whatever. And this is.
I think that would be a good question to kind of open up. I personally have not seen or experienced that. But not to say that it doesn't exist. And then especially, when you have a tight bond with your father, as a woman, and your daddy's girl. And let's just say, and a lot of times maybe dad is passed on or something like that, and you're trying to keep his memory and legacy. But at the same time, the harsh part about that is the job of a son. You know what I mean? And men carry on the man's name. So it's like, while I can empathize and sympathize, and we can do things to memorialize your father, but you are a part of my family now. You know what I mean? And when, if we're following biblical principle, when we say leave and cleave, if you are cleaving onto me, you are cleaving onto me. You know what I mean? It is not my responsibility to carry on your father's legacy. Right. And so sometimes we talk about the burdens of being born a specific gender. If we want to talk gender, like especially a woman that talks about how traditional she is. Right. And so I do know a lot of women that want to be conveniently traditional and conveniently progressive. So you can't be traditional in areas that only suit you. Right. And so it's like, if you come to me talking about you old school, you traditional, the man's supposed to do this, the man's supposed to do that, the man's supposed to give you his name and them children too. So you say, me, mama, I'm gonna just give me a T-shirt that says "Same Energy."
Hey, merch coming soon. Merch.
Yeah, that equity game is a motherfucker when it's time to be accountable, or it's time for you to do some shit, and that's where we're lacking so much. When it comes to relationships, is that we scream accountability until it comes around to us and some shit that we're supposed to give. Yeah. And I made a post, and I know we're going long on this part, but I made a post, and I noticed this, like when I post funny shit, I get all the likes and comments, right? I posted about fucking butter pecan ice cream, and they went up, right?
I was like, me too.
Yeah, I was like, hey, I want some butter pecan ice cream without pecans, and everyone is like, oh,
except your daddy.
Oh yeah, oh god, yeah. So, no, he went in on the Nintendo one, but he commented on that one too. Yeah. But then I posted saying that the thing about people who are always talking about their standards, right? Never, and I'd much rather just quote myself. So what I posted was, I said, the strange thing about people always talking about their high standards is that they always want someone to prove they're worthy of them, while also expecting everyone to just see their inherent worth by doing nothing. So it's like, you want to stand still and not give anything, and talking about, you should just see my, like, if you can't see my work, but that bullshit people always talking about, they should be able to just see it. How can they see it if you're not doing anything? Because I never say know your worth, I say show your worth. So yeah, but like, people don't want to do that. It's like, you want people to see you the way that you desire to be, not even who you are. Like, this is the way that I desire to be, and I want you to see me that way. All the while, though, you must prove that you are who I need you, not who you are, but who I need you to be in order to be worthy of my affections, And it was like, you get 100 likes and 50 comments on ice cream, and then this one is like 8 likes and 2 comments. They were not fucking with it. And I know people seen it.
We don't need you
Because it's right in
preaching to us
between
today.
the Nintendo and the ice cream post.
Yeah.
Right. And I was like,
Cool.
but and I get it, it's typically like that, but I thought it was real interesting. You know what I mean? Like when we're calling people to the carpet,
Absolutely.
it's like, oh, I ain't fucking with that.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah. But
So
that's
what's
not
up
what we
today?
came to talk to y'all
It's
about.
not. It's not. But it's cool. Yeah, because I think
It's
there was
not.
good. There was nuggets
Yeah.
there. There's nuggets there. But what were you talking about today?
Well, I mean, actually, it's actually we've been segueing pretty well, and so when we're balancing like commitment versus intent and everything else, when we're talking about hyphenating last names, we're also talking about balance in career and relationship.
Yeah.
So this week's episode is the business of love, right? And we're talking about balancing job or career with relationships. I just feel like 2021 people are a lot more ambitious. We have a lot more business owners. We're pushing entrepreneurship more than ever. Like we're not in the industrial age anymore, where it's go to school, learn a skill or a trade, get a job, work for 30 years, retire with a pension, and then live the rest of your life in retirement, and then pass your house down to kids because we bought it 60 years ago and it stayed in the family. Especially with like millennials are known to jump from job to job to job to job because people aren't seeking stability anymore. They're seeking happiness. And so you had a lot of people, our parents' age that would keep jobs. Like it's stressful or whatever, but it was like, I need this job. Like people didn't quit jobs. People, either you was laid off or you died, and then you had to go get another job when you was laid off. But now it's like, I'm not happy here. Motherfuckers taking mental health days. That was unheard of back then. It's like, I need a mental health day.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think I knew. When did that even start? I wonder if I was even in the workforce when that started. I probably was already gone. But
stress leave,
you didn't
back then. Yeah, stress leave was death.
It's unfortunate. And thank God for those advances, because really, a lot of people were, dying before retirement and all of that because of stress or unhappiness and just feeling stuck in the space that they were in, based on, whatever their responsibilities were, or the way, I always bring this up, kind of just the way that you were raised, in the example that was before you. And really what we saw, we're the generation that started to shift it, where we probably did at least both. And then, those after us is like, forget all that. I ain't even doing that part. I'm gonna drive Uber and, I'll figure the rest out. And we're like, figure it out,
Figure it out, yeah. Like skydiving with your damn life.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
Yeah. They're fearless.
And just talking to kids, that's like, you hear, and to them, like, this is their world. But I literally have kids, when we're talking, like, they're not doing their work in school or stuff like that. And it's like, well, what are you gonna be when you grow up? Like, I want to be a YouTube star. Like a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Like that's a job.
I'm a gamer. I'm going to play these video games.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make me a channel.
And they see people being massively successful. And you know what? I don't have a problem with any of that. What I do have a problem with is, so I connected to this. We keep telling, especially young Black boys, right? And this is the messaging we give. We have to teach them things other than sports and entertainment.
Right.
And I disagree with that. Like, no, I don't disagree with teaching them more, but we shame them when that's what they want to do.
Right.
What kid has not wanted to be famous in something, like actors and all, they see that. And so, but we know it's passing, you know what I mean?
And everybody doesn't get to that level either. Right.
And so, but what we fail to show them is the business of these industries, right? It's like, okay, you want to be a basketball player, so let's have an honest God to God talk about what it takes to be a professional basketball player, let alone get there, right?
Right.
And so let's talk about business. Let's talk about finance. Let's talk about managers. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about agents. Let's talk about all these things, you know, and all the people that you have to pay and everything else. Let's talk about these things so that you have a full scope of what it is. It's because they believe it's, hey, I just need to get good at ball or whatever sport they want to play, and then I'm gonna get this big contract and make a lot of money. We're not thinking about injuries. We're not thinking about these clauses in the contracts. We're not thinking about guaranteed money. We're not thinking about any of these things. It's just these guys make a lot of money, and the average guy doesn't make this money. You know what I mean? And then you figure like, hey, you got these guys that's only making $200,000-$300,000 maybe. You know what I mean? And they only working 6-7 months out the year. When you don't play, no play, no pay.
Yeah.
So now it's like I have to sustain until the season comes back around if I get signed with a team. And then I got to stay on this team, because if I get cut, now I'm not getting paid. If I get injured and I'm not, you know, some superstar, I'm not getting paid. So the average player's not getting guaranteed money. You know what I mean? And so it's like, okay, what is the road that we're going to take? What are the options? And so you go to any classroom, at least 50% of these boys is talking about they want to play pro ball. And I'm like, but the fact of the matter is there's only 450 guys in the league, right? Out of millions that want to play.
Yeah.
Everybody whose hands up in this classroom, like if it's 10 hands up in the classroom, 9 of you aren't even the best in this class. Let alone this school, this district, high school, D1, D2, like all these and it just keeps growing and growing and growing to get this opportunity for 450 slots. Like that's what you're up against. You're not even national. You got cats that are nationally ranked in elementary school right now. You know what I'm saying? That's when it starts with AAU ball and you getting on the radar that early. And it's you know, and this is the part they don't know, because they get up and they go to school and they play at recess, and then they might make the school team. And, you know, I'm like, you don't even play every day. You know, these kids have trainers and all this other stuff. So it's this whole process that has to occur before we can say, boom, here's your opportunity. And so to that point, it's like being able to educate people on what it takes to actually get there or be there, right? And you can't hop around. That level of commitment has to be there. And this generation, by and large, does not have it, because they're seeking happiness over longevity. So,
well, shout out to being Gen X, Zennial. I refuse to go beyond that. I depending on whose scale you're looking at, they try to push me into millennial, but the best I'll give you is Zennial. I'm the hybrid between Gen X and millennial. So that's all I'm giving.
Because I'm Gen X like a motherfucker. So
yeah. You're elderly. But anyway. No, shout out to Gen X. Shout out to Gen X.
I'm not. I ain't reached zaddy status. My daddy look better than me. I'm elderly. Like,
it's just so funny because Gen X, you know, they're the flex. Like, oh, we're the last generation to play outside. I'm like, no, actually, you weren't. We, you know, those of us right behind you still did that. I think the kids like in the latter part of the 80s, and my sister's 86. So I don't know if it's by virtue that, you know, she had me or if she would have still had the same kind of existence, but I would cut it off like right there. You know, everybody after, I would say maybe like 88 or after. If you don't remember the Cosby Show as a first run, maybe we shouldn't use them anymore. They get canceled.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm scared.
Man, listen, I don't.
Y'all better not cancel the Xrossroadz because of that.
Listen, just because you canceled Cosby, don't mean you canceled the Cosby. It was still a great show, and it was still impactful to the Black community and everything else. And we would not be where we were, by and large, without those images that we saw in that show and a different world. So. Absolutely. So yeah, you know, the kids that grew up during that time, if you use typewriters as well as computers, like we were the generations, if you will, that kind of did both. Which is why I think never got a free AOL disc for some arbitrary, and it'll be some arbitrary ass number of free hours or something like that. Oh, 19 free hours. The fuck? How come you say 20? What is that shit? It was 19. Like,
and your mama be in the back. You better let my phone line go.
Right. If you can't recognize the connecting to the internet sound. If you don't know what waiting 5 minutes for a page to load.
Oh my Lord.
And it'd be like
if you didn't have a AIM scream name, right?
Right. And then when finally they got DSL. Oh
yeah.
Oh, you got DSL. Oh, yours fat. Like
from dial up. Yeah. So that was the but before then, yeah, we did play outside. Your video games were Atari, Nintendo, Sega in those early years. But we did a lot of, outside, be home, or at least on this porch by the time the street lights come on, bicycles. You did a lot. We were socialized, and now a lot of the kids do so much alone, right? It's like with their tablets, with their YouTube.
They don't, but they do that alone, but they're indoors though. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like when we was little, we could have been somewhere anywhere.
Anywhere.
And our parents did not worry because they knew we were only in a few places or at a few friends' house, and they knew I'm call such and such mama, see if he over there, like, and it was get your ass home.
That's it. And I really, I'm grateful for, when and where I kind of grew up and got that part of my life, because it really has helped me throughout, and these are the lessons, hopefully, those of us that are now having kids or have kids, you can bring that back. There are I do think that there are some great mindsets and developments that have happened since we grew up, but I feel like we have the cheat codes. So it's just kind of like merging the best of both worlds together and creating this super generation. But also not what we're necessarily here to talk about.
Yeah. It's so many great discussions that can spawn from these topics. And so, admittedly, we have not done a good job this week on staying on topic, but love us anyway. Fuck it. So if y'all came here for balancing work and love,
here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. So we were talking about so you were talking about the kids or whatnot. And so specifically with basketball and learning what that takes. So let's just say, you have a kid that has started elementary school. It's a phenom, junior high, high school, college. You are right there. You get your name called, or even let's just say in college, because that's a big deal as well. Going through that whole thing, even before you start in the NBA, but you get drafted, you have a girlfriend and or wife, or you're eligible bachelor who desires this for your life. But at this point, your sole focus has been on getting to the league, getting mama into a house, taking care of my people, bringing Pookie and Peanut with me. I've done it. And now, I either meet this woman or I've had this woman along with me on the journey. What does balance look like, when you are you're an NBA star or anybody that has devoted their life or the vast majority of their life to their studies or to building up their body or whatever that it takes for them to become successful when they now meet this person.
Right. For a professional athlete, it's like I can't speak for women professional athletes. I venture to say that the husbands and wives of women athletes, I don't think it's as daunting as being married to men athletes, because the game is so much bigger and more global, and the demands are a lot more strenuous, I would say. You know what I mean? Like women's seasons are shorter. They don't travel as much. and it doesn't get as much media attention.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure the training rigor is the same, but as far as like the actual season, I think there's the difference on that just because of how big the game is and how much money they generate. But like for the men, I think the balance, I don't know that there is much balance. I think the balance comes when at the times when you're actually home, like, hey, you need to spend some time with the kids and get quality time with your wife and everything else. But the obligation is the obligation of the job. You don't really get say so in that. You don't get to say, you don't get PTO. You know what I'm saying? They might, unless you're like the big stars, like, Kyrie Irving recently just said, I didn't feel like playing.
No management.
Right. But he's a marquee player and makes hundreds of millions of dollars to do this. So they're and he gets preferential treatment because of who he is, and it's not equitable across the board. They're like, your bench players or something like that. Oh, you're expendable. Like, you want to do what? Nah, you can't do that, homie. If you do, we can just cut you. We can get somebody else real quick. And so I think that you can make more money and create more stability for your family, like LeBron. Like, let's take him. Like, everybody knew he was coming to the Lakers before he came to the Lakers. He had his family set up in LA, in Brentwood, and his kid was going, to school in LA and everything else while he traveled around and started the school. But like, I can make this place stable for my family, and I can go to home anytime I pretty much want to in between those times, right? Whereas you got this other guy, I got to take my family anywhere to any team that's gonna sign me. Like, I'm signed with Denver this week, and then I get traded. Now I gotta head out to Cleveland. But I just bought this house in Denver, or maybe I can't even buy a house. I gotta keep jumping from condo or apartment or something like that, And then it's like, as his spouse, it's like, do I really want to keep moving like that? And do I have the opportunity to start a career or follow my dreams? That I had prior to meeting you, or are you one of these women that's just trying to stay connected to get the bag, or maybe it didn't work out the way you want because you had some guys that were slated to be superstars and then injuries took their careers away. Like, there's a cat named, I don't know if you're familiar with Greg Oden, right? So Greg Oden came out of Ohio State, number 1 overall pick. And guess what he was picked in front of? Kevin Durant. You know what I'm saying? So it was Oden and then KD. KD, superstar, arguably the best or the second best in the league next to LeBron. It's always that LeBron KD argument. Whereas Greg Oden suffered so many injuries and we never saw what he could have been. And so he didn't get that big career, And so it's I just think the balance has to come in with being with someone strong. Number one, like, if you don't have a partner that's is understanding what's about to take place, you know what I mean? And has to be supportive. And you can't get that call. Well, when you coming home? I'm in the middle of the season. I can't just I can't tell my boss to and then like, these women are also human beings with needs. And you on the road 6, 7, 8 months, quite a bit. You get 42 home games and then the rest you on the road. And so when you got these stretches, 7, 8, away games and stuff like that, or you get traded to a team and you ain't trying to follow to this other city, what do you do? And I don't think it's about being grimy, but it's always somebody in your ear. Like, damn, he ain't been home in how long? Wait, he got traded to Cleveland. You still living in Denver? Hey, that's crazy. Well, if you ever need anything, just give me a call.
Just
what I'm saying? Just holler. You know what I'm saying? I'll take care of it while he gone. and this starts. What he did? What? So you think when he out on the road, you think like you don't never think he be messing around or nothing? See? I mean, he is in the NBA. I mean, I heard what be going on. Like, I had a cousin that was in the league.
Oh, Lord. It get deep.
Listen, it'll get as deep as it needs to meet the objective. And I mean, but it's like, I think that the like professional sports is like an extreme example.
I was going to say that. I was going to say, so clearly professional sports is there, but it can be the same in everyday situations, right? You have someone that is committed to their career, or maybe they're in a leadership position, and there is a demand. There is something that you have to meet. There's a deadline. There's always a deadline.
I have messages coming through right now.
Yeah. Well,
from work.
Yeah.
Like popping up on it. And I already told you what happened earlier today. Like, you know, but I wonder. So this type of thing is I guess expected from men, like, hey, career, whatever. But you have so many more women that are moving up in career focused and driven and as putting off families until, you know, so it's like, I think when we're talking balance, like, how does that look from a woman's purview, where her earning potential is just as much, or these days often more than his, and there's a higher demand because you have way more women executives and leaders, you know. It wasn't even until I got to this school that I worked for a male principal. No, I take that back. I was in one school in Compton. I had a male principal, but everybody hated him. Right. But I mean, it's just
throw that in there.
Right. I've worked for quite a few women. You know, it was a while before I actually ever worked for a man. Like that was, so it's like, but how many of these women, like one hadn't been married for years. One was divorced, still is trying to date. There was one who just had her a little one she was supporting pretty much. There was one, like, yeah, I don't think I've not worked for any women that had like a stable or was married. They were all either like divorced or, yeah. I think all my female bosses were. That's crazy.
So here comes an old argument. I think it was a WTF at one point where someone was talking about the fact that men don't really want successful women, right? And I think we were talking about, you know, oh, I've never heard a man say that. Okay, he may not have said it, but does he really, you know, deep down mean it, or does he deep down need it, right? Like, do I need my woman to be kind of capped off? And not that he doesn't want her to be successful, but when we think about success, it doesn't just happen, right? Like, you got to go after that. In some cases, you have to continue to go. You have to continue to ride the bull. You know, it's not like for everyday people. You know, I didn't just make it and then I don't have to do anything else. Like, what it took to get there minimally is what it is going to take to stay there. And then if you are talking about, in the case of you know, entrepreneurship, growing and scaling, then it takes even more, unless, you know, you do that to sell and then, you know, right off into the sunset. So, you know, just with that example, and I was watching something last night that asked the question, like, you know, can women have it all? And just even using, you know, my own life as an example, I don't think I thought like, oh, I had to choose. I just went after what was available at the time. And at the time, you know, the thing that I could control was what was in front of me. And that was, you know, of course, building the businesses or being the very best person that I could be, until I was in, you know, a relationship that was suitable. I am on record as saying I do not believe that there is any such thing as balance. Like, there's always going to be something that wins out. In some points in time, you are going to have to choose your family. Some points in time, you know, even if you don't choose it, your job is going to come first, or your career or your business. Sometimes it's you got to choose, you know, yourself. So I don't think there's an equal thing. I believe in harmony, and I believe that everything works together. And so a part of that is partnering with someone that believes the same thing. Sometimes it's going to be your turn. Sometimes it's going to be my turn, right? If I have meetings all week or whatnot, then, you know, the expectation is that, you know, you understand, but also, you know, you cover my back during this week, because hell, next week it's going to be your week, or next month it might be yours. You have a big project coming up. I have a big project coming up. It's a lot of sacrifice that it takes for that to work. But also, I think each partner has to put a cap on even the sacrifice, right? Like, I know that my husband or my wife has really been understanding about me getting through this project. It's been 90 days, we just been in and out, kind of passing each other like ships in the night. And so I'm not going to take maybe the very next thing that comes up, or maybe, hey, we're going to have a period of time where it's just us. Now, I'm not saying go 90 straight days without talking to your spouse, but there might even be times in there where you have to shut things down or make time that is specifically for you. But what I'm also saying is, if you are in a position where you can't necessarily take time off or whatnot, find a way that, there is some sort of buffer, if you will, between one thing and the next thing. When we're single, you can just kind of keep going. But when you are with someone else, you gotta, think about their feelings and the fact, you would hope that your significant other or your spouse would not dip off with somebody else. But that's always a possibility as well when someone is neglected or feels neglected and uncared for. It goes a long way to just say, you know what? I see you. I know what you're dealing with. I know, I haven't been the most available, so on and so forth. But like, this is the target date. This is the this is the date we got to get to, and then it's me and you. Or Monday through Friday, I know, I'm in a space, but Saturday is our day. Like, there's a sacrifice there, but you also have to put a cap on it. And the last thing I would say about that is, for women, it's also helpful to be with a man that's driven, and even vice versa, because if you are the person that's ambitious, driven, focused, whatever, you're on the ride, or you have certain demands in your professional life, and you're with someone who does not, or is trying to figure it out. Maybe they're still in school and they haven't figured out exactly what they want to do, or they're on the path to it. You are misaligned at that point in time, and there's going to be stress. Okay. Doesn't mean that it won't work out, but it is going to be stress, because that person is not going to understand as much as, and we've talked about this on shows before too, as much as we want, like, oh, what a man that has this, that, and the third. Again, it requires something to get those things that we want. And so, you always got to be this and you're always doing that. Well, that's how I'm able to be who I am and bring into the house what I'm bringing in. Same for women. You want me to come to the table with something. Well, I can't just sit down at the table. I can't just be at the house. I know you don't watch this show, Love and Marriage Huntsville. Get a chance, look it up on YouTube. Okay. I don't know if you have OWN. If you have OWN, go watch a couple episodes. But there's Marceau and Tisha. And Tisha wants so badly she has, I think they have 3 kids together. Their agreement when they were married was, hey, I'm the breadwinner. I'm going to take care of everything. You stay home and raise these kids. And at the time, it probably sounded like a great idea until there were 3 kids. And now, I want to go back to school. I want to finish my MBA. I want to be in real estate. I want to help you on the businesses. I want to, and they are constantly doing this. So honesty about what you want for your own life. Am I aligned really and truly with the person? There's sacrifice that each side has to understand. And then at a certain point in time, everybody has to be careful about putting a cap on it. When is the time that is specifically for me, and when's the time that is specifically for me and my partner? So that's, kind of what I would say, but there's no balance, child.
Okay, so that was a lot to respond to. So let me go to, so at the beginning, when you were like men wanting successful women, we don't give a shit about that, right? Like, it's great, it's sexy. It's hearing about it all the time and bringing it home, right? As if your status at work somehow changes your status at home, or your responsibility at home, right? And that's the part where the lines get blurred when we talking about gender roles or being conveniently traditional and progressive, right? So I'm definitely a proponent, like we always say, do what works for you, but you have a lot that don't share that mentality, and it's like, oh well, men are supposed to do this, right? But we never, when we talk about women are supposed to do this, okay, if we're gonna play the gender role game and you're deciding to be out here having career and everything else, it's like a breakdown over time has happened with this, is that when we talk traditional, what men need and desire from women has not changed, right? What women need and desire from men has, because women's position in society has changed from those traditional times that we always reference, right? That was a time where women were in the home, right? Oh, well, men were breadwinners because by and large, women couldn't work. A lot of times it wasn't work out there for women and everything else. So, number one, it wasn't like these women were choosing to be housewives, some were, but by and large, that wasn't the case. They weren't going to school. They weren't allowed to go to school. They weren't allowed to do so many things. And so like, this is my lot in life because of how society is set up for me. Right. And so he's doing these things, not because, oh, well, I'm a man and I got to provide for my family. It's, well, shit, I'm the only one who can, because this is what society's dictating. Right. And so now we take that as, we always lean to these narratives that require the least amount of effort. So when women are talking about, oh, like, there's no logical precedence for saying men are supposed to be the one to pay the bills, right? Like, what does it says nothing about him outside of, I pay all the bills, right? While you sitting back getting your bills paid. That's just dumb, but you want us to be a partner, right? So when we come to like, hey, you got career and everything else, you won't have to let go of some of these traditional narratives, because in order for you to maintain career, there's going to have to be some responsibilities shared. You want him to help you here, then you need to be helping him here, right? If we're talking about balance and sacrifice and everything else. So it's like, you can't hold on to, well, he's supposed to be doing this and he has to do that, and he has to do that, he has to do that. And then when we come to the things where traditionally you're supposed to be doing, it's, oh, I need help with this though. And I had illustrated that to a group of women at work one day. They were talking about this meme. I was talking about what men are supposed to do. And it was this meme says, oh, 4 things women should never have to touch. And it was like trash, bills, a door, and a gas pump, whatever. I was like, okay, bet, cool. Now show me 4 things a man should never have to touch. Couldn't do it. Right. I was like, name me 4 gender roles exclusively handled by women. Couldn't do it, right? Because it's like, oh, cooking, he can cook his own plate, he can fix his own plate, he can do it, you know what I'm saying? Like, so when we talk about, there was nothing that you can name that should be done exclusively by women. And I always say, don't say childbirth, because that is not a gender role or responsibility. That's an occurrence, right? And biological, but we can't use biology. You see what I'm saying? Because
you just making up all the rules.
No. Because what I'm saying is, we're not saying, because one, that doesn't speak to the woman that can't have children. That's not speaking to the woman who desires not to have children. So if we're talking gender role, and then because you can't say that's a role and then you say her body, her choice. You're not doing that for him. You're not having children for him. You see what I'm saying? Y'all had sex, you got pregnant, unless you were planning it together or whatever. Cool. But that's based on biology. Women get pregnant, right? We don't even if we could, we don't have that biological choice. You see what I'm saying? Like paying all the bills, we're saying that's his responsibility. Having children, we can't say that's her responsibility, because she doesn't have to do that.
No, I get it. And we've had this discussion. So I'm saying in a household where, whether it's equal or not, all the stuff is getting done. Okay. We're talking about 2 individuals with, or maybe just one, with a hectic work professional situation. I think it's, you gotta do, at the end of the day, do what works for you. We don't have to. It's advantageous if we abandon these templates, right? And understand on both sides, like, hey, if we're gonna both have these thriving careers, or for whomever's thriving career to work, this is what we have to do. And we have to escape the stigma of society if somebody else is doing something different. Like if in your relationship, he's staying home and raising the kids or whatever, because she has the more thriving career, right? He's going to be subject to a whole lot of ridicule and blah, blah, blah. Oh, what? She the breadwinner? Da. Okay. Right. But if your marriage is working and that's working for y'all,
so be it. That's what you do, and vice versa. Or y'all got a schedule worked out, and this is, you can't worry about what everybody else is saying because it's about you, your partner. If y'all have children, your household, and the direction that you are deciding to go. You see what I mean? But we also have to abandon the convenient progressive versus traditional narratives. Like, oh, well, you're supposed to do this. No, what's going to make this easier? You know what I'm saying? And who, as far as the propensity, like, okay, well, your schedule is like this, so it'll help more if you pick up the kids from school and I'll take this shift at work, or I won't, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I won't stay late. I'll have to tell my boss or my staff and whomever, like, hey, I leave on time on Tuesdays and Thursdays because this, like, work that shit out. And leave the gender roles or whatever, you know, unless you operate by gender roles. Okay, cool, whatever. But I also think that when you come home, you got to leave work at work and come home, because what you desire from each other, you know, and if that's traditional, then you need to come. Hey, when I'm at work, I'm the boss. When I'm at home, I'm his wife. You see what I'm saying? And vice versa. And I think when you talk about men having successful women, it's not intimidation. It's not, that's largely what it is. There's a lot of women who bring the work persona home and are not being that wife that he needs. And then you got a lot of men who, they're doing what's expected of being ambitious, but then that's all they do when they come home, and it's just, I'm tired, and they don't be a husband and a father. You know, and so it's about coming home and being what your family needs you to be. You see what I'm saying? Because who was that? Was it Nikki Giovanni interview, or was it her and James Baldwin? I forget who it was, but she was. I didn't agree completely with what she was saying, but the alluding to the fact that you go to work and play this role for your boss every day, and then come home and I get what's left of you, and you won't put on for me. You know, like, you frustrated from work, so I get the frustrated version because you was frustrated at work and you couldn't be frustrated at work. So you come home and you're frustrated, and I get that version of you. So if you can fake it for your boss, how come you come home and fake it for me? And so I don't agree with the faking that part, but what I would say to that is, you have a job to do at home as well, and your job is to be husband and wife, right? And so it's like, you go there and put in work, and then you got to come home and put in work. Like, it's really no days off in that regard.
Exactly. And that's where I think the whole no balance for me comes in, because and I was watching somebody who said this, and we've all pledged, so we can definitely understand. He was saying, like, I didn't pledge. We could say, okay, let's just say we can understand.
We were all inducted.
Well, at this day and age, pledge is synonymous with just intake. So whatever it means to you as you hear this, okay? But so the guy was at Alpha, and he said, whatever you need, borrow it from your sleep, right? Like, and it wasn't in regards to relationships. We're just talking about, how to make things happen in general. And I thought about that now. I'm a recovering, what is it? Workaholic. Like Sleep When You Die and Team No Sleep. I'm recovering for that. So I'm not saying that, but in those times that you may find yourself, or a particular day that you find yourself stretched, rather than to pull it from the people that depend on you, or maybe the project or the profession that you are obligated to, you might have to sacrifice, it might be TV, it might not be sleep, it might be, TV or hanging out with somebody or whatever, but you might have to pull it from there as you build relationship, or as you build this business or profession or whatnot. And so I thought that was, very profound. Sometimes we just think about our partner, like, suck it up. This is what it's going to take. And you're just going to have to deal with it. And it might just require, like, this is your dream at the end of the day, right? This is your profession, your dream, your goals. It can be argued that you can make money any kind of way, but if this is the way that you choose to do it, and you choose to be in relationship with somebody, then you also are going to have to be a good steward of both, unless you're okay with getting rid of one. And is it going to get equal parts of you at the same time? That's when I say No, there are some times where, one is going to quote unquote win out over the other. But to your point, like having those kinds of conversations with your partner, gender roles and all of that. Yes. But at this point, it's like two adults maintaining the household. What does that look like? Right? With my schedule, with your schedule, with my, what I bring home financially, what you bring home financially. And like you said, not necessarily weighing that against what other people are doing or what these memes are saying, like what works for your household. But at the end of the day, if you're married or if you're in this committed situation with someone that you love, I believe that's the place that you start, because, profession, job, business, like you can figure that out. But with the individual that you are building with, that definitely is the place that you want to focus on.
Right. Yeah. I agree with that. And I guess as I know, we're gonna kind of move into final thoughts. I don't know if you have a thought additional to that to kind of wrap up the topic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I've said before, like, OMG. It would be easy, as far as I'm concerned, maybe easier to know, like, all I have to do is, maybe I shouldn't say this because somebody stay at home is going to get mad at me, but it feels like, based on what I do and what I'm looking into my life turning into with kind of trying to figure out harmony for all of it. But seems like it would be easy enough to just go, okay, if he's got everything else, I can make sure either I cook and or order something so the food is ready, keep the place looking decent and, take care of my wifely duties. Like it just, and I know that it's not easy, but I feel like and I've said this to him, like if I felt like I wasn't required to provide, anything, or if I'd have to pay any bills. And at this point, I'm working on like debt elimination. So that's a whole other situation. But, student loans and any of these other things, if I didn't have to do that, I would still want to do something fulfilling for my life, but I probably wouldn't push myself as hard as I do. So I feel like a lot of women are in these spaces, yes, because we love what we do and we're passionate and we're driven, but also we have heard and, we believe like men don't want us to just show up to the party with our little empty bag. You want us to come with something. And so again, that requires something. But then if we're back in this whole traditional space, I'm also expected to do these other things, and it's hard. That is what I hear by and large in, sorority settings, just with the homegirls, reading on social media. Some of the smartest, wisest, strongest women that I know feel like they are failing in this area, whether it has to do with a man or not. Some are single mothers. Like, am I doing enough for my kids? The one thing that this pandemic did, I believe, was cause people to refocus on family. Some didn't have a choice because your kids are now at home with you, and you're working from home, whether or not that was your original kind of get down. Some people work from home already. Some are now meeting their kids at the house, and everybody's working from home. And I think there's now more room for conversations about like what the post-COVID or even current COVID family looks like. And it might not be gender specific, but I think that's where it starts. It's just like women wanting to be the very best that they can in all these places that we're called to be, and feeling like I can't. And so at any point in time, you pick the wrong thing to focus on, because then the next thing falls apart or the next person is mad and you really just don't know what to do. And so what I would say to that, of course, is that you can't do everything. You are not required to do everything. Setting up some sort of hierarchy or priority system is very important. If we did not see anything else this year, it's that some things are going to go on by themselves, or they're going to fall to the wayside, and it'll just be what it is. So take care of yourselves. If you are not present, if you are not healthy, if you're not at the very best that you can be, then everything else is going to crumble anyway. Take care of the people that mean the most to you, and then go from there. That's literally like the best that I can do to try to wrap that up. But I understand, I can sympathize, and I'm sure shortly enough, I'll be able to empathize.
Yeah. It's interesting that you say that, and not to invalidate, because what you said was valid, but it's also like that's been the narrative for men for the longest. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not even, and can't even give that advice to men. Like, you can't be everything because the expectation is because you have to. Like, you're the provider. You know what I mean? And it's a dangerous narrative, because it's like, we need that same space. You know what I mean? It's like, I think a lot of women over recent years are discovering, like, damn, career and like, it was like family is hard enough, and now I add career and family to it. And then it's like with men, it's like, it's always been career and family, and I have to hold all this together and not show weakness, and I can't show that I'm struggling and everything else. And I think, you know, with advances in mental health and that narrative being pushed, that's helping some. But to be able to be in those spaces to where you can express, like, hey, this is how I'm feeling. Like, I'm tired, I'm struggling, I'm blah, 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 blah. I need help. You know what I mean? And to ask a woman for help in that area is, you know, like, damn near taboo in some situations. And so I think that we have to be empathetic on both sides and connect, like, hey, this shit is hard. And it's hard on both of us, because we're both trying to follow our ambitions and take care of this family. And so, like, even going back to when we did Race to the Worst, it's like, we have to stop trying to take inventory on who has it harder, or who, like, we always like, ooh, such and such women have it the hardest, or have to do more. Men, like cut all the bullshit. It is, you know, like, what do we need to do to make this family work? To make this relationship work. Sometimes somebody's gonna have to do more. Sometimes somebody's gonna feel like they're doing more or whatever. But you got to have those conversations, and it's like, we have to stop playing victim. You know, like, oh, I have it harder than you, and you have, you know. I just get tired of hearing that. But I think my advice would be, and especially to the men, and I'm saying especially to the men because in my experience, is choose the right person. And because that's going to make all the difference. If you have somebody that is not, if you're a man of purpose, and you align yourself with a woman that is not aligned with her purpose, you know, it's going to be hard for her to align with your purpose, because she has no purpose of her own. It's going to be hard for her to understand your work ethic or your job, because she has none of her own. She's not shooting for anything. You know, and I dealt with that. You know, like, she had a great job, but it was just that, you know what I mean? Where I'm striving for something bigger than myself, bigger than us, bigger than a job, you know what I mean? And so it was always bucking and kicking against that. You know, she literally told me, all you care about is school and your business. And I'm like, so you mad because I'm focused, where you got women that's begging niggas to get up and do something. You know what I mean? And so that was just a struggle. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? It's like, when I'm grinding, it's a problem. If I'm not grinding, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? I can't give you all my focus and attention. This is when I'm homeless. I'm unemployed. I have no degrees. And the minute we broke up is when I started to excel.
I believe that.
And promote. Like, as soon as I separated myself from that. And it's not saying that, oh, you know, you can't do it with a woman, but the wrong woman, the same way that people say having the right woman will propel you, the wrong one will hold you back and keep you stagnant. You know what I mean? And so as soon as I separated myself from that situation, it was, you know, because I was free. You know what I mean? I was mentally free. I was emotionally free. Had to do a lot of detoxing, but, you know, but it was, when you are not aligned and equally yoked with, you know, who you're sharing your life with, it's going to be problem. You can't even talk career and advancement and building and everything else, because you're going to be dealing with that nonsense all the time. So I guess my last word would be make sure that you have the right person and all the other stuff that we discussed. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be easier, someone to lighten the load. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But
I just wanted to say I came into this more to give general advice. I really wasn't trying to distinguish between men. I mean, clearly I have to speak from a woman's perspective because it's the only one that I know. But exactly. I wanted to make sure that it's clear that my advice, if you will, goes for everybody. Because, I've never dated a lazy man or a man that didn't believe that he had a purpose or something.
You've never dated a man that was professionally lazy.
Right. Not professionally lazy. Right. So, my sole focus was to figure out what I was going to do. Right. And so at this point, there are, I'm sure, different things about his profession and my profession that, we both have to give, on our respective sides. And so that's where I'm coming from. If you're in a situation with someone who has passion, drive, and so do you, there's still work to do there. It's work when it's one or the other, but even when both of you, hopefully it's easier for you to see like, wow, she gives and does this and whatnot, and it compels you to want to do, and vice versa. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear. I'm not trying to, divide and say, oh, the women can just lay back, or the men have to do all the sacrificing and women don't. In some cases, in all cases, really, it takes both.
Absolutely.
It takes both.
Well, y'all, this has been another interesting week on the Crossroads. We went a lot of different directions today.
We all over.
We definitely took y'all to the Crossroads. But until next time, again, shout out to our sponsors, House of 334 and Carbon 12
Carbon
Clothing.
12, yes.
This has been the Crossroads, y'all. And always remember, be free to be you. We love y'all.
Peace.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you. You have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Hunter Grand, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire and tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is
the Crossroads.
Where there's only one rule: be free to be you. So y'all, when we start this episode, I just got to warn you, I was exhausted, and Miss Dre Renee recommended, like, okay, I'm gonna be real honest.
I had the same drink he had, so I'm just gonna
look.
put that out.
We're actually recording this after the actual podcast, so I'm not even gonna play y'all like that. We've already shot the podcast. And I had a Red Bull before we started recording, and I forgot. I don't know what it was.
He was the Red Bull.
What y'all are about to experience today, I apologize in advance. We have a special treat for y'all. We have a special guest. My boy Nerd is going to be on with us today for this episode. And if anybody knows Nerd, y'all know if my boy, what he posts is very, very polarizing, let's say. And so we're going to talk about a post that he posted today that prompted me to say, like, we got to talk about this on the show. So y'all gonna get all the smoke. and y'all gonna enjoy this one. All right.
Absolutely.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my bro. Coming in from the grid. For those of y'all who don't know, Dre and myself are members of the Divine Nine Black Greek-letter organizations. I am a distinguished member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, and Dre is from the one and only Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. And our special guest, my man Nerd, a distinguished brother of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Now, for the purposes of this, we're gonna say that we're gonna call him a Phi because there's a dispute over who uses Sigma. So
and I might be in the minority, but I literally am okay with being an SG Rho and them being Sigmas. Whatever. Right. I'm with it.
So
we appreciate.
Thank you.
The ladies will say, I'm not going to call them Rose because they be getting on my head when I call them Rose.
Oh, yeah, that's
The ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho don't like being called Rose. They are like, we are Sigmas, and the Sigmas are actually Phis.
or Phi Betas.
Or Phi Betas.
Right. Yeah. It's all love. It's all love. I'm actually too grown for any of that. But so we have Nerd on today because Nerd, you posted something just today that I was like, you know what, we gotta jump on and talk about this. You posted the post today, and you generally have some very controversial posts, right? And that garners a lot of engagement, a lot of conversation, a lot of angst. But what I will say is they come from a very genuine place, though, and right. I can say that I don't see any malice in them, but sometimes I do see what I would probably consider like problematic mindsets. There's a lot that I do agree with, and then there's some that while I know where it's coming from, I'm like, let's kind of slide over here and look from a certain perspective, right?
Okay.
So the name of this episode, ladies and gentlemen, is called Whatever You Like.
You can have whatever you like.
Whatever you like. So just think Coming to America when Vanessa Bell Calloway's character met Eddie Murphy's character, Prince Akeem, and the only thing that she desired in life was whatever he liked. And I named that because this post, I'm going to read the post where Nerd says, I can tell how long I'm going to last with a woman when I show her my purpose and her response is not, how can I help? P.S. It's not long at all. Right? And I was like, damn, and from my purview, I get that as men, we want support from our women, right? Just like women say they want protection from men. But when you said, and I want to bring you in right here and there, when you said, if she doesn't respond, when I show it to her, and she doesn't respond with, how can I help? She's not going to last long. And it raised a lot of questions. But so I want to hear like your meaning, your intent, where that comes from and everything else. So like let us have it. What's going on with that, bro?
Okay. So, and I'll credit this quote to my man, Billionaire PA, if you guys are familiar with him. Mm-hmm. He has a famous quote that says, don't spend your present with people who you don't see a future with.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So with that thought, if I'm showing someone who I want to be a potential partner what my future is, and she doesn't see herself in that, then she's not going to last long. Mm-hmm. And that's the basic premise of what that post and what that thought was about. Also, how many times do we hear from women, grown successful women, that they're tired of a man not having goals, not having a plan, so on and so forth. So I'm like, okay, I'm showing you goals. I'm showing you where I'm going. But now you don't even see yourself being involved in that. How is it that I can take you seriously at this point? And I kind of made the post as like, I'm in my 30s, I'm 32. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking about, what long-term looks like. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of getting out of the whole phase, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And what are going to be determining factors when I'm courting, when I'm meeting people, that's going to be an indicator on if I should invest time in them or not. So that is what the premise of that post was.
Okay. So you said something real interesting. So I want to kind of make sure that I have the context set up. You said that if she doesn't respond that way when you're looking at her as a potential partner. So the context of this is not her already being your partner. You're looking at her as a potential partner. So y'all not even together yet when you're saying you're rolling out the purpose, and the expectation is for her to jump in where she fits in and offer assistance.
Right.
Okay. So hey, I already saw the face. Come on in, Dre. I'll let you take this one.
Well, I guess I finally understand how men feel when women lead with a marriage conversation on date one. Like that's how that just hit me, like unexpectedly. Like I understand what you're saying completely, but I think like from day one, that would probably be overwhelming. Not to know what your purpose is, but to feel expected to jump in there. I think, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I would feel.
So what's your response to that? Like when people, like, how walk me through the thought process. I don't want to say logic because that comes off condescending, but the thought process of saying, this is what I expect from her before she's even my partner. Like I want her to jump in and support my vision before she's ever my partner.
And you trust somebody with that early too? That's my part.
So humans, we within the first 7 seconds of seeing each other know if we're going to sleep with each other or not, right? Subconsciously, that means that we are validating, do we want to see this person's DNA duplicated in a legacy, in a child? And that happens like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why Tinder is so successful with the swipe method and online dating, because we are getting these snapshots of people, of bios, and making split decisions. When you meet someone out on the street, you're not thinking of, oh, I wonder if they are nurturing. I wonder if, they know how to cook or whatever. You thinking about that when we are seeing each other on the street, we're instinctively thinking, damn, that person fine. Saying shorty got that ass, she got that nice face, with whatever the case may be. So we are already subconsciously deciding on if we want to see this person long term. When I'm dating when I'm like looking at someone who I'm thinking about dating, I'm thinking about, do I want to wake up to this person more than one night? Because if not, I'm not going to put as much effort into courting or getting to know them as I would someone who I was like, okay, I could see myself being with this person for a long period of time. And that's the animalistic nature of how we think, you know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes we get too caught up in what's politically correct or these grandiose ideas of what relationships should be that we ignore that. But no, that's a part of us too. You know what I'm saying?
So let me push you on this one real quick, because there's a little bit of a contradiction in it for me, right? So let's just say at first sight, right? And let's just take 2020. We're talking physical attraction, right? Are we really thinking life partner? Are we really thinking I want to share DNA and create a child? Or are we just looking like, hey, I want to smash? Because we know nothing about this person other than how she looks. So to your earlier comment, we know within 7 seconds whether or not we would have sex with somebody. I can agree with that because that's just physical attraction. And physical attraction simply means, if given the opportunity, I would have sex with this person, right? All things being considered. That's not necessarily a life partner, because if you're talking about you coming out of your whole phase, a whole phase is strictly sex. And this is how you are looking at these women for nothing other than a physical situation, right? And there might be more like, hey, we hang out, we have conversations if that's your thing, but you're not necessarily indicating future with these women, unless you're talking about, hey, I was looking for a future, but that didn't happen, so we're just having sex. So is it really about, and if we were talking about sharing DNA, then we wouldn't use birth control, condoms, or anything else for protection in order to have sex without those results. You know what I mean? Those are risks. As adults, we should be responsible, of course, But are we really truly looking for life partners in people just because we're physically attracted? Because what I know as men typically, like, this is the dynamic that I've noticed about men and women. Whereas men were physically driven first, emotional second. That's our secondary. Whereas women are primary emotional fulfillment, physical fulfillment, secondary. It's not that we're void of desiring those two things. It's just not what we lead with. So a woman might, when she's talking to her homegirls about a dude, she's typically describing his intrinsic nature. Girl, he's so nice. He got a great job. He treat me so good. Blah 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 blah. And then she goes, and he fine too. And they're like, what? And he fine. Like, that's the physical attraction is the bonus to all of his intrinsic nature. Whereas men, like, hey, dude, hey, she pretty as hell. Body is blah, 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 blah. Like, all the extrinsic things. And then we go, and she cool too. and she's smart. And like, you know, and she just happens to be all this other stuff. You know, she happens to have 4 degrees. But because, like, her intrinsic nature is not what draws us to her initially, it's the physical nature. You know what I mean? And of course, women like see men, but even though he's attractive, we typically talk ourselves out of sex. Like, she's already attracted, and as soon as we open our mouth, she's like, but you dumb. I don't care how you look. You like, I can't deal with that. You know what I mean? And so that's why I'm wondering, it's like that early stage when you're saying, is she a life partner? Like, it's like literally marriage material at hello, you know? And so I'm wondering if that, and it's like, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you're presenting it as an expectation. Like, if I, when I show you my purpose, we're not together, but I'm going to open the floodgates, show you purpose. And my expectation is you respond with, how can I help? Like, she hasn't even bought into, because just like you're still trying to buy into her as a partner, but we're missing the part where, has she bought into you as a partner? And maybe she hasn't jumped into how can I help because she hasn't bought into you. She's not, and a woman is not going to buy into your vision if she hasn't bought into you as a man. Like, your character. Do I even like spending time with you before I'm jumping into your vision? You know what I mean? So like,
For the first part, it's a qualifier, okay? And everyone has qualifiers which allow you more access to them. You know, with men, it's how they look. With women, it's height, sometimes weight, sometimes status. You know, these are the prerequisites to even get to have the conversation about how we can move forward. You know what I'm saying? So these things happen systematically, but they happen in sequence, so to speak, right? So then to the next point that I want to make is that we are not socialized, one, as men to have plans, really, and as women to understand what a man's plan is and go along with that. And I think that is the problem. Another one is that we've divested from the platonic family and invested more in the independent man, the independent woman, because you could put more of a tax on it. You know what I'm saying? In America, but that's a deeper conversation. You know, so when you talk about like not getting to a point where, you know, a woman is invested in the man first, I think that is what she should be thinking about when she even has that conversation with the man, is how can we meet? How can we cooperate? You know what I'm saying? We get to this point where it's like, okay, let's put everything out on the table. Does this equal? Does that equal? No, it's not perfect. I'm going to move on. And
now, are you sharing that same mentality with her? Like, you're saying you lay that out and this is the mentality she should have. Are you sharing that same mentality when she lays out her purpose? Are you asking, how can I help? How can I jump in? How can I be a part of that? How can I support that? Like, are you sharing that same sentiment? Or is it the expectation that she's just coming in, she need to be my helpmeet, and that's her role to support my vision?
I mean, it depends. And, you know, some people are going to be sexist or say I'm being sexist. When
no, don't qualify. Like, hey, this is your truth. It's your truth. Walk in it and own it.
But we don't socialize, especially Black women, to be more than a wife, more than a mother. You know, I rarely meet people who get these advanced degrees and, you know, who advance in their career to say that I want to be the best social worker. I want to be the best corporate finance associate. You know what I'm saying? They're doing it so they can be more attractive to find a man that makes more money to retire them early so they could be a stay-at-home wife most of the time.
Okay, I'm gonna let Dre listen. I'm gonna let Dre get this one because picking on women.
It's all good.
And what they should be. No,
it's all good. I'm just taking it all in and just, you know, mental.
Okay.
Mental
well,
database.
listen, I'm gonna need this. So, okay, I'm struggling, bro. I'm struggling, and I get where you're coming from, but I can't help feel that the thought process is misguided, right? And here's where I'm struggling is because I advocate hard for men, right? I was just having a conversation before we started shooting about people telling men what they're supposed to be. You see what I'm saying? And so my premise on that is who decides what a man is and isn't? And if we're asking that question, then conversely, in fairness, we have to ask the same question: who gets to decide what a woman is, isn't, should, and shouldn't be doing? Because we all follow different creeds, cultures, thought processes, and everything else. And so what I said to somebody, it was like, who is anybody to tell who is doing manhood and or womanhood right? Because here's what you have to do to say that we're doing it correctly or not, right? Somebody had to decide what manhood or womanhood is, right? And then first we all had to agree to qualify this one entity or person to do it. And then after they do it, then everyone has to agree. And I'm talking about everyone in the world has to agree on this objective definition. And then after we do that, we have to then nominate somebody to qualify everyone on whether or not they're doing it correctly. But more than that, we then have to train everybody at birth, starting from birth, and make sure that they have equitable opportunity and access to resources to be able to participate correctly in manhood and or womanhood. Hence saying that there is a template for what manhood is and what womanhood is, and this is what we should be doing as manhood and womanhood. And because I hear you say they're not socialized to do, and when I hear that we're not socialized to do these things, what we're essentially saying is we're not teaching them right. You know what I mean? And when we say that, we have to ask from whose perspective. You see what I'm saying? Because we all have a perspective, and you are entitled to your own. But what I'm hearing is, if a woman doesn't fit my narrative, which is fair, and you have every right to want what you want, but what you want is going to be hard as hell to find. It's hard as hell anyway.
But damn near impossible. But it's on.
But it's not. It's only seeming impossible because I feel like you're making it that way. You see what I mean? It's from. Imagine this. Would you, if a woman walked up to you and said, "Hey, I want you to propose to me today," would you do it? Would that seem crazy to you? Like, yes, hey, exactly. So how does it not seem crazy to say we're not even together? We're not even in a relationship yet, but you need to follow my, and you haven't described the fact one, because I commented on the post, and what I said is that women are detail oriented, right? They live in the details. Right. Men, we're big picture, we're the what, and women, when we add a woman to it, she's the how. Right? It's almost like you say, if you have a family, you say, "Hey, baby, we going to the amusement park, right? We about to go to Magic Mountain." Okay. This is what she's going to do. We show up to Magic Mountain, and then she's probably going to get the map. And okay, we're going to start here at Viper, and then we're going to work our way down here. And then we're going to end over there at whatever. She's got the whole sequence of the day for optimal fun and time saving. And she's going to add the lunch breaks in there. And this is how much money. This is how much money we brought so that we can stay within budget because we have this other plan because we're trying to buy a new car or whatever, right?
And funnel cakes at the end.
Right. And so typically, yeah. And so when you're dealing with a woman, you're not going to find much success if you don't explain how you plan to achieve that. So women give, and I go hard on women, but in fairness, you have to prep her with what she needs to be able to buy into that vision. And that's typically the plan. You can't say, "Hey, you know what, babe, I'm running for president. I'm gonna be president of the United States." You know, so when we say that, we expect her to go, you know what, baby? Yeah, you can do it. Go ahead. That's not reality. She's going to say, how? And she's not shooting you down. She just wants to know. So if you can lay a well, first, I'm going to run for city council and blah, 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 or school board or whatever it is. And then in 2 years, I'm a blah, blah, blah. And then in another years, I would be like, and you make it seem real to her. When you make it realistic, you break it down like we do kids with math. You can't throw a calculus problem at a second grader. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You have to like step by step equip them to that certain level to where they're like, oh, I get it. If you don't explain math to them, they don't get it. That's how women are. You got to explain the how. And that's what they buy. They don't buy into the vision. They buy into the process. Because if you explain and outline the process, then okay, there's the vision. They are not wired for the end results. Because you're expecting them to trust you with their life and livelihood. Like literally, you want them to follow you. And they don't know how. And you want them to shut up about it. It's like you ever been in a car and hey, we going this way. And she knows you're going the wrong damn way. And your expectation is support me in this drive. But you going wrong. You ain't told her, like, I want you to ride cross country, but you ain't said what freeway you going on. You ain't saying how long it's going to take to get there. You ain't saying where are we stopping to stay on the way? Like, are we staying with some of your frat brothers? Are you renting a room? Like, what are the details? How is this going? What do I need to bring? Who do I need to call? What arrangements do I need to make before I go? You just saying hop in the car and let's roll. And that's not realistic. Now, you might find one to do it. And if you do, more power to you. Let me know where to find her. You know what I mean? But I just feel like you are not willing to do what's necessary to get that thing that you say you want. It's completely possible to have a woman support your vision and say, how can I help? That's what they do. But that comes after you roll out the plan. And I'm telling you from a place of experience, I've been there. I was in a whole ass relationship where she did not support my vision, and she didn't support it because I didn't roll out the plan. Now, my reason for not doing this because I was simply uninterested in it because everything that I said, she always shot down. So I was like, well, I ain't telling you shit. But I started dating somebody after that. And in my room, Dre, you remember, in my room, I had a big ass whiteboard.
Which I now have. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I did. I gave it to her. When I moved, I gave it to her. So I had a whiteboard and my whole wall was covered with index cards. And on that whiteboard was my vision and my plan. And so when the other woman that I was dating, she came in there and she saw that, I never even told her. She just saw it. And she was like, this is amazing. It wasn't that I never told her my vision. She saw the plan. And guess what she said? How can I help? I'm not even dating her anymore. And she still hits me up asking me, how can I help? How can I be a part of it? Why? Because I believe in your plan. It's not the vision, it's the plan. Now, we might say the vision, but the vision was only real to her because she saw the plan. And not only did she see it, she understood it. And when she understood it, she bought into it. And that's where we go left because we don't get buy-in. If you're going to be a leader at a job, anything, I have a whole staff and my vision, my mission statement for the year is complete buy-in. It ain't, oh, we're going to do this. No, I need you to buy into what we're doing. And the only way that they're going to buy into it is if I map it out step by step. Everything that we do, I have to do a rollout. This is what we're going to do. This is when we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. This is everyone's role in it. Like I have to clear the path in order for it to manifest. And when they see how it's going to get done, they're like, okay, I buy into that. Now, if I just say, hey, I need you to start a club with the kids and this is the outcome that I want to have the club go. They're like, wait, what? Well, what class am I doing it in? What day does it occur? How many kids is it supposed to be? Is there like, what resources do I have? Am I getting extra pay for this? Like there's a lot of questions. You see what I'm saying? So right. If you want a woman to just jump in and blindly follow a man she does not know because she's not your partner yet. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I just don't understand how that's realistic. And I know I said a lot, but I want you to get that thing that you want, but I feel like you're misguided in how that actually happens in that process.
Right. So, Dre, I'm gonna pose this question to you.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel that this pushback comes on the man's part because of um I would say resentment from kind of that blind faith of following a man's leadership, and now it's like, okay, well now I have to see everything. It's like that quote that says where a man says, "I want a ride or die chick," but the chick is like, "Wait, why are we dying? Like, can we do something else?"
Yes, I'm like, that does not sound attractive, right or die?
But, because I'm just curious to know from your standpoint.
Oh, okay. So let me make sure I laugh, but let me make sure I understand. You're saying, are we pushing back because we need to see the full scope of your plan? Repeat that for me, just so I can make sure.
Is it coming out of a resentment from seeing that situation go wrong in the Black community, or before?
Okay. Yeah. I just think it's lack of trust. And so that could be from how the woman was raised, anybody, from your upbringing. It could be what you see in your social circles with your friends. It could be, what your mother told you, what you saw her experience with your dad or with whoever her partners were at the time. And I definitely would say, like, I was raised, and most of my friends, like, go after your own plan, because you really can't trust that somebody has a plan that includes you, or that they want you to be involved with their plan. And I answered your post as well. I was like, I've never had anyone come to me and say, like, this is my purpose. I probably wouldn't even know what to do if that happened. But, I have seen men's action and been able to determine, if we did have that conversation, like, that's in alignment or that's not in alignment. And again, that will either allow me to trust it or be like, oh yeah, you just talking. But in the beginning, I really don't know how I'm able to discern that, like, unless you come into the relationship, you're already established. And when we're talking about purpose, I don't really know, but let's just tie it to accomplishment. Like he said, being the president of the United States, if you come into the relationship with a political science degree and you worked in the councilman's office and interned, and now you're running for office, like, I can see that. And so I think in the initial stages, my support looks like encouragement, right? Like, because it doesn't really have anything to do with me yet. So I'm going to say, like, all right, hey, you need me to pass out some flyers or come to a rally or something, I got it. But I think I do agree with him. Now, once it's about me, like, I'm in the car with you, and, my life is now at stake, my income, where we're living, what type of life we're living, all of that stuff is in play, then yeah, I need to know how we're going to get there, and then what role you want me to play. So to answer your initial question, yes, I do think it has something to do with what you've seen, or as you said, like, how you've been socialized or raised. But also it's just reinforced with how well do I know you and trust you to be able to be on board. So I think for women, it's like, okay, as long as I'm on the outside of the circle, I don't have a problem supporting you, especially if your path, like the steps you're taking, lines up with what you say that you want. But again, now you want me to be involved, then I need more information so that I am trusting, so that I'm comfortable with partnering with you on that. Does that make sense?
And that answered my question. And I feel sometimes as if, okay, so here's the thing. When we're young and our concepts about love and relationships, they're very, grandiose, they're very flighty, and it's all about love, it's all about the vibe, so on and so forth. Until that first heartbreak, and now that heartbreak happens, and now, okay, I gotta ask all the questions. Oh, if you don't perform better than where the last person left off, then I can't support that. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that a lot of men in the position that I'm in have to suffer based off of the hurt that happens to people in the past. And then it becomes more of like it becomes like a detail Olympics, right? Like, okay, you have to play.
Let me ask you something real quick.
But he has to play a detail like that, which is better than where you are. So I'm gonna go with him because he has it a little more together. So fuck what you doing.
So let me ask you this, nerd. Have you ever had your heart broken?
Yes, plenty of time.
Plenty of times. Have you healed from that?
Healing is more so of a accepting of a nature that I feel that women have, and sometimes sometimes I can accept it, sometimes I can't accept it.
So it sounds like no. Like if you had to answer yes or no, have you healed from those multiple heartbreaks? What would it be?
I would say no, but I'm getting there.
Okay. Is it possible or even just plausible that your point of view is coming from a place of having not healed from heartbreak?
I think that it's coming from a place of not accepting the nature that people in general are always going to want the best deal, no matter how good of a person you are, no matter how much you feel you have to offer, no matter how idealistic you are, they're going to go for what works best for them. I personally don't feel that is just or fair, but I'm working toward accepting that because that is
it possible or plausible that your point of view is coming from a place of having not healed?
Don't feel like you on the stand, nerd. It's okay.
No, I don't.
No, I'm holding his feet to the fire because he gave me a very eloquent answer. It just didn't happen to answer the question. You know what I mean? And this is why I'm doing that, right? Because one, you're brilliant, you're very intelligent, right?
Yeah.
And this is what intelligent people do. They rationalize their own bullshit. Right? No, I'm listen, because
no, he's not lying.
And we do that because we have the ability to, I'm guilty of it. If I can bullshit you, I'm gonna bullshit you. And sometimes I don't know I'm bullshitting you because we're so used to bullshitting people and they buy it. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, like we can use fancy words and you know what I'm saying? And yeah, but you're talking slick to a can of oil right now. And so is it possible, because I'm asking this for very specific reasons, you know what I mean? Which is a whole nother episode that we were going to shoot tonight. Like we actually put an episode on pause to do this one. And so I'm asking you just directly, is it possible or plausible that your point of view is coming from a place of having not healed from heartbreak?
It is possible or plausible, yes.
Okay. And so now when we unwrap that, like let's operate there, because you have these very these thoughts that come from very woke places and intellectual places, and they make sense. A lot of, like, they sound good, right? But what I'm hearing is walls, and you have these standards that you're putting in place simply to keep from being hurt again. You know what I mean? And so if I know I have the right woman that are going to do these things, then the likelihood of me getting heartbroken lessens. You know what I mean? It's less probable that, so it's like, let me vet her before, because when you say I want this before she even becomes my partner, like, I'm not even going to make you a part. It's like, you're not, to me, what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not hearing, I can't make you my partner unless you buy into my vision. I'm hearing, I can't make you my partner if I think you're going to hurt me. And if you buy into me, if you buy into my vision and you're getting behind all this stuff, that means you're going to be here. Like, buying into my vision sounds like you're not going to leave me. You know what I mean? Because here's the reality. Like, let's say, like, you rap, right? Mm-hmm. Just because you rap doesn't mean everybody going to think you got bars. So you might be dating someone. It's like, hey, babe, listen to this verse. And you might spit this verse. And guess what? She might not like it. Does that mean she doesn't love you? Does that mean she's going to leave you because, you know, your mixtape wasn't fire? You know what I mean? Whatever. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? If she loves you, she loves you. And if she loves you, she'll be honest with you and lovingly tell you, hey, babe, you need to go back on the drawing board with that one. I wasn't feeling that one. Like, that other one you had, that was fire. You need to stay in that vein. But And without us getting in our ego, be like, what? Oh, I ain't never sharing nothing no more because she ain't like that one verse. Like, no, I want it to be fire so that when everybody hears it, they gonna be like, hey, nerd fire. And then she got this like, yeah, my babe, my dude fire. Like, she want to brag on you, but she can't brag on what she ain't bought into. You know what I mean? Because everybody else go hear that same mixtape and gonna be like, girl, that's your dude. Your dude mixtape ain't. You feel me? Mm-hmm. And because you also, I'm hearing this representation. You want her to represent you and get behind you, but it's reciprocal. You feel me? It's not just because you're a man that, hey, I'm this and you need to get behind me. No, her place is beneath you, beside you, right? And behind you, but not because she's subservient to you, beneath you to lift you up, behind you to push you along, and beside you to share in everything that you accomplish together. But so it's kind of like, I see both men and women have these antiquated perspectives, all to fit a convenient narrative. And it's typically to not put forth effort to get to that thing that they want. If you want a relationship, guess what? There's always going to be a possibility of getting hurt. There's always going to be a possibility of heartbreak. The question is, do I want love enough to risk that? Because everything comes at a cost. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your favorite restaurant?
My favorite restaurant right now, it's out here in the DMV, Carolina Kitchen. Good soul food.
Carolina Kitchen.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone to Carolina Kitchen and got a free meal because it was your favorite?
No.
Or every time you go, they're like, hey, we love that you love our food. You still got to pay for it though. That'll be $15.99. Like, thanks for the compliment, but you still got to pay for it, right? If you want that thing that you enjoy, you still got to give them money. You feel me? If you want love, you got to put in the work. You got to pave the way for her. You see what I'm saying? She's got to trust you before she can buy. She got to trust you before she hears the vision. You see what I mean? We're putting the carriage in front of the horse. It's like, hey, can I get to know you? Let me see what you're doing, and let me buy into that. You know what I'm saying? Because she gonna do her. Like, women is out there doing it, and I know you want somebody accomplished and doing her shit. You see what I'm saying? So you can't require of her what you're not willing to do, and it's.
Well, let me ask.
When I was younger,
I don't want to assume. Are you saying that you're not willing to do? Like, what I hear is that you're putting more emphasis on what you want because perhaps you have been leading with that and it hasn't been reciprocated. Is that correct? Or are you just, I have all these standards and I'm unwilling to reciprocate?
No, it's that there's the first piece that I've been doing a lot of things and it hasn't been reciprocated.
Right. That's what I felt. Okay. So I think that, we're in a different direction with that. And that also lines up with, the healing piece too. And it's a decision, right? Like, this is not a therapy session, so I'm not talking like this for you. It was like for anybody, that we have to make a decision at some point in time to risk, right? So I'm an entrepreneur and I've been doing this for the greater part of 15 years. And there have been plenty of times when I was on the edge, have completely fallen on my face, and I wouldn't have gotten to 15 if I didn't get back up and try again. Even with relationships, like, oh God, we don't even have enough time to go through all the fails. But I wouldn't be here, right? If I didn't go, okay, with this last one, I'm gonna try. And to your point, not make him pay for. Because I definitely have been the one like, oh, if I see anything that remotely resembles what I have experienced, I'm out. I'm hightailing. There's no conversation. We actually talked about this when we were on Mosie's podcast, Jason and I was talking about the bobby pin story, like something that could have been foul, but I chose to ask questions, and it was something that I wouldn't have even thought, like the explanation was something I wouldn't have ever thought of, and I could have killed off my relationship at the beginning by assuming. So I would definitely, encourage you you don't want to expose yourself completely, especially if you're in the position where it is still fresh or raw. Like, I don't know the last time that you experienced hurt. Like, I understand that. But at the point that you're willing to try again, you got to try. Right. Like, if you're not willing to try, then it's like, OK, I'm on the bench, sip my Gatorade. But at the point that you're like, put me in the game, then you got to give it everything you have. And I mean, use your sense, your good sense. But you don't have to put the walls up. Like, really trust that you are leading with good intentions, and that which you are seeking is also seeking you. And I know it's easier said than done, but I hope that that's something that's helpful to anybody that's watching. Or
that was powerful. Like, trust that what you're seeking is also seeking you, because you talk a lot about energy. And so let me ask you this: do you believe in law of attraction?
I do believe in law of attraction. Yes.
So conversation over. Like,
but see, the thing about that is we have a lot of distractions right now, and I'm on the cusp of people being swayed by this false ideal of what relationship is, what relationship should be based off of, social media. You know what I'm saying? Versus someone else's projections, versus what it is that actually works for them or what is good for them.
So what should a relationship be?
I think a relationship should be cooperation. What can you cooperate on? How are you compatible?
And when you say you, do you mean
work on it?
So I'm big on words because I'm hearing you say you, but by you, do you mean we or do you mean you?
But I mean we. I'm saying you to make it.
Yeah, no, I'm just I don't want to assume I'm clarifying.
No, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And I believe that's what relationships should be, but because there's a lot of hurt. And, I will admit that I'm a part of that, but it also is a reaction to other people's hurt. So it's like, now I have to counteract the action that is happening on me. And it drives me crazy sometimes.
Right. But that's, and that's very honest, right? So sometimes you have to come out of your intellect and just get honest. You see what I'm saying? And just break the shit down to yourself like you would do somebody else. And I'm telling you from a place that I've come from. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what you don't know. And sometimes there's hurt and trauma that's lying in us so deep that we don't know it's there. And until you come to a place of what I call the 4 A's of change would be acknowledgement, acceptance, assessment, and action, right? You got to acknowledge that something's off. And if you never acknowledge it, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, I acknowledge something isn't right. Then you have to accept, hey, it's probably me. You know what I mean? Not, all women, this, not how we're socialized, not the world, not social media, me. You see what I mean? And the problem is your lens, because your lens is always going to be determined by your experiences. You have experienced heartbreak, and it has changed your lens on how you see women, how you see relationships. And so when we do that, we begin to intellectualize it and say, hey, this is what you should be doing, rather than focusing on, hey, what should I be doing? Because the law of attraction would mean you are attracting what you put out. It's your frequency. You see what I'm saying? And so if you want to attract something different, you got to change what?
The lens.
Yeah, your lens and your frequency. So if you're saying women aren't this, women aren't that, they don't support us, they don't do that, all you're going to ever get is women that don't support, women that don't do this, because that's what you're putting out, because that's what you believe. But when you say, you know what, women are supportive. I've run into the ones that aren't. Like, are all women supportive? No. But you're not looking for all. You don't need all women to be supportive. You only need one. You feel me? You don't, and I think that's largely our problem with women this and men this. What we're literally trying to do is deepen the pool for us while expecting there to make it more shallow so that we can stand out and be chosen. You know what I'm saying? The pool is deep, bro. The pool is always going to be deep. The question is, are you willing to swim, and how far? You see what I'm saying? If it's worth, and the crazy part is everything that I'm hearing you say, I hear so much hurt. and yet you still in the game. And that's, to me, that's like the best part of this whole thing. I hear like, oh, this, and yet all the time I read these posts and I'm like, oh, bro, but yet you still in the game. And for that, to me, you're on a winning path. You know what I mean? Like, you're at the beginning of that path, but a winning path nonetheless, because you have to start, but you have to start looking inside and start unpacking a lot of this stuff. And I'm telling you the process that I had to go through and still not done with. Like, I talk relationships with my therapist and everything else. You know what I mean? And she wowed me just yesterday in our session. I was in therapy talking about this very thing yesterday. She was like, well, what does this look like? And I had some intellectual ass answer. And she's like, well, let me tell you what it looks like. And this was based on everything that I had just been saying. I can't even see her pad, but she's sitting there writing notes. She's like, She's like, well, this is what I heard you say. Boom. And I'm literally in this conversation only doing what she did to me yesterday. That's why, and I was like, and she ran off this whole thing. And I was like, damn, well, is that too much to ask? And she was like, no. So what I'm saying to you is like, what you want is not too much to ask. However, to receive that, you're looking in the wrong direction. You're looking at her to give it to you rather than you paving the way for it to come to you. You see what I mean? And so when a woman sees, oh, wow, he's doing this. Like, if you are executing your vision, I don't know if you are or not, but when you're executing your vision, that's automatically putting you in the places and spaces of people that are doing the same thing or enjoying the same thing. You know what I mean? And so now, let's say if you're doing your poetry or selling your books and stuff like that, guess who's there? Women who like poetry and books. So the first step is there. And now it's like, does she like your poetry and your books? And now is it, hey, what else do we have in common? And it starts going from there. It's going to be much easier for her to follow that vision because she's already seen it. That's how she met you, in your vision, in your purpose. Right. You see what I'm saying? Purpose is a place where you exist. It's what you do. It's who you are. And no matter what, it's going to come out of you. You feel me? In your conversation and everything else. So like for me, my purpose is training and development. I can't get away from it. And more often than not, my conversations start going into pouring into people. I always say, I don't want to meet people. I want to happen to people that I want to affect and infect everyone in the world. That meeting me is an experience, not an occurrence. You see what I mean? This is what I live. And because I say these things constantly and live this, that's what I want to become, so that I am impacting and changing lives through just living and existing. And so when you do that, people are like, oh, that Bars is preaching again. Like, they say that because this is just, it's not an act. This is my normal conversation. And so when you're in your purpose, it just becomes who you are. And she's going to see that. And she's going to be like, oh, I'm going that direction. Look at him. Look what he's doing. His work, like everything about you is going to say that. And she wanted to be a part of it. How can I help? You feel me? Mm-hmm. And so you can't just read something or show her something and then require her to say, hey, support that. No, you got to live it, bro. You got to walk it. You feel me? And
so hold on, because poor nerd, I'm sure he's like overflowing. Okay, like the pitcher, listen, the cup is full and overflowing. I just want to at least see what he. You have you already
listen. I've been doing this the whole time. You know, you got to stop me. Like I'll black out.
His poor cup is overflowing. So like.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm passionate. That's why I do this. I'm passionate.
Yeah. Tell us your response to any and all of that.
Why do I just feel like inside she's like, Jay, shut up. Bars, like nigga, can he talk?
I do want to hear what he has to say as a result of that. Good stuff, of course, great stuff. I just see him. He's like, I'm taking it all in.
I appreciate that. But before, was there anything else that you wanted to echo or add on to that, Drea?
Oh shoot! Honestly, I feel you, right? Like I just understand. Being, even though I'm a woman, hearing the phrase, like, if I was ready for a wife, or if I was at that point in my life, you would be the one, literally throughout my entire 20s, into my 30s. Like, nobody was ever ready for who I was and the totality of what came with being with me. So it was like, well, I can experience you in this way, but I know you have more to offer. I know my life will be impacted by being with you. And maybe they just weren't ready for that. Nobody verbalizes all that, but you just kind of meet rejection after rejection or bad experience after bad experience. And ultimately you can just get to a place where it's like, F it, I don't want to be bothered. And so I do want to encourage you, like, to keep being who you are. Who is for you is out there. And it sucks. I think we haven't really acknowledged the fact, yes, we do need to, work on ourselves at all times. And we do need to reflect on our role in things. But the fact of the matter is some people just absolutely suck and they are out for themselves and they're selfish and they're hurtful. But one thing that I can say kind of at this point, looking back, is like, oh my God, I was protected from people that literally meant me no good, even though I was willing to give everything to them. Them being closed off or them being dishonest or whatever really prevented me from getting hurt in the way that I could have. Like, it's one thing to get hurt, it's another to be like completely devastated and destroyed. And so, if it's possible to really think about the good part of being spared that, and then welcoming what is for you and not getting jaded about what's out there or who's out there. I know women are guilty of wanting to run with and be connected with the bad boys or the ones that don't, necessarily act right. And that is the case to not everybody. I was watching Married at First Sight. I tell Jason all the time, like, I'm going to throw my reality shows in. I was watching Married at First Sight, and this lady, God, it made me so mad. So the guy is like super in touch with his emotions. Like, he's able to tell her how he feels, what he likes, what he does not like. He's a nice guy and not like, and it's unfortunate that the labels are like a punk or this or that, but I don't get that from him. Like, he's less than a man. He's just able to express himself. And the first thing she led with was, I'm used to more masculine men. And I was like, I want to slap the mess. I was so mad because by the time you're this age, and I won't tell how old I am because nobody will believe it, but by the time you're at this age, that's what you want. Like, you have dug and scratched and scraped trying to see, like, what does he feel? What is he? And why won't he talk to me? And then here comes somebody that leads out the gate. And I think this guy is like 26, which is like unheard of to have somebody that young that's already like, I got
expressive.
it. Right. And she's like treating him like crap because it has not been her experience. She's used to somebody that's closed off. She's used to people that are emotionally unavailable. And it sucks because when a man that is ready gets this kind of treatment, I absolutely understand why he's like, okay, well then I'm not sharing with the next one. I'm not even sharing with you, let alone anybody else. So I just, I want to encourage you that all women are not like that. Sometimes we all have to bump our heads before we realize the things that are important. And living life with somebody, I think you said it in the beginning, like, do I want to wake up next to this person every day? Or if I was down to my last dollar, if I couldn't, get myself out of the bed, would this be the person that could help me? Now, you don't know that at first sight. That's absolutely not going to happen. But as you develop a relationship and you decide on who you're going to spend your time with, those are the things that are super important. And I would say sooner rather than later. And I don't know if first date is the time to do that, or second or third or whatever. I do think it's important to say, are you the type of person that I can be honest with and that you're honest as well? So at least if you have these conversations and they're like, no, I'm absolutely not on board with helping you or putting my life on hold to support you, then you can move it along. But just looking for them to blindly support your passions or your purpose out the gate, like I said, just for a woman to come out and say, well, I'm marriage material. And so anybody that's not ready to wife me, we don't have anything to talk about. It feels ridiculous. Like, I don't want to crap on anybody's feelings, but it does. It just feels ridiculous to think that somebody that just is meeting you is willing to either give you their last name or give up their life to support something they don't really know much about you. So that's, that might be even final thoughts. I don't know.
That could.
Right. So to bring everything together, I would say, you're right. If I'm being honest, I'm at a checkpoint right now, right? And maybe I need to go a little bit further in my purpose before I find what it is that I actually want. So maybe things are being said and thought of out of frustration, because I see the end goal and I know that I'm not there yet. So it's like, well, what can I do today to make sure that happens? So it's like, okay, I got a plan, everything, so on and so forth. But it's a process, and it's also to what you said, Martini, it's allowing that time for work to be shown. You know what I'm saying? For me to prove that I can fulfill what it is that I'm purposeful about. And then from there, I will get the qualifiers of who I should be spending my time.
That's so good.
Yeah. And sometimes, bro, I just want to give you a push. Like, I eliminated my checklist, right? Because I know a lot of people always talk about, oh, what's your checklist? What do you want? And I kind of like don't do it. It's like, do I like you or do I not like you? Do I enjoy spending time or do I not? The qualities that I see in you are those ones that I want to keep around. And it kind of simplifies the process. Usually I'm like, yeah, no, I don't. But it's more, I focus on the work until I meet her. You know what I mean? And so you meet women along the way and it's like, okay, but in the meantime, I don't stop the work because I'm not in a relationship. I have to keep becoming a better version of me. And it's like I told you earlier in our conversation, you may have not reached where you're supposed to be in your life because you're not shooting high enough. And if you're not shooting high enough for your purpose in your own life, then you're possibly not shooting high enough for the woman that you're supposed to be with. You need to elevate to meet her. She's probably there, but you can't see her because you're not looking up. You see what I mean? It's like you're looking at what's in front of you. And if you're looking at what's in front of you, like where you, like right now, you're in a place of like reflection, because that was very powerful what you just said. And so if you know that, hey, I'm not at a level that I'm not at the level that I'm supposed to be. So she's probably up there waiting, like, you know what I mean? While you're looking at everything in front of you, because everything in front of you is at the same level that you are. So if you're sitting here existing in a place of hurt, guess what's right in front of you? Other people that exist in a place of hurt. That's the women that you're seeing. That's the women that you're attracting. And they're saying and doing the things that they do for the same reasons why you saying and doing the things that you do. You're all hurt. You know what I mean? And I won't even say you. I'll say shit. I might have more trauma in me that I haven't recognized yet. But it's a constant thing. It's a constant thing. You know, you have to keep calibrating. Hey, where am I? Where am I? Where am I mentally? How do I feel? How do I feel about me? You know what I mean? Because if you're in a place of hurt or not where you want to be in purpose, we project onto others what we're truly feeling about ourselves. You know what I mean? We're quick to call someone else inadequate when the reality is we feel inadequate. Because I know I've met women sometimes and I'm like, I may not shoot my shot because I'm like, nah, I don't think she's going to be checking for me because I'm not this or I'm not that. But yet she's still sitting there single, waiting for somebody. Like a lot of times she don't give a shit about that. She just wants somebody that's going to care for her, love her, and treat her properly. She got her wrong. She's like, there's a lot of women. When women say, I don't need your money, we need to be like, for sure, bet. Because the ones that's incomplete, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I'm going to save, I get love and save money? Shit. You know what I mean? And so, like, how many times have we seen this dope woman and he was like, why is she with him? You know what I'm saying? Because that thing that she's looking for isn't necessarily material, isn't necessarily financial. She's like, I got that. You know what I mean? Like a woman that's truly like there, she's like, okay, I don't need a man that's gonna come pay all my bills. I have that. For me, my view of relationships are two people who are coming together and agreeing to provide that which the other one either cannot do for themselves or otherwise does not want to, right? And so when we look like me, I don't want no woman that want me to come paying all her bills. I got my own bills. Like, you get to live your own life and have fun and create these bills and then expect me to come pay them. That's not really something I'm willing to sign up for. I want a partner like, hey, we're going to pull our resources together and build them together. That's just my desire. Does that mean I'm not going to help my woman when she needs help? Absolutely not. But I'm not looking to just come keep somebody like you keep all your dough and then spend mine. That's not what I'm signing up for.
Right.
But that's me. Some men are cool. It's like some man that's like, hey, I'm rich. Babe, hey, come here. I got you. Even when I am rich, that's probably not something that I'm signing up for. It's just a thing for me. But you have some like a woman that's like, wow, I'm not trying to take care of you. I don't need you to take care of me financially, right? Where I do need you to take care of me emotionally. I do need you to take care of me spiritually. I do need you to protect me. I do need, you know what I'm saying? Like, her value system is different. You know, every woman has a different value system. And rather than shaming each other, men and women, for our value, if a woman wants a man that's going to pay all her bills, she has every right to that. I just need her to look in another direction. You know what I mean? Because that's not me. And I don't need to shame her for it. I got words for it. I'm not perfect. I'm like, yeah, I be going in. But at the end of the day, all I really need to do is look elsewhere. She's not, if that's what she wants, I'm not the one she's looking for. And so my trajectory needs to be set to where the woman that fits me, you know what I mean? And so I can't trash the entire gender because I've not found what I'm looking for. And that's what we do on both sides. You know, we say, oh, men ain't this and men ain't protectors and men ain't providers. And where's the real men? And, oh, you not a man, you a man. We hear that. And we have to consider how that affects us before we then turn around and do it to them. You know what I'm saying? We have to model. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add, when you were going through kind of the list of how women want to be taken care of. And I thought we also, and probably primarily, want a man that can take care of himself in all of those ways. Like, so for the women who have covered men, sometimes we just want to walk into a situation where everybody is 100 on their own. Like, oh, you get to, and not just financially, but you are bettering yourself without me having to help you figure out how to go back to school or how to advance up the ladder or how to follow your dreams. Like, you have a plan of your own. Oh, you sought out therapy on your own. Oh my gosh, you learn things on your own. Like, we're excited about that too. So achievement is one thing, and being able to provide and all of those wonderful things. Like, I don't think any woman would say like, no, don't pay for my whatever if you offered. But what is most important is, you know, someone that is self-assured and confident and working on themselves every single day. Like, that is super attractive. Like, to see a man that has his stuff together or that he's like actively on the path, please. Like, we're like, sign me up for that. So also, you don't have to already be there. I think that's, you know, kind of a place to, I mean, some women are like that, but being in progress is great as well, depending on where you are in your life, especially for younger men. Like, you have a plan, you just can't be a
liability.
Right. Please don't drag me down. Don't drag me down. But if you are like, you've acknowledged, like, I'm in a space that I'm not comfortable with, but I'm climbing my way out, or I'm, you know, walking forward or whatever. The women that I know, like, really honor that, right? Because if we're honest, that's everybody's journey. Nobody's arrived. We're all trying to figure it out. We're just at different benchmarks. So I just wanted to throw that in.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you. You have now reached the intersection where ideas, beliefs, and perspectives collide. So be free to be you. It's the Xrossroadz Podcast with your hosts, author, speaker, and transformational strategist, Barzini, and entrepreneur, empowerment coach, and tech diva, Dre Renee. If you're ready to talk love, business, politics, and everything in between, you're in for a ride. Welcome to the Xrossroadz Podcast.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Hunter Green, your personal agent for change, making life easy, Barzini.
And I'm fempreneur extraordinaire and tech diva all day, Dre Renee.
And this is
The Xrossroadz,
where there's only one rule: be free to be you. All right, y'all. So listen, we had a magnificent episode, so good that we had to continue into a part 2 of this conversation with my man Nerd. Nerd is still with us, and we wanted to continue this conversation. I feel like we had a breakthrough.
Yes. And our very first guest, so he is distinguished.
And our very first guest on here. So last episode, I kind of went in, right? But today, and we're continuing. This is part 2 of whatever you like. But this episode, I really want Dre to kind of take the lead on this, and on the perspectives. We were just unpacking so much, and we couldn't pack that into one episode. That's just really what it was. So we wanted to continue this. And while we're talking to Nerd, this is for a lot of people who are watching this to be able to unpack, because so many people are going through the same things. I experienced it. Nerd has experienced it. There's a lot of men. We know a lot of women experience it, but what we don't talk about is a lot of men that experience it, and let alone have safe spaces to just be honest. Like, hey, I'm hurting. I experienced trauma. I've done all these things and it's not been reciprocated. Like just this stuff, and it's real. And we don't get those places to say that without being called sensitive. Oh, you being a bit like. Let's go. I'm not even going like go. So Nerd, what's your next thoughts? Because we kind of at the end of the last episode. We were talking about a couple of things, so I want you to introduce like the next topic that we were talking about and what you were asking that's leading us into this episode today.
Okay, so since the first episode talked about basically approaching or leading with a plan, right? So what happens in absence of a plan when you are in courtship with a woman, and is it a disqualifier to not have one, or can a woman find something to work with within a man who doesn't have a plan?
Okay. So I do not want to speak in generalities, because even in my own life, that answer has been different. So where I am right now and with my personality, like one of my primary basic need is safety and security. So for me, if there's no plan, I'm out. Like I'm out on myself if I don't have a plan. So so definitely somebody else, I'm like, and I'm out sounds extreme. I'm very uncomfortable, right? Like I need to know, even down to us planning this podcast, like Barzini will tell you, like like here's the list. These are the tasks. Check it off, check it off, check it off, check it off. Because, and who's responsible, right? Am I doing this? Are you doing this? Let me check back in, follow up. And so not that I have to be like that in my relationship, but it comes from that same feeling of like, where are we going? And how are we going to get there? Are we going to run out of gas, or, we need extra change? Like, what is it that is required of me so that I'm all in? However, when I was younger, I would say that I was more, even though that was still a part of me, I was more willing to kind of see what happens, right? Or let's talk it through together. So you didn't necessarily have to have the plan and then share with me, but I at least wanted to know that you were interested in making a plan, right? Or, I'm not satisfied with where I am and this is where I want to be. I could work with that, but just complete and total absence of plan, destination, vision, personal development, like just nothing. I can't roll with it. Now, that's not to say that other women wouldn't. Again, I would say at this age, I've lived more life than what I was just talking about before. So I don't know where women would be comfortable with that either, because also a lot of my peers have children. So then you're in a whole different bracket. Like right now, and my mom says this all the time, like, shoot, if I got to eat bologna and cereal, that's cool. But I'm not doing that for my kid, right? Like I have to be in a whole totally different place. So when women have that extra responsibility, I think they definitely are looking for somebody with a plan. So the younger you are, I think you have the liberty of trying to figure it out. The older we become, something has to be at least an outline. Like there needs to be something, even if you're still in progress.
Okay, well, we in 2020 right now. We live in times of challenging gender roles. You know what I'm saying? What's up with a woman saying, hey, I see this nice corporate financial investor over here that look like they could use someone to be a power couple. Let me go over there and shoot my shot. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily like, they're a young bachelor. Maybe they plan to get married one day, but that's not on their mind right now. Like, is it anything wrong with them just going over there and making some type of approach and making themselves available? What do you feel about that?
For the woman to shoot her shot to this gentleman? No, I feel like, if you know what it is that you want, you're able to identify it and you have the courage to do it. That has not always been my thing. Like, I'm not saying anything to anybody if they don't know, if they can't pick up on my little hints. No. Now I had to go, I had to stretch myself to get out of that, which is why I'm able to say, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And also identifying a specific type of person that they want to be aligned with. I think that's smart. I mean, why not?
I just seen it work recently. My god sister, who is not an unknown person. She's a celebrity, actually.
Oh my God, I meant to hit you about that. We didn't talk about it online. I'm so happy for her.
Yeah, so she's in. So I found out she was actually out here in Houston because he's from Houston.
Okay.
No, he's from LA, but he lives in Houston. And she hit me up, hey, I'm in town. I want you to meet my boyfriend, actually my fiance. No, I said something. And she's like, actually, he's my fiance. I was like, wait, what? And she was like, yeah. I was like, when did that happen? She was like, today. Or it was like super recently. And then found out. So whatever trend is, it's another challenge or whatever. They said the how it started and how it's going, that's going on right now. So she posted it and the how it started, she slid in his DMs. Like, she's celebrity, actress, singer, blah, 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 and slid in the DMs on this dude. And she's engaged. I was like, and I was taken back. So I called my other guy sister, her sister. I was like, oh, we got all the shit to talk. Because before it was, oh, I ain't doing that. And blah. And then once she stepped out of her norm,
gotta be willing to try.
I was just like,
yeah,
because I tell the homegirls all the time, hey, shoot your shot. That don't mean that you have to drive the whole situation, but shoot your shot. Shoot your shot, ladies. Shoot your shot.
Yeah, because I guess it's at minimum you're letting him know the door is open so that he can run on through.
And I guess to give a qualifier, shooting your shot does not mean like we don't know that you see us. And sometimes we might see you and might feel, we might feel you out of our league. So sometimes shooting your shot is saying, hey, it's okay to talk to me. Like, invite him to talk to you. Mm-hmm. And then if you somebody who wants him to take the lead from there, okay, cool. But shooting your shot in essence is, hey, it's okay to make the first move.
And see, I want to add on to that because I feel like if women did that more, they'll be more successful relationships. Okay?
I agree.
Because
Drake said, I agree, but it ain't me though.
No, I did. That's how I got here. I had to say so because I think we would have just been, hey, how you doing for the rest of life?
Yeah, because your fiance, he's a different breed.
Yeah, we would have just been having regular old.
Because he's so black and white.
How's it going?
You didn't say you like me, so I didn't say nothing. I thought we was just being cool.
Absolutely. So I agree. Go ahead, nerd.
And see, because the feminine versus masculine approach is always more successful. That's why strip clubs are more successful with women than men, right? Because it's the seduction that's a part of it. You know, you feel like you being sold into something, but it don't feel like it. You know, like I was at the bar the other day, and I was on the phone chopping up with my boy, and I was hearing this woman talk about like event planning or something going on while I was on the phone. So I got on my phone conversation. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." I'm like, "No, it's not like you talking about money. I want to have a conversation with you." She was like, "Oh, okay, let's get some shots. You buying?" And I was like, "Wait, hold up now, because you created the environment and asked for shots, but now you want me to spend my money." But then I was like, you know what? Because I know that that's going to be a valuable conversation, I'll go ahead and spend this little cash. Okay. And she did it just like that. And she sat down and she's like, you know what? I could have got my shot on my own if you didn't get it in the first place. I just want to see if you would do it. You know, and it's that I don't know how like y'all could do it, but it just works every time. You know, that's how you get talked into the lap dance room for about an hour and spending $200. You know what I'm saying? And I just think it works. I don't know why. Like, it's just not. I'm not gonna say like it's not the norm, but I just don't know why it's not normalized as much.
I mean, because she led without leading. Like she fashioned the situation to where she opened the door for you, but it still benefited her. And did it in such a way to where it didn't feel offensive. Because number one, all right, let me ask you, she was attractive, wasn't she?
Yes.
So that conversation wasn't about money. Because if she was ugly, you wouldn't have cared about her. Let's keep it a buck. Keep it a buck. If she was ugly, she looked good. You know what I mean? So, and you probably haven't called her about not near event. You ain't doing no event right now, probably. Right. You know what I mean? So it was about her. I want to get to know her. And so she used her, and she was like, "Hey, I'm also interested in you. So here you go. Or let me see how interested in me you really are." You know? So I think everybody kind of has their game. You got your, like, okay, I'm gonna share a move that I used to do at the club, right? And it worked every time. So it's like standing off in the distance and you see somebody who you want to talk to, but you don't just like actually go in. It's like it's clearing the path. So it's always the woman that a lot of dudes want to talk to. You know what I mean? And so you watch her because she's going to reject most of them. So you watch her, but don't be a creep about it. You know, watch her without watching her. Mm-hmm. Watch her. And as soon as you see her reject somebody, like from a distance, and you see that gracious, like, oh no, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Or whatever. It's not that she don't want to get hollered at. She didn't want to get hollered at by him. So I would do this, right? Now after she rejects, I'm making sure I'm looking because I want to make eye contact now, right? And as soon as we make eye contact, I'll be like, why you? And she's like, and I go over there, why you doing like that? That was cold. What you mean? And now she's laughing, and now conversation is going on. But I was like, she was like, nah, I was like, well, what did he say? Well, he said this is okay, like bet. All right, so what should he have said? And then she'll say what he should have said, and then I say it. And then she'll be like, oh, that's cute. Listen. It's corny. Like corny works. Like overly corny works.
Does work.
So it's like super corny, but it's like that was corny, but it was cute. Like she do the corny but cute thing, and you like and now it's like, all right, bet like it did work with him, but like, can I tell you some more corny jokes? Get the like whatever. Buy her that's, and now you're kind of in there, but it's a creative approach. You know what I mean? Right. I mean, I can't say unique because I used it for years.
Hey.
And I might have some friends
broke,
like
don't
this.
Fix it.
Listen, it might be some women out there that I used to talk to watching this right now, but like, that's exactly how he
Surprise!
Like, y'all got the game now. I can't even use that word no more. It's out.
You'll get hit up about it later.
All right. Oh, hey, the DMs is probably going to go
DMs.
up. The DMs is about to go up on that one.
Right. Okay. So I wanted to shift because Barzini, you had mentioned in one of your points, you was like, well, the woman has a purpose too, right? Mm-hmm. And how am I invested in that? But if the roles were reversed, like, could a successful relationship happen with a woman leading with a purpose to give to a man? And, you know, say like the woman is very successful, she's hitting six figures, and, you know, she just wants like that. I say the man who gives like the provider benefits, you know what I'm saying, loyalty and comfort and stuff. But maybe they're like a stay at home type of person. Like, could that type of relationship work?
That depends on the individual. Like, listen, like it's my view, there is no template to love or relationship. Like, who is anybody to look at someone else's relationship and say you're doing it wrong? You know what I mean? You
all
don't
the
get
people on Facebook, all the philosophers.
Yeah. All these people. If he don't do this and if she don't do that, like, no, are you happy? Like, because you like, okay, if you staying at home, you don't work, and she's making the money, and you staying at home. The question is, bro, are you happy? Are you happy? And do you make her happy? Is she happy? And if you guys are happy and it works for you, do that shit. Like, you feel me? Do it. Can't nobody tell you that y'all are doing your relationship or marriage wrong while they sitting out here miserable, doing it right. Like, you know, there's no one way to do this. You feel me? You got people who the woman makes the bulk of the money. Maybe he's staying at home, or maybe he makes a little bit. Like, there are just certain occupations or purposes that pay more than others. You know, she might be the CEO of a company and he could be a preschool teacher. But are you happy in what you do? Are you fulfilled in your purpose? Because you got cats that's making a whole lot of money, but they miserable, and they come home and make they family miserable because they stressed, high anxiety. Like, there's a lot that comes with that. So are you one happy with you and what you do in your life? And if you are, and y'all are solid, it don't matter what anybody thinks. It can't matter, because as soon as you start letting what other people think matter in your relationship, that's when it's going to die. Now, if you are like, hey, she wants you to stay at home while she's making the money, and you like, well, that's not the kind of man I am. I don't feel fulfilled in that. That's not what makes me happy. Then don't sign up for that. You know what I mean? And I'd probably look at you like, bro, what? You doing what? Like, I'll have opinions, but you know, but at the end, you got to shut out that noise. You have to shut all that out, you know, because if your woman is like, hey, I'm happy with you doing this, and or hey, why don't you stay home and build your dream? Matter of fact, one of my mentors was like that. He was working, but he was a graphic artist, and he wanted to start his own business. And he was like, babe, I hate my job, you know, but I can't quit, because she's like, who said? She's like, just quit. I got us. Go. You quit and go start your own business. And he was like, wait, what? And that's exactly what he did. And it's super. And then he started making more money than her. But she supported that. Like, this is what I want you to be happy and pursue what makes you happy. I got this. Now, if she wasn't walking in her purpose and stuff like that, would she have been able to do that? Absolutely not. But so both of you being in purpose, like for me, I can't date a woman who doesn't have her own thing going. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the type, hey, give me something to support. What do you do? You know, I'm doing me, and I want you to support that. But I also want to get behind you. I want to go like, hey, when I'm out with my people and I'm the forefront, I want you to know how to move with me. Like, hey, you know when to move like with me. But when we with your people, I'm the background of your foreground. I want to big up you, like, oh man, I'm so proud of her. Like, hey, so what? Nah, tonight it's about her. Like, I'm decoration. You know what I mean? And so it's just that synergy. You know what I mean? And so it's like, bro, forget. Can't nobody. The simple answer: can't nobody tell you doing it wrong. Period. If you happy, ain't no such thing as wrong. If you making her happy, are you making her happy?
And I would just add, don't even tell anybody what you're doing, so that
because that ain't their business. That ain't their
just live.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not their business. If you want to tell them, cool. If you don't, it ain't their business what y'all do.
Right. Or feeling compelled to do something because you're matching up your situation with somebody else. Like, we all know social media is just strung together highlights, and we don't know what is really going on with people. So I definitely would echo that. Like, if you're happy, your partner is happy, you both are willing to do what it takes to get to that desired end, like, rock it out, even if it is unconventional, or if, you know, the gender roles are switched or whatever. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's about what works for you in your relationship. I absolutely agree with that.
Do you feel it's better to be, and I know you probably will say it's relative, but, you know, for the sake of the argument, do you feel it's better to be a power couple, or do you feel it's better that one person is, I would say, I'm just going to use a little more dominant in the relationship, and the other person like works with that? Because I found that a lot of people in the dating pool that I'm involved in right now want to be like a power couple, right? But it's more so of the idea of it, like a Beyonce and Jay-Z, or Michelle Obama and Barack, you know, but they don't understand that one person is gonna have to be a shift. Like, one person is gonna have to be strong in this one, and someone is gonna have to be weak in that one, and it's gonna be vice versa. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what we mean by power. Like, both of them are public figures, they both make a certain amount of money, all of the above might be. I would say generally just what you said. Two people can be at the top of their game, whatever that is. I think it's great for people to come together like that. Then you have more resources to be able to do the things that you want to do and make an impact and blah, 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 blah. But the reality is, at the house, there has to be some sort of, like, everybody can't be at the top, right? And so I think Jeannie Mai, yeah, here I go back to reality. Jeannie Mai and Jeezy, right? Mm-hmm. So are they considered a power couple? I don't know. Maybe he's more popular than she is, but depending on who you ask, maybe. And so her thought process, I think she tweeted it, or maybe on YouTube, like, you know, I'm going to be, you know, submissive to my man, and so on and so forth. And so people are all up in arms about it. But I understood, right? Like, even as a type A woman, I don't want to do that all the time. Like, I know what my purpose is. I know what works for me when I'm outside, when I'm going after it, when I'm making it happen. But when I come inside, I don't want to make all the decisions. That's just me. I can't speak for all women. I don't want to make all the decisions. I don't want to carry everything. I told my dude early on, I'm marrying, so I don't ever, and this is jokes, but serious.
But not.
I don't ever want to carry the 24 or 36 pack of water ever again. And I don't want to take out the trash. So I'm okay with being a woman and being in the kitchen or whatever that means, if I don't have to do that stuff. Right. So yes, I believe that two people can be powerful in their own rights, but respecting one another, and then determining what does that look like when we're at home, or when the lights go out, right? Like, what is our dynamic at home? And again, that can only be determined by those two people. So I do see what you're saying in terms of a power shift, if you will, whether that's externally, everybody's doing their thing, even externally, like Barzini said, if we're out and it's your event or it's your industry, even though I might be Michelle Obama, who is bomb.com, Barack Obama is the president of the United States, or was the president of the United States. And so if we are in some sort of political boop-de-bam, it's about the president.
Oh yeah, you are his fiance, because that is so his word.
Oh, whoop-de-bam?
The whoop-de-bam. Oh, the shared lexicon now.
Yeah.
You going to the whoop-de-bam?
He's the president. But if we are in, well, I guess they both kind of overlap sometimes, but when we all vote, which, she helped to start, or if we're talking about, healthy lifestyle for children, wherever she is in the forefront, then he doesn't show up as 44. He shows up as Michelle's husband. And so I think there needs to be, mutual respect outside and then determining what that looks like inside.
And to that point, I was going to make a point about Michelle and Barack, because when we talk about who's dominant or like which one defines the power couple, like somebody's going to be more dominant, I think we mistake the person who's in the forefront as the dominant figure. We forget Michelle was already in a position of power when she met Barack. Like, she was his supervisor. And so there was so Joel Osteen, it's an old joke, but I heard Joel Osteen say it first. He was talking about I think it was like a parade. And there was like a new mayor's man won the mayoral election, and then he's in the car with his wife and stuff like that. And she saw an old boyfriend at the parade or something like that. And the mayor turns to her, see, and he was like, not doing well and stuff like that. And she was like, see, you see what you could have been if you would have married him. And she was like, no, had I married him, he would be the mayor. So it's when she met Barack, she met him driving a car with a hole in the bottom. And at the bottom, she didn't marry the president of the United States. Do you see what I'm saying? He was nowhere near that. She married the community organizer who was doing that for free. Then he became the president of the Harvard Law Review and then, local office and then Senate. Like, she was there for the whole thing. So we don't know what was happening in the background. And could he do that with a weak woman, a woman that didn't have vision, a woman who wasn't already in that position, who is accomplished by her own right, Princeton, and like, she's powerful in her own right, and then was strong enough to play the background to his foreground for 8 years. She lent him to us for 8 years. And then we had to give him back. And that's when she was like, okay, you did your thing, my turn to be in the forefront. And now she's touring and writing books and everything else. You know what I mean? And so it was a partnership, like, hey, okay, I'm going to take my turn, you take your turn. And her turn, by all measures, is going to be a lot longer than his turn. He can't be president of the United States. Like, he's reached the pinnacle already. Like, where do you go from president of the first black president of the United States? He's did it. And then it's like, okay, so he has no choice but to play the background now, and even when he was in office, she was still in the forefront doing things. Like, it was still like, no, Michelle. There are a lot of women who take false credit for the man's accomplishments. Michelle Obama is not one of them. I've not met them a day in my life, but I just, and I made a post about it. I'll find it, but there was a post that it was a story that I wrote called The Look. And when Barack was given his last, I think it was his last State of the Union, and he was like acknowledging his people, and his last acknowledgement, he looked at this woman and gave her the look to end all looks. And all he said was, Michelle. And he just paused. And it was like this little crooked smile that just said everything that he possibly feels about this woman. And just like everybody just stood up and like applauded her. Like, it was, I could only just dream of having a woman to feel that way about and just say it all in the look that he gave her. It said, thank you. I love you. You the shit. When we get home tonight, like, just all of it in a single look. But it was like a culmination of all the years and everything they endured and everything they went through and everything they accomplished that came to this one moment. And it's like, it's about to be a shift. And it was like, girl, it's your turn. Like, you know what I mean? And he's perfectly okay with it. It ain't no, oh, me, what I'm gonna do now? Like, no, it's like, hey, baby, like, I done did it. I'm tired. Go ahead. I got you. You know what I mean? So for me and my purview, I feel like she is and always has been the dominant one, just because he achieved the highest position that you can achieve. He was positioned to do that, or that was his purpose. But that doesn't mean he was the dominant of the two.
So then you feel like if he didn't acknowledge that she had that purpose, then he would have never got to that point.
I don't think he needed to acknowledge she was just in her purpose. That's just who she was. She didn't need him to define her. You know what I'm saying? she was who he was, and because of who she was, he was able to become who he became. Now, I'm not saying she made him, you know what I mean? I feel like she helped pave the way for him to achieve his purpose. Like, we all need that help. Like, what man doesn't want a woman like that? You know what I mean? To make it easier and to give that allowance. Like, how do you sit and tell a woman, I want to be the president of the United States? And she was like, if you don't take your ass to work, you know, like, for a woman to say, you want to be what? Okay, let's go. We don't know at what point Barack decided, hey, this is what I'm going to do. You know what I mean? What we do know is that she conceded to it. It's like, okay, let's go. Knowing full well what it meant. Full well. She knowing what was going to come at them, knowing what they were going to have to endure. Not only on the campaign trail, but in the presidency itself. Like, she gave him to us for 8 years. Imagine being without your partner for 8 years, like living in the public. Like, she couldn't go to remember that. I think it was a video where she just wanted to go to Target, and the Secret Service was like, "No, you can't." Like, you tell a black woman she can't go to Target. You know what I mean? So I just think it's phenomenal. I think she's phenomenal. You know, and. I used to always tell my homegirls, it's like, they talk about, oh, where's my Barack? Are you Michelle? Like, are you truly willing to do and sacrifice what she sacrificed? Successful by her own. She, like, neither one of them needed each other to be great, but they achieved greatness because they came together. Like, together, they are far more what they would have been individually. But, like, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to do the work that she did and sacrifice what she sacrificed to have your Barack? And what we don't know is when the doors close, how much Barack gets on her nerves or what they go through or what they argue about. They're not the perfect couple. You know, can you endure his bullshit? You know, how many times behind closed door did he go, what woman, I'm the president? You know what I mean? We don't know that. Does it seem like he would do that? We don't know. But when the cameras and the mics are off, like Andrew said, when the lights go out, like, who are you?
Right, and to a tidbit, let's talk about the man kind of being submissive to a woman's dominance or to a woman's purpose, right? Because I feel that a man who is dominant or in a leadership role can be a help or a hindrance. So to the point you made, which was a great point, and I never really thought about that. Like, there are some times where Barack had to, you know, pass the baton off and decrease himself, deflate his ego a little bit, so then, you know, the partnership could progress, right? But is that something that a lot of men are ready to do right now who want that? Or what does that look like in functional relationships? Like, Drea, for your partnership, you know, what ways does, you know, your partner help or add value to what it is that you're doing in your entrepreneurship effort?
I would say that it has been a different ride being in this relationship as far as being an entrepreneur than it has in the past, because this is absolutely the first time that I feel fully supported, not just in like, oh, I got your back, but actually seeing things happen even without me asking, because I'm not even that type of person. Like, I'm not going to say like, I need your help with such and such and so. And he has done everything from, you know, brainstorming and letting me bounce ideas, kind of coming up with the what if scenarios, to listening to me vent, you know, especially if something didn't necessarily go well, or if I ended up in an encounter with somebody, to literally investing in what it is that I'm doing. So for me, and I don't know how much you know about what I do, but live video training is like a large part of it. So I'm online and going live and have been doing that for years. But, you know, I just thought like, hey, turn the camera on, start talking to people, and the value is in your message. I never really thought about a lot about the presentation because I'm a person that executes really fast. So if I had to think about like, what does my background look like? What does my lighting look like? What does the microphone look like? I probably would have never got started, right? Or it would have taken that much longer. So I pulled the trigger. Well, he's the one that's looking at the videos, which also blew me away because I don't think I've ever had anybody really follow my training and then be able to call me and say, you know, oh, I love what you talked about today. Or I forwarded your video to my frat brother because he's looking for somebody to do X, Y, and Z in a relationship. Excuse me. Let me qualify that. Okay. I've not had that in a relationship or somebody that called themselves interested in me. And, you know, he said one day, just out of the blue, we're talking about something else. And he's like, so what do you need to make your setup look more professional? And I was like, I ain't never thought about it. I don't know, you know. And he's like, okay, let me know and call me back. And literally, I'm like, well, I think I don't really need this, but I could use this. And the next thing I know, stuff was showing up at my door. So, and he's probably going to get angry because he doesn't do things and like a lot of recognition, but it literally, things like that, just knowing that somebody cares is super awesome. But also someone that will go ahead and do something, whether it's financially or whether it's with their own effort, or even being willing to give up their time with you because they know you have meetings, or they know you have a speaking engagement, or you're working on a book or whatever. Like, I applaud the support systems, right? Whether you're powerful in your own right or not, which he is. Like, he has a very demanding career, but to still find time to support the person that you're with or the person that you love, that is awesome. And it takes that person to the next level. Like, would I have not been successful without him? I was already successful, but would I be doing it this way? Would I be able to do it with this ease, with this confidence, without like wrecking my brain every 5 minutes? No. That's what, you know, he has been able to provide, and someone in that position provides their partner. It's literally the elevation. It's I know that you're able to do whatever because that's within your purpose. That's your talent. That comes from inside of you. But the way you execute it, what that takes from you personally, having that person next to you to kind of shoulder that, once you've poured everything out, to be the person to replenish that, like, that's the dopeness. That's where you get into that real partnership. And for someone who is doing that and they're making things happen on their own, they really need to be applauded. But even for the folks who are like, I am going to be your second in command, you can't really buy that anywhere. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, that's actually kind of tripped out. And it takes, let me ask you this. I had difficulty with it, and still do largely, especially being men and nerds. You can kind of like chime in on this. But Dre, did you ever was it ever difficult for you to receive that kind of love and support? Because it's so foreign. It's like, there's a term that I call loving barefoot, right? Mm. And what that means, I was talking to a good friend of mine, and we were talking about relationships, and she was like, it's hard. She doesn't trust because no matter how good something is, she's always waiting for the other shoe to drop. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, well, I love you with no shoes on. Oh, so it's like there is no, like with our friendship, there is no other shoe that's going to drop. I just love you, period. You know what I mean? And so that I started saying that, like, love barefoot, which means there is, like, this is what it is. This is who I am. This is how I'm always going to love you. There is no other shoe to drop. So don't worry about that. Mm-hmm. And so loving someone barefoot, it's learning how to receive love is also a form of love that a lot of people have not mastered. Some people don't know how to receive compliments. Like, I'm a gas man, and I have, like, I don't care who you are. If you're my friend, like, whatever, I'm a gas you. If you're good at something, or whatever you're good at, I'm pumping you up. Right. You know what I'm saying? If we meet somebody else, if we put like, hey, this is my man there. You ever heard him spit? Hey, boy. Even though I spit too, it ain't about, like, no, Like, yeah, I spit, but have you heard nerd? Nerd? Hey, spit something right quick. Spit something. Go ahead. Give him some. You know what I'm saying? So, even with Dre, I'm like, hey, what you need? Hey, holla at my girl Dre. She gonna get you right. All the social media stuff. Oh, I got somebody. Let me put you on real quick. You know what I mean? And I believe in that. And some people, I do it so much so that people wonder if it's even genuine. And it is. You know what I mean? It's like I just want people to recognize their greatness. You know what I'm saying? And walk in it, so much so that it can be misinterpreted for arrogance. It's I just find it problematic that people expect you to believe them when they tell you you're great, but don't expect you to tell it to yourself and also believe it. It's like, if you were talking down, people like, don't do that. You need to believe in yourself. Stop all that self-doubt. Stop all it, right? And when they're saying, you're like, they expect you to be like, but if you walk around be like, hey, I'm great, I'm the shit, which is why we talk about Kanye. You know what I mean?
Classic case.
We say, like, we always, he's so this, but perhaps Kanye never had someone that celebrated him, so he decided to do it for himself. Why do you need to wait for someone to celebrate you?
Right.
Do you think Kanye is ever going to need somebody to celebrate him? He takes the attitude like, oh, you not going to do it? Bet. I got it myself. Don't trip. Hold my beer. Watch this. You see what I'm saying? And it works for him. Like, you give me Kanye money any day. Minus his mental, like he's clinically bipolar. You can keep that, but you know what I mean? He's willing to accept that for his level of success. But for me, people call me arrogant all the time, and I have to accept that because to me, the alternative is self-doubt. Right. And when someone calls me arrogant, I'm like, well, if you knew what I knew about me, you would celebrate me too. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to wait for somebody else to tell me I'm great. My daddy's told me my whole life, and I decided to believe him. I have a multitude of people in my life that tell me I'm great, and I decided to believe them. And so if anybody wants to call me arrogant, I'll tell them it's y'all fault. You shouldn't have expected me to believe you. Was you lying when you told me I was great? So are you a liar? Because if you're not a liar, then you expected me to believe what you said. But now I'm believing what you said, and it's a problem?
Yeah.
No.
They just don't want you to verbalize it. You can believe it, just be quiet.
Believe it, but don't say it. And then you have to think about that. Why? You know what I mean? And so it goes into that quote from Marianne Williamson, A Return to Love. Our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that others won't feel insecure around you. You're meant to shine as children do. It's not in just some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same. Like,
you started that like Invictus.
Right. Okay.
Listen, but the thing, but because it was so powerful to me, and I quoted the Coach Carter version of it. Now there's more of it in the book, but
I love Coach Carter. I watch it every time it come on VH1, like I've never seen it before.
Right. But there's the thing is, with ourselves, with our relationships, there's affirmations and beliefs that you have to create, so much so that they're a part of you. Just like you said, Invictus, the way that you learned, and you learn Invictus because the way that you learned Invictus, right? And so you're never going to forget that, and you're going to connect to that because you believe that. Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I think whatever God's made me from. Like you believe those words, right? And so, and those things that you want in your life, in your relationship and love, like, do you truly believe it? Or are you just talking? Because we have all kinds of little cute anecdotes and pre-written answers for certain questions, but do you really believe it? Because once you begin to believe something, you're gonna start to walk it. And when you walk in it, you're gonna start to talk it. You know what I mean? And it just becomes a part of you, and you become unapologetic. I'm not worried about who I offend with my confidence, because the problem, I get called arrogant because it's in comparison to their own lens of themselves. And so when someone tells me, oh, you think you the shit, you absolutely right. I do. But guess what? I think you the shit too. There's enough shit to go. Well, how come we can't all be the shit?
There's enough to go around.
There's enough to go. Like,
real talk.
My confidence and my belief in my greatness does not and should not take away from yours.
Right.
It's like, it doesn't mean me ascending is not predicated on you descending. Me growing is not predicated on you shrinking. It just doesn't. You see what I'm saying? It's like my greatness and your lack thereof are not mutually exclusive. They can both occur together. And if you want to be friends with me and in my presence, they must occur together.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's another thing. And to that point, why it's so important to, when you're having partner selection, have someone who's going to be receptive to that. Right. Because like, how many times growing up have we complimented someone, you know, mainly the case of man to a woman. You'd be like, wow, you look beautiful today. You'd be like, no, I don't. Or you should, you know, like at first it gets cute, but after a while, like, God damn, I'm trying to give you a compliment. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You know, hey, Dre, you know me. I'll be like, all right, then you don't. Shit.
Right. And I've been on the other side of that as a woman complimenting a man. And I think, you know, we're used to seeing women do it, but, you know, for me, that throws me off because I generally see men as more confident and really, and even if they're not who they portray, like they are proficient in projecting the image, right? And so when I meet a man who can't accept a compliment or is, you know, kind of downplays himself, that does not, you know, like,
yeah,
you know.
it's a turnoff, you know. And,
you can get accidentally knocked down a couple of notches because Dre used to give me. She used to have to.
What?
So we used to work together at one of the schools that I worked at. And she worked for the high school side and I worked for the middle school side. And she would have to check my outfit every day to make sure I was on point and tell me what color I was wearing. Because I'm color, like, you know, men, we see in 8 basic colors. So she's like, come here, let me see what color you wear. And I remember one day I had on this green outfit. Like I was green head to toe. No, I'll probably never do that again unless it's like a sweatsuit or something.
It still look nice though.
But it was like a green polo and it had some green jeans or whatever. I was like, okay, I'm matching. I walked to her window. She was like, and I said, no, because I was like, hey, you look nice today because I complimented her. I was like, you look real nice today. She goes, thank you. You look minty. I was like, what the hell does minty mean? Like a damn mint. I look like a mint, like, and not even a peppermint. It's only one of those mints that you put on the damn pillow at the hotel, like the little nasty.
Shade.
Yeah, the nasty green mint. I was like, people don't even like them mints. Like,
I bet she was trying her best though. She was like,
yeah,
I'm gonna try to say something nice.
Right. She was like, I think she was commenting on the color, but just what came out was, and it wasn't even what she said. It was the pause before she said it, like she had to think about something to say. It was like, it's almost like, hey, on Boomerang, when Hallie told David on the grill, he was like, oh, you look great. She goes, oh, you look neat. It was just like that. Cause you know, I'm feeling myself that day. And I'm like, I look what? And she goes, minty.
That was so many years ago. And it feels like yesterday now.
I'm gonna hug my pillow tonight because it came up.
I'm so sorry.
Like she said, she called me minty. Like, God damn it.
I was reaching. Oh gosh.
Right. And I never wore that outfit again. Never. I still had the garments, I just never wore them together.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the self-sabotage is real. And like I self-sabotage myself all the time, you know. Most times not understanding better, but also because I wasn't allowing myself to feel those emotions. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't allowing myself to have that self-love. And I think to what you were saying, like the arrogance or what you call it, it's a form of self-love, because you have to show people how to treat you, right? And no one's going to treat you better than you treat yourself.
Absolutely.
if you're coming out, you're vibrant, you show yourself to the world saying like, hey, this is me, I'm here. That's going to rub off on other people, one, and also when you give it to them, that's going to be a part of the connection as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's real important what you just said, because we can get in these places to where, like, for instance, my ex. So we were in school together, and I took school for granted. Like, academics is child's play to me. I do stuff with my eyes closed. You know what I mean? And where she would have to study harder. So she would be like, we got to study, we got to test, we got to study for it. I'm like, I'm not doing it right now. I don't feel like it. And she's like, well, how are you going to pass? I remember, matter of fact, we was taking the anthropology class together, and she studied and studied and studied. And I ain't studied. She was like, when are you going to study? I'm like, whatever. So we get to class, and she's like, did you even study? I was like, no, let me see the paper. And so I looked at it and took the test. She was like, you gonna fail? You how you just go? And I got a better grade than her. I got 100%, and I think she got a C or a B or something like that. She's like, how the fuck? I was like, that's just how my brain works. But because I took it for granted, like, she began to excel, and so she was writing papers. She got in grad school, and I'm helping her with her papers while I'm neglecting my own. I'm trying to do my music thing, really. So I'm like, hey, and so she's ascending, and I'm falling short and not creating that foundation when I should have been, And so when we end up breaking up, I'm in this place, I no degree. She's making great money and ascending. And I blamed her for a lot of years. Like, oh, my name need to be on that degree. I helped you get that, blah, 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 blah. And I just wasn't being accountable. Like, my education was not her responsibility. I decided to help her. She would ask for the help, and I would give it to her. I made that choice. Instead of writing my own papers, I'm writing hers. That was me. Now, I can't fault her for somebody. She asked for help. I said yes, and I'm supposed to fault her? She's like, bet. And she'd be over there sleeping on the couch while I'm writing her paper, and I got work to do. Mm-hmm. Instead, like, I played that wrong, and I was mad at her. I'm talking about bitter. And the worst part about it is she wasn't around to hear me be bitter. She out there doing her thing. You know what I mean? And so I had to stop blaming her for my lack of progress, because it was a decision I made. And should I have required certain things from her? Like, hey, I need your support over here. If you don't ask for that, then no, you're not going to get it. You know what I mean? And so it's just a level of accountability. And so then I had to go back and say, you know what, I'm going back to school. I'm going to get mine. And 3 degrees later, when I made the plan, because I was like, hey, I'm getting 3 degrees in such and such time, blah, 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 blah. Now, while I didn't meet the deadline, I still met the goal. So I went back and got it, but it had to be all about me. I wanted something different for my life that was not connected to any woman, that was not to connect. You know what I mean? It was about me. And so when you do that and you build yourself up to be about you, then you're going to attract people who did that shit. It's like, oh, you got what? You do this, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And so self-love is more than looking at yourself in a certain aspect. Like, they say that love is an action. So if you're in a relationship, you can't just tell her, I love you. She want to see what you're going to do for her, right?
Right.
Same applies for you. Don't look in that mirror and say, hey, I love you. You're great. And then you don't go out and do great shit. Love is an action. It's a verb. So what are you going to go do for you because you love you? And that's pursuing that thing. That's getting that degree. That's, bettering yourself. That's working out and being healthy and eating properly and everything else. Mm-hmm. Like all the things that you need to do to preserve you. And somebody's going, get you a woman that catches you in the act of loving yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Ain't nothing better.
Because
where the sound effects at? Where the
be about your
flex bomb at?
Yeah, right.
When she let her be able to look at him over there loving himself. Mm-hmm. Because that's indicative of, damn, he can probably love me like that. You can't give nobody what you can't. Like, how you gonna go to, girl, I'm gonna love you like this, but you don't love yourself. You have no love to give because you don't give it to you. You haven't filled yourself up with love enough to give it to her. And furthermore, don't just wait till you're in a certain place. Be on the path and let her catch you on the path. But there is a woman that will help you. Like, everybody has baggage, and a lot of times it's about finding someone who's willing to help you unpack. You see what I'm saying? It's like, hey, you have this? Here, give it to me. You know what I mean? Let me help you with that. And it takes strength to allow someone to do that. You know what I mean? You can't do it by yourself. Lean on your friends, lean on, like, help, use the people in your circle. If people truly love you, they'll help you unpack. And you got people all over your posts, like, nerd, like, oh my God, hey, these people want to see you grow. You know what I mean? And so I want to see you change the tone of your post, change the tone of, like, because I'm telling you, it's not them. It's not the women out here. It's not. It's you. Are there women out there like you described? Absolutely. But what we start doing is giving credence to the insignificant minority. Because when we respond the way that we respond to it, what we're saying is this is how the majority of women act or exist. And that's not true. We're allowing the few that do that to speak for the majority. And if it were the other side, we take exception. So when women be like, oh, niggas ain't shit, or these LA men, blah, blah, blah. As a man, you don't even live in LA, but as a man from LA, you take exception to that. Right. You see what I'm saying? What you mean, these LA men? But if the shoe don't fit, don't put it on, right? Right. You're personalizing it because you recognize it in you. You know, if it ain't you, it's not even gonna bother you. And I do the same thing. Twitter fingers get to going. You know what I mean? But then I had to realize I'm personal. Like that's not me. So why am I taking it personally? And here's the thing: I'll get annoyed with women that I'm not even attracted to.
Right.
Like I don't want.
And that's when I come in like, it is not even worth it because
like
you wouldn't talk to her.
I'm going back and forth.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth with a woman who I don't even want anyway.
Yeah.
Because it used to be this crusade. So I do it a lot less now. Sometimes I get weak and I'm like, what? Girl, you know, because I know they won't be able to engage with me, and I get this morbid sense of satisfaction of making people look silly when they say certain things, and I need to work on that. But like before we do it, you got to ask why. At the end of all of this, right? And these exchanges could go on for hours. It'd be 81 comments, and how much time have you wasted going back and forth with somebody? And at the end, have you changed their mind? Chances are you haven't. You haven't, because they're not operating from a place of logic or from a sense of wanting to learn. It's trying to prove a point or to be right because they already feel a certain way. You know what I mean? So when they've already decided the end game before they ever made the comment. So anything you say, you just blowing smoke. So we have to ask ourselves, what's the benefit of this? And at the end, how much time have I spent that I could have been doing something to be edifying to myself, to put myself in position for that woman that I actually do want? Because I start going to, like, this is the pettiest thing. Like, you ever go be arguing with somebody and you go to their profile, start looking at their picture, like, you ain't even, this has nothing to do with the conversation, but we literally go, you ain't even cute though. like that's, like, your point is mute because you're not attractive. So like, you shouldn't even have an opinion. Like, it's not fair and it's dumb, but we do it. I'm like, that's why you saying that, because you ugly.
My God.
You know what I mean? So y'all, we gonna move into our final thoughts. Like, Nerd, I want to thank you, bro. Like, this has been awesome, so much so that we had to do 2 episodes. I'm hoping everybody was able to gain something from this, to find some perspective of this. I really want to thank you for being vulnerable and sharing your experience. That's
for having me.
Yeah, that's great. So, Dre, final thoughts.
Well, you asked a question probably about half an hour ago, but I don't think I got a chance to answer it, which was, How hard is it to receive that kind of love? It was somewhere way back, and I kept waiting.
Wait, I asked the question and just kept talking.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if you still want the answer or not. But
y'all, I'm sorry. I blacked out on this topic. I'm sorry. People probably gonna be so annoyed by this one. Like, will he shut up? Damn. Look, I'm probably gonna get annoyed with myself editing.
We all have the things that we're passionate about. But general final thoughts again. Yes, thanks, Nerd, for coming in and being willing to share and then go deeper, right? Because we started just like, hey, can we use your post? And then we wound up really asking you to open parts of yourself that maybe you didn't expect to share today. So we really appreciate that, and for helping our listeners and viewers to kind of figure that out for themselves. So we hope that this was helpful. Generally, wow, I would just kind of tie this all up in saying that you can have whatever you like, right? But it's going to take some diligence to find it. And then also you have to be willing to be the person that you need to be to attract that. And I believe that was said before. I don't remember what conversation I was in. I think it was just a group of friends. Oh, one of my prayer circles. So we were talking about, making this list, for whoever it is that you want to attract. Not for me, because I've already attracted. But this young lady was saying, she had a list, and in a moment of prayer or whatever, she had the thought of like, oh my gosh, would this man be attracted to me as is right now? And it was like this powerful moment where everybody was like, dang, because like, you don't want to think of yourself like that. You want to think of yourself as deserving and worthy of whatever it is that you have put out into the atmosphere. But I think it's equally important to stop and go, wait, this man exists. And I believe he does. If he saw me, or if he knew what my life looked like, or if he encountered me, would he even want to rock with me? And if not, who do I need to become so that I can attract that person, or that once we're together, that is sustainable. And so I think that's important for us to be introspective in that manner. What you want and who you want doesn't have to want you just because you want them or you want those qualities. Generally, there is some sort of attraction, whether it is to fill in the gaps, if that's the whole opposites attract situation, or if it's like attracts like, but you got to bring something to the table. And so I definitely would wrap with that. Bring something to the table.
Right. I don't think I deserve final thoughts for this episode.
Yeah, you already got like 10 flex bombs.
I think they've heard enough from me. So we gonna leave it at what Dre said. All right. So with that, y'all, this has been the Crossroads. We want to thank y'all for tuning in. And as always, remember, be free to be you.
We want to thank you for tuning in to today's episode. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and register for our email list for more episodes and projects from your hosts, Barzini and Dre Renee. Until next time, this has been the Xrossroadz Podcast. And remember, be free to be you.